tankers, and I've seen a lot of cops. A lot of pull out all the sky. I've seen a lot of children with their parents in their hands. I felt a lot of women refuse to understand. And I don't think I understand why we're making such a fuss. And I don't think I understand what's come of all of us. And I don't think I understand why we take this world for granted. I just want to get right back to Guitar Players Planet. See, you did it every day. The riots and the fire going on in South LA. The muggers and the government, they're all wanting the same thing. They take all your money, every spring. And I don't think I understand why we're making such a fuss. And I don't think I understand what's come of all of us. And I don't think I understand why we take this world for granted. I just want to get right back to Guitar Players Planet. Take it.
Hi everyone, Dan here, and I just wanted to put a little snippet about AstroWorld and what we do because I want to start getting the word out because I think it's becoming more and more of a giant community, and I want to get the word out to some other people. So what we do at AstroWorld is we hold astrophotography chats on Wednesdays at 9 p.m. and Fridays at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And we just talk astrophotography. Wednesday's more of a techie kind of advanced intermediate, and Fridays is more of a newbie kind of thing. So if you want to check us out, and if you want to, hang out with some semi-decent people that like to go off the rails a little bit and have fun while they're doing it, come check us out at AstroWorldWeb.com, and you can check out the schedule, and you can sign up for all the free giveaways that we do. We just gave away an Eco 4 Pro, an Optolong filter kit, Charles Bracken signed books, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So come to AstroWorldWeb.com, hang out with us, have a good time, and as always, remember to keep imaging, keep educating, and clear skies. And I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
When the music man calls, that's when I gotta play. Sunny skies, the smell of palm tree air. Looking back, I could never feel fair. The way the music has touched my soul, the way that the South holds its control. But I've got a new way to choose. I'm gonna start running back to the lands of the new. Oh, na 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 na. That I have lost my friend. Got the sunset off the highway again. Then I get lost on a long summer day. I must go back before it's too late. You're afraid, you're feeling alone. Time and space can never hold. The holidays can ring in your fear. The ghostly embrace can only mean tears. And I've got a new way to choose. I'm gonna start running back to the lands of the blue. Oh, na 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 na. Sitting at the lake, I'm feeling confused, but I had my guitar, so I played this blues. But I'm afraid, what might be true, that I might never be back again. Someone to take me down at night. Someone to make my day. New revelation fills my soul. Oh, I can waste away. You distracting my attention. You're all that's on my mind. You not looking for perfection, but you're too hard to find. Now the first night is coming. yeah, 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 you, oh, you, yeah, all right. Yeah, yeah. Where did my color go? Got your head in the sand. You can't be in control using a powerful hand. I wanna be you, I wanna see you. Don't taste the kisses of hate. Don't try to tell me, don't try to sell me, don't try to say it's too late. You're gonna push me to the edge, back me in a corner, making me stand in your shoes. Push me to the edge, hide a little cutter, it's black and white and blue. Black and white and blue, yeah. All right. Yeah. Cat learns to ring a bell. Rat gets free from the maze. We can be taught to love. We've got to learn the way. I wanna see you, I wanna be you. Don't taste the kisses of hate. Don't try to tell me, don't try to sell me, don't try to say it's too late. Yeah, you're gonna push me to the edge, back me in a corner, making me stand in your shoes. Push me to the edge, hide a little. What the hell's wrong with my telescope now? Damn, what's wrong with this thing? The lost Lone Ranger, can I break this spell? Who wants things right? Who I make choose to things wrong? If I want to satisfy the line, who I will always take the fall. If I just do the left, watch it leave from the right. I sleep all day long, and I'm dreaming through the night. Sunny skies, the smell of palm tree air. Looking back, I could never feel fair. The way the music has touched my soul, the way that the South holds its control. But I've got a new way to choose. I'm gonna start running back to the land of the new. Oh, na 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 na. Seems to me that I have lost my friend. Got the sunset off the highway again. Then I get lost on a long summer day. I must go back before it's too late. You're afraid, you're feeling alone. Time and space can never unfold. The holidays can ring in your fear. The ghost embrace can only mean tears. And I've got a new way to choose. I'm gonna start running back to lands of new. Oh, na 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 na. Sitting at the lake, I'm feeling confused, but I had my guitar, so I played this blues. But I'm afraid, it might be true that I might never be back again. Seems to me that I've lost my friend. Got the sunset off the highway again. Then I get lost on a long summer day. I must be back before it's too late. Before it's too
Hey everybody, I finally made it home and it has been a crazy 2 weeks. I mean, here you go. Just real quick, 1 minute. This is what's been going on all week. First, I drove to Chicago. Then I hung out with co-host Eric, which was an awesome time. Nice to see Eric. We also saw Iron Maiden the next night. Not me and Eric, I just went. But then I drove to Niagara Falls the following week. Met up with Scott C, a big AstroWorld fan. Thank you for the perk, Scott. Thank you so much. Nice to meet you. Then we drove to Guelph. And then I hung out with Ron Breacher and Shawn Nielsen, met their families, did some visual observing with Ron's homemade 10-inch Dob, which was a lot of fun time. Then I met Pete Proul for brunch. So thanks for brunch, Pete. Then we drove to St. Catharines, went to Lakeside Park, hung out at the Neil Peart Pavilion, saw the Rush tribute venue that I've been talking about over in St. Catharines. Then we walked up to the Hockey Hall of Fame. Then we walked to the Ontario Legislative Building, home of the Moving Pictures album. Here you go. And then we walked to Scotiabank Arena and took a picture. Sorry, Pete. And then walked to the aquarium, saw some pretty cool stuff. Then walked 2 miles to get the only place that had these beers. So now I'm tired and I'm going to bed. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you Friday.
Nothing to say, took her away, and I feel the pain, made love in vain. Oh, oh, what have I done? What have you seen? She knows there's no future in love when a person has come in between. Jamie's gone, Jamie's gone. Can't look back, and now he feels so strong. Jamie's gone, Jamie's gone. Left last night, and now it seems so long. You can't hear these words I say when you're a million miles away. Yeah. Jamie's gone, Jamie's gone. Can't look back, and now he feels so strong. Jamie's gone, Jamie's gone. Left last night, and now it seems so long. Jamie, come on, Jamie, yeah. And now you feel so strong. Jamie, come on, Jamie, yeah. Left last night, and now it seems so long. I've seen a lot of bankers, and I've seen a lot of cops. I've seen a lot of lawyers pull out all the stops. I've seen a lot of children with their parents in their hands. I felt a lot of women refuse to understand. And I don't think I understand why we're making such a fuss. And I don't think I understand what's come of all of us. And I don't think I understand why we take this world for granted. I just want to get right back to Guitar Players Planet. I see it in the papers, you read it every day. The riots and the fires going on in South LA. The muggers and the government, they're all wanting the same thing. They take all your money every spring. But I don't think I understand why we're making such a fuss. And I don't think I understand what's come of all of us. And I don't think I understand why we take this world for granted. I just want to get right back to Guitar Players Planet. Take me. I don't think I understand why we're making such a fuss. And I don't think I understand what's come of all of us. And I don't think I understand why we take this world for granted. I just want to get right back to Guitar Plays Planet. 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 Guitar Plays Planet.
Hi everyone, Dan here, and I just wanted to put a little snippet about AstroWorld and what we do because I want to start getting the word out because I think it's becoming more and more of a giant community, and I want to get the word out to some other people. So what we do at AstroWorld is we hold astrophotography chats on Wednesdays at 9 p.m. and Fridays at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And we just talk astrophotography. Wednesday's more of a techie kind of advanced intermediate, and Fridays is more of a newbie kind of thing. So if you want to check us out, and if you want to, hang out with some semi-decent people that like to go off the rails a little bit and have fun while they're doing it, come check us out at astroworldweb.com, and you can check out the schedule, and you can sign up for all the free giveaways that we do. We just gave away an Equal 4 Pro, an Optolong filter kit, Charles Bracken signed books, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So come to astroworldweb.com, hang out with us, have a good time, and as always, remember to keep imaging, keep educating, and clear skies. And I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
When the music man calls, that's when I gotta play.
Hi, everybody. How's it going? It is AstroPalooza Day. I can't believe this day is finally here. Unbelievable. We have 92 people watching already. We're just starting the show. So thank you for all the support. Thank you for all the views. And if you're there watching, you're liking what we do, hit that like button. And we have a lot of speakers. We got everything. So for any of you that don't know who I am, my name is Dan Higgins, and I'm the creator of AstroWorld TV. For those of you that are new to the channel, welcome to the channel. And for the current offenders of the Peanut Gallery, well, we made it. This project has expanded far greater than I would ever think that would even happen. And to have all these great guests come on the show and speak is truly amazing. And it's extremely humbling that the channel has grown to such heights. It's amazing to me. And to all of the members that have come on, that new and old, that have stuck through for the past 3 years, thank you for your support, and thank you for watching and being a part of the AstroWorld family. So AstroWorld does have, for those of you that have watched the show before, AstroWorld does have corporate sponsors and member sponsors that you mentioned before we get to brass tacks here. So all these sponsors have been so generous to us with either cash giveaways or products. Woodland Hills usually gives $50 gift certificates. But today, to some lucky person, we're giving away a $250 gift certificate for some lucky person for Christmas. So stick around, and if you have the agenda, you'll know when we're giving away. But stick around and watch for that. Other sponsors include PrimaLuceLab, who just recently in the summer gave us a tricked out Eagle 4 Pro, which we gave away in July. Camera Concepts is also one of our vendors and one of our sponsors, and we give out gift certificates from them. And today, also, Optolong Filters are giving us have given us a 2-inch LRGB set and a 2-inch SHO 3nm set to give away today. So thank you to Optolong. To our last sponsor, Masters of Pixinsight and IP for AP. I can't say enough about all these sponsors that have been so generous. Today, we're giving away a ton of free classes, free yearly subscriptions to both Masters of Pixinsight and IP for AP throughout the day. It's going to be an unbelievable day today. We couldn't do this also without our member sponsors. I put everybody's name on the show, and I'm no change today. I wish I could read them all, but there's just so many now. And if you want to be a Patreon member, feel free to look us up on Patreon under AstroWorld TV. The different types of levels. And obviously today is AstroPalooza. We have one addition to this guest list that's not on, that hasn't been on yet. Tom Bramwell from PrimaLuceLab will be on to hang out with us for a little bit later on in the day. I believe it's right after Adam Block's video. So wait around for this. It's going to be a long day, a lot of wonderful information. December 14th, we have some more special guests coming up. Craig Stocks from Utah Desert Remote Observatories is going to be on. This is an awesome opportunity for anybody who wants to rent telescopes in Utah to get some data that you can't get at your latitude. It's pretty interesting and pretty wonderful. So Craig is going to be on to show us what he has there. Also, we have Don Goldman coming up from Astrodon. He's going to give us a rundown on his filters, how he makes them, and letting us know what's next for Astrodon. It's going to be really good. It's going to be our first show of the year. And then we have a fundraiser coming up. And this is something that Eric brought to our attention at AstroWorld, RFT Stars. So RFT Stars is a wonderful nonprofit organization that aims to improve the mental health of children through the use of astronomy and telescopes. If you would like more information on RFT Stars, feel free to visit the website on the banner, www.rftstars.com, for more information on them. A couple other things as far as ground rules are concerned. All the speakers today have been on the show before, and even though the presentations may vary from 30 minutes to about an hour, if you want to see more of what AstroWorld has to offer, all these guests have been on before, so you could go to the AstroWorld playlist of shows with guests, and you could get more in-depth conversations with those guests on video. And lastly, for those of you that are new to the show, I have some wonderful co-hosts, Eric, Peter, Scott, Jesse, but I need to mention a couple of other ones that have been in the background, and they really were instrumental in getting AstroWorld off the ground. Tyler from Explore Scientific, Tegan from High Point, Simon Lewis from ZWO, our webmaster and our ZWO tech guru, and two of the people that has helped me so much with not only the platform that we're doing now, but the website. He helped me use and learn this platform and teaching me the way on how to use it. Jason, thank you so much for your help. Miss you, bud. You got to come back on the show when you get time off work. I also got to throw out to my other friend, Chris, that has helped me so much with the website and getting stuff together. It's been an awesome ride. So that being said, thank you, everybody, for the support and all the love you've given the channel. It's been great. Thank you so much. And with that being said, we're going to get back to what we're doing here and on with the show. There we go. So, how's it going, everybody? Today, the first person that we have today on the list, and I have to have, there are so many people, I need to have the agenda in front of me, because or else I'll call Ernie, Josh, and Nico, Amy, and it's going to be a big mess. So we have Ernie Jacobs from, I believe, Buffalo. And he's going to be hanging out with us and talking to us a little bit about Siril. And we have Pete Myers with us from Woodland Hills. And we're both going to be hanging out and listen to Ernie talk a little bit about giving us a Siril overview. How are you doing, Ernie?
I'm doing great. We don't have 6 feet of snow on the ground anymore, so life's pretty good.
Well, it's funny you say that, because, you know, Pete Proul, who has been on the show before, who lives in the Buffalo area as well, he lives a little bit north of Buffalo, and he got almost no snow.
Right. Those storms are very localized. Pete actually is a former president of the Buffalo Astronomical Association, so he quite familiar with. Plus, he does Masters of Pixinsight.
Absolutely. So, Ernie, I know you got some presentation for us, and why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and where you're from and what you do and what you're going to be talking to us today about.
All right. Well, actually, I did it. That's one of the slides I have in my presentation, but we can skip over that when we get there.
No, you can start the presentation. That's fine.
Sure.
You want to do that?
Sure.
All right. Cool.
So let me share the correct screen, and let me start my presentation. Okay, so everybody should be seeing the Siril overview slide. So welcome everyone. Put together this presentation. I'm going to try to not make this death by PowerPoint. So there'll be a few slides up front here, just to kind of prep everybody. And the lion's share of the presentation is going to be the live demo. So hopefully you can interact with the chat, even though I won't actually be able to see it while I'm doing my presentation here. The other people on the show should hopefully be able to get any questions to me, as well as if we can't get to them in my time, we'll respond on the website later. And then, so hold on, I gotta hide this a little. So before we get started, I just wanted to say thank you to all the content creators that are out there. It is an amazing thing in this hobby how people share their experiences and their learnings, their successes, their failures. And as someone who's personally benefited from that, I just want to say thank you, not just to the people on the show, but all the YouTubers, bloggers, whatever your content is, Masters of Pixinsight, etc. It's definitely something that makes this hobby accessible to so many people. So thank you.
Just Ernie, 1 second. You got to swap. You got the next slide. I think you're swapping. You need the presentation mode.
There you go. Do you see that?
I see the next slide as well. I think you're on the presenter window.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
There you go.
Beautiful.
Okay. All right. So that was the thank you. So who am I? So to get to Dan's question, I'm one of you, typically out there in the chat. So it feels a little bit weird to be out here. Husband and father, long interest in science, been a visual astronomer for more years than I'm going to admit on this platform. But I'm new to astrophotography. I got my first DSLR in 2018. I started with a Dob, started taking pictures with my smartphone, joined the Buffalo Astronomical Association, and then moved up to a DSLR on a tripod, and then I got my refractor and my mount in 2020. I'm a board member and outreach coordinator for the Buffalo Astronomical Association, very active in outreach. And for those of you out there, if you haven't partaken in outreach events in your area, I highly recommend it. It's a very rewarding. I think you get way more out of it than what you put into it. And you can also consider, joining your local astronomy club. I'm also the astronomy program lead for Penn-Dixie Fossil Park. So some of you may know me, may be asking a question. Wait a minute. Don't you use Pixinsight? Well, yes, I do use Pixinsight. I switched about a year ago. So why am I doing something on Siril? Well, I used Siril for about a year. I found it improved my processing, and I found it was a good preparation for using Pixinsight. And if I my understanding of what this community that Dan's created here is about, not all of us are in the same place in this journey. And I think that there's others that are maybe just getting started, or other factors I'll get into later, where Siril may be a really good option for right now where they are. So I'm not going to be trying to convince anybody to stop using Pixinsight. Um, but I think this is the second best option, and I think this could be really useful to a lot of people. So this is going to be a high level overview. We're going to highlight some key features. I'm going to bring up the interface. I'm going to show some of them, but this isn't going to be a full tutorial. You're not probably going to be able to watch this presentation and from soup to nuts process an image, but you'll have an idea of where to get started and where to find some more information. So, as I alluded to, who is the Siril program for? Um, you know, Maybe you're new to the hobby. Maybe you're looking for some pre and post processing options. Maybe use a Mac or Linux, something other than Windows. Now, I got an asterisk by the Mac. If you use a Mac, you need to look into it. Recently there was a bug with the latest OS for Mac, Ventura, and so the folks in Siril were recommending not upgrading to Ventura, but I believe that has been fixed. But this is, if you have a Mac and you're interested in exploring it, it's definitely something you should look into further. Maybe you're not ready for Pixinsight yet. Perhaps you're a little intimidated by all the long words for all the processes like local histogram equalization and whatnot. Maybe you're not ready to make the financial commitment. And maybe your computer's not ready for Pixinsight. It's pretty resource intensive, and Siril isn't as resource intensive. And I know, speaking from my perspective, I come into this hobby as a visual astronomer, no background in photography. So I have no Photoshop background to build on. And the dedicated astrophotography features in Siril were of great benefit to me. The other thing is, this is open source, free and open source software. And that's an important thing to some people. So that's something that might be a tick in the box for using this. Maybe some of you just like to have backup options. You're getting weird results out of WBPP and Pixinsight or whatever you're using, and you want to put that data into something else, and just see, is it your data, or do you just have the wrong checkbox ticked in WBPP? So some basics, as I said, Siril is free and open source. If you're someone that is into coding, you can even make contributions to the software. It's relatively new and it's rapidly developing. It's specifically intended for amateur astronomers, specifically for deep sky and deep sky lucky imaging. It performs calibration, stacking, post-processing, and imaging analysis, and it can be used for astrometry. So you can even do some exoplanet stuff with it if you have the data. Their website is here, Siril.org. We'll bring that up a little bit later in the presentation, but let's take a little bit deeper look into the software and to the features before we open up the interface. So from key features, as I said, there's pre-processing, post-processing, and image analysis. It does all the things you would expect in pre-processing: calibration, registration, and stacking. And you can perform these functions either manually or using scripts. I have only ever used the scripts because I'm incredibly lazy. And I also figure the person that wrote this program probably knows a heck of a lot more about pre-processing than I will in 10 lifetimes. So I just go with the script, even though they warn you otherwise. And it has some interesting features. One of them is that you can remove some gradient. You can do some background extraction on individual frames before you even stack them, which depending on the quality of your data, it may be something that you find useful. Under post processing, those of you that use Pixinsight are going to find some of these names really familiar. In my opinion, this software is second only to Pixinsight. It's very, very feature rich. I think it's lacking in a couple of areas, and I hate to use the word lacking. That's a relevant statement. Pixinsight is so powerful that it's just this is very feature rich software. Background extraction, color calibration, deconvolution, multiple stretching options. You can combine, do your RGB composting to get like Hubble palette, for example, uh, pixel math, and a lot more. And as I said, image analysis, plate solving, dynamic PSF performs tilt analysis, and providing a ton of other information, including, Fitz header viewer and so on and so forth. So I'm going to end the slideshow and I'm going to bring up Siril. So when you open up the program, this is the screen that you're going to be presented with. So hopefully everybody is seeing Siril, if I did this correctly.
Yep.
Um, and this main window here is where your image is going to be displayed. And you'll notice that automatically right off the bat, if you present it a debarred image, you're going to get red, green. It's going to separate the channels, and it's also going to provide you a full color view. You have some menus and controls over the top. We'll go over that in a little bit. There's a console area, and there's some more controls and information down here on the bottom. So one of the key aspects of this interface, and I'm going to bring up my a directory here that I created on my desktop, is setting the home directory. So ahead of time, you'll notice that I created a directory here, and since I use this with scripts, I have specifically named folders in here. So ahead of time, you're going to want to populate these folders with the corresponding frames, and you need to use these names. And if you do that, you click on this little house icon here, and it's going to open up an explore dialog type box, and you're going to be able to select, you follow the menus, and in this case, you can see on my desktop, the Siril directory is selected. I'm going to click home. So now if I wanted to open an image, for instance, it's going to take me directly there. But the important part is if I want to run a script, like for instance, the one-shot single color pre-processing script, um, I would be able to select that, and it would, all I had literally do is I would click on this button. I'd click through this warning, which I talked a little bit about before, and I'd go ahead and run the script. But we're not going to do that because I've already put some process stuff, kind of like the cooking show type scheme, so that we don't have to waste a lot of time. So if you just want to open and view frames, again, you can click open and you can navigate to wherever you have your pictures. And let's go ahead and change the home directory to where I have the processed images. So I'm going to click here. I'm going to click on my desktop, and I'm going to click on my Siril processed directory. And you'll see there's a new folder in here called process. That contains some of the intermediate files that Siril creates. And then the important file is this result fit file, which will be your processing result. So we'll go ahead and just open that. And it's, as you can see, we've got a linear image that's very dark. But similar to Pixinsight, you have multiple ways of stretching that image. Okay, so you can do an arc sign, or you can do an auto stretch. And of course, if you're familiar with doing this in Pixinsight, and this is one area where it's not as powerful as Pixinsight, you can't unlink the stretch at this point. You have to go through background extraction and color calibration to give yourself, an image without all this green. Because as you know, as some of you know, with color cameras, this result is very typical. Is the fact that there's two green photo sites um, for every red and blue with typical Bayer pattern on a color sensor. But you can also take a look at um, the individual frames. Most of the operations you have to perform in one of these channels. It doesn't matter which one you pick, but you need to perform the RGB is really only provided for visualization. So we have some other controls and some information here. You can save the image. You can switch between 32-bit and 16-bit. You can save the image, for instance. The workflow that I used is I actually most of the time stacked my stuff in DSS because that's where I got started. Use this for some of the imaging processing functions, and then saved my the result as a 16-bit TIFF to finish off in Photoshop. Um, you got this hamburger here, and this is where you can pick up some uh, image information, preferences, updates, that kind of usual stuff. So as I mentioned, you have this console area, so you can make this bigger. You can make it disappear, so you can see your image larger. Um, and this is an area where, quite honestly, these pre-processing tabs are things that I typically haven't used very much. Um, I typically use a script, but if you wanted to manually do it, or if you wanted to modify the script and stop it at a certain point and like manually deselect images or whatever, you could certainly go forward with this. But first things first, it converts the file. It starts to create these things it calls sequences. Um, it makes your pre-processing with your master bias, master dark, master flat, performs image registration. There's a graphics tab, so if we loaded all the lights in here, you would be able to see and sort by like FWHM or other characteristics, roundness, so on and so forth. And then you would be able to perform stacking with adjusting some parameters. Usually, I just keep the console open. I run the script, and then when I'm running the pre-processing stuff, I can keep track of things that are going on here. So we are going to actually do a couple of things to this image, but I guess before I do that, let me talk about some of the things on the bottom. Um, there are, like I said, there's the auto stretch characteristics. You can invert the image. You can switch them back and forth. If you've plate solved it, you can display the world coordinate system information for it, and it's going to show you the objects. You can also do a search for objects in your image. You can also show the world coordinate grid system if you want. You can switch to the point spread function photometry mode. You can have various zoom controls here, rotation, mirror, flip. You can open up the histogram toolbox, and you can also show uh, that plot screen that I was showing before. If you, for instance, have all your individual frames selected. But for me, where I came to this is I was not comfortable with Photoshop, and I often didn't know if what I was getting out of my images was all I could get out of my images, or if it was just my lack of skill with Photoshop. And having the ability to perform the auto stretch and perform some of these post processing functions for me was a game changer in making sure I was getting all out of my images that I could. So as you can see, there are a lot of features. We're not going to go through all of them today. Um, but you can see there's the uh, multiple intensity transformation features, color calibration. There's color calibration and photometric color calibration. This remove green noise is just like a CNR. You've got background extraction, RGB composting, pixel math, just a whole lot of really, really useful features. Um, like, why don't we take a look at background extraction? And we'll bring that up. We're going to switch to one of our other channels, color channels, and I just accidentally put that to the wrong screen here. So similar to Pixinsight, maybe a little bit less controls. From my perspective, I really just kind of reduce the number of sample points and reduce the sigma value, which increases the tolerance on picking the points. It generates the boxes. I, I don't think there's a control, or at least one that I'm aware of, for changing the sides of the boxes, but you can add boxes with a left click and you can delete boxes with a right click. So, you can find areas around your nebulosity, that you might want to try to get rid of some stuff. And then you can go ahead and compute the background. And I'll turn the console on, and then you can go ahead and apply. And, already you can talk, and this is old data. This is not very good data, but I just brought this up just for showing. Already, you can see the makings of, starting to look like a more normal image. We could also go through color calibration, but this is still a linear image. So, we could go through and pick any one of these, you know, intensity transformation functions that strikes your fancy. The generalized hyperbolics, a little bit new for me, something that I've never toyed with. I messed around with arcsine a little bit, and it kind of did funky things to the cores of my stars. So that's either my technique or I just something I stayed away with it. In general, just kind of stuck with intensity transformation. Again, if you use Pixinsight, this probably looks pretty familiar.
Yep.
You can work these sliders, and you'll see a real-time preview of what's going on, or you can hit the auto stretch button and you can take the image non-linear. And as I said, you can then take this, click the save icon. Oh, sorry, the save as icon. And you could then take this and change to a TIFF. Let's give it a new file name. And save. And you can choose 16. If you're bringing it into Photoshop, you can choose 16-bit. Click save, and go on with your presentation. So hopefully this gives you guys a little bit of exposure here. I am going to go back to the presentation for a quick second here. Oh, no. Okay, so we'll swap the view again. So hopefully, I see one thing I didn't cover. It's a good thing I took a look at this. You can perform tilt analysis. So when I get done with this, we'll open that up and I can show you. But this is just another free tool that you can use to examine your images for roundness issues, tilt, so on and so forth, which would be quite useful. But if you're looking for more information, Siril.org has some pretty good tutorials. If we open up that website, you can see there's actually a tutorial section. They have their own YouTube channel, and there are many YouTube content creators that demonstrate how to use a lot of these functions. And just as a note, I learned about this software from watching one of Nico's videos. So like I said, you know, I've learned so much from Visible Dark, from Nico, from Amy Little, Adam Block, you know, so many names. Plus some folks that aren't on here, AZ Forerunner, Hogarth, and many others that are out there. So as you know, there's a ton of information. So before we go back to the program, see if there's any questions. There's one last thing. The most important takeaway from this presentation: go Bills. I am from Buffalo, and in Buffalo, this is the most important thing. And tomorrow is a super important game. So I go for Bills. No, seriously, the most important takeaway is I think this software, is second only to Pixinsight. And I think this could be a really useful option for everyone. So, I'm going to end here. I'll bring up Siril, and if there's any questions, we'll try to tackle them. If not, we'll definitely can respond later with stuff on the website. So I don't know.
All right, awesome. Thank you, Ernie. That's I didn't know a lot about Siril, to be honest with you, before we started, and it's actually quite a powerful program. And if you just want to hit the screen share button, you could get back on your. There you go. Cool.
Cool.
And actually, somebody was asking a question regarding if you have a program that can get rid of the clouds in Chicagoland. So
I would be. Listen. We live on the eastern shore of Lake Erie, which is at the complete end of all of the Great Lakes. If I could get rid of clouds, I would have more hair, and I would be a wealthy man. So,
would we all? And we would all love you so much, because you know what? New York is one of the worst places to image, because, not to mention the light pollution, but for those of you that watch the show with my lovely telephone wires that I got to compete with, yeah, the clouds are just horrible.
Yeah, and just with Lake Erie, a few miles to our west, if we get 60 clear nights, and of course those clear nights not lining up with work obligation or family obligation, it's just it's a great place to live and raise a family. It's a horrible place to be an amateur astronomer. So
I can imagine. It's. I drove through Buffalo, and I totally I would have stopped by to say hi to you too. But
yeah,
when I was driving up there, and I met up with Pete Proul, I met up with some other members up there. I met up with Ron Breacher and Shawn Nielsen, and it's pretty cool.
So Pete and I have been supposed to be getting it together for a cup of coffee for like a couple of years now. So, and we live less than an hour from each other. So,
that's awesome. It's amazing. It's amazing. I like the same thing. Like, well, my dad, when he moved to New York, he's like, Dad, you ever been to Statue of Liberty? He's like, no. I said, Dad, you live in the Bronx. I said, you never been to Statue? You've been living here for 40 years, and you never been to the Statue of Liberty. So we went.
It's funny, not to go off the rails, but it's funny you mentioned that. I came to Buffalo via UB. I grew up closer to New York City, and what I used to think was upstate New York. And I've been here for 30 something years, and I was here for a good number of years, and I had a friend from Germany visit, and I never did the Maiden Mist. I'm like, oh, that's a tourist trap. Don't waste your money. And my friend from Germany is like, I didn't fly across the Atlantic Ocean not to do the Maiden Mist. And I'm gonna tell you what, I don't know who enjoyed it more. So yeah, I can totally relate to that.
Yeah, my wife and I did. It wasn't Maiden of the Mist. It was something else on the falls. It was went into the horseshoe. It was the other one. There was like a couple of them.
Yeah, there's a journey behind the falls and all that stuff.
Yeah, we went in there, and let me tell you, I don't like getting wet. I just don't like getting wet. And it was a bad thing to do because I had my camera out and everything. I got my nice camera and I'm trying to cover it with the poncho, trying to get it, but yeah, no, it's a great thing. But thank you everybody. Visible Dark, Amy, thank you. I did a little poll while you were talking on if you would consider using Siril or currently use Siril, and 61% said yes, I would consider using Siril, or I currently use Siril. So
Awesome.
pretty cool. 72 votes. 60, almost 70% said 60% said that they would consider using it. So we'll end that poll. So that's
Awesome.
a really good number.
Yeah. Like I said, and actually Nico did a pretty good video comparing a lot of the image processing options, and I may not agree with all the rankings exactly, but this he and I both agree. I think this one's a very close second to Pixinsight. So.
Yeah, and it's free, right?
It's free, it's open source. After using Nina, that I was always kind of scared of that. But after using Nina, I actually used Nina first, and quite honestly, that opened my mind to this possibility.
Open your mind.
Yeah. As if looking at the universe doesn't open your mind enough, right?
I digress. I sometimes, for those of you that know the show, I sometimes quote movies and try and do stuff, but you're gonna have to deal with that for the next 7.5 hours. But Pete, what do you think?
Oh, great presentation, Ernie, and the fact that we get a chance to finally see you face to face. A lot of fun.
Yeah. And hopefully I didn't talk too fast. I know I'm on my third pot of coffee for the day. So
there you go.
Probably a little bit more wired than a 1980 stock person, Wall Street person.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do, man. and for those of you that are asking, I am drinking water. So I mean,
I have one question. I'm going to present this to the viewer membership. We have 148 people watching. Yep. Absolutely incredible. Thank you.
Dan's mic is really low. Okay, I can raise my gain up a little bit for you. And I can move a little closer to the mic. And we could do that. There we go. Hold on a second. We'll just go into my settings a little bit and raise the device volume a little bit. There we go. How's that? Is that better? There you go. All right. Yeah, only 67 likes. Only half of you have hit the like button. So please thumbs up us, please, if you're there, if you like what we're doing, if you like Ernie, and then, I don't even care if you like me or not. You probably hate me. At least the speakers are here, and that's what it's all about. So thank you, everybody, for watching. And definitely hit up Ernie's AstroBin page at Astro716. He's got some really good images on there. And you can see some of the stuff that he uses and look at the descriptions and see where he uses Siril and all that. So everyone hit that thumbs up button. Yes, let's get that to 100. We're at 90 now. All right, let's go. So thank you. So what do you got? So we do have we do have giveaways that we're given in between guests. So if you wanna stick around and see. Let's see. We're gonna do a giveaway right now. We're gonna do 2 giveaways. We're gonna be and just some ground rules with the giveaways. Once you win, I'm gonna remove you off the wheel. So not more people can win more than once. So that's the only thing that's fair. And I did put a schedule out. So right now we are going to be doing 50% off for Masters of Pixinsight classes. So you should have. So the wheel is closed, Chris. I believe you're on it. There was 300 and change people on there. So Ernie, hey, listen. Thank you so much for the presentation, man. You did awesome. Stick around and watch the wheel, though. And let's see. Let me see if I could do my screen share here. And you're going to see this because this is going to be a mess when you see this. So this is the AstroWorld reel. You can't even see the names anymore. You can't see anything. There is 346 people on this wheel.
Oh, man.
And I got to get my pen and my paper out because we're giving away so much stuff today that I need to write this stuff down so I don't forget anybody. So the first one is for the 50% off Masters of Pixinsight class. So here we go. Number one.
It's just the
First winner of the day. Dean Krogman. Dean Krogman. And everybody, if you win anything, you will get an email from me. So you'll get an email from me and a response, and we'll take care of you. So here you go. So Dean Krogman, first winner of the day. Second winner is Michael Keith. He is an AstroWorld watcher. Michael Keith. And there we go. So those are the two winners for the first round of many of giveaways for today, and we're going to be doing them. Watch the agenda, because the agenda is what's going on and where we're going and how many things we're giving away. And there's going to be some stuff that's in there that's not there. So and you know what?
Dan?
Yeah.
I don't want to interrupt here, but
Nope.
I've got to leave for my hockey game. So everybody, I'll see everybody on Wednesday night, but I'll tune in later on if I can when I get back. But ciao, everybody.
Not a problem. And let's go back to the live stream here. And there we go. Awesome. Dan, you need a drum roll. Usually I'll do one of these. How about that? Because I don't have a drum roll. So Pete may or may be back, but he has in the playoffs for his hockey team. So he has to go play hockey. And it's amazing. I'm 51 and I don't play hockey, and I don't know how old Pete is, but I'm afraid I'll break a hip. But but that being said, Ernie, thank you so much for your presentation on Siril. Thank you for your knowledge and understanding. It was a great presentation. Thank you so much.
All right, everyone. See you later. Clear skies.
All right. There we go. All right. So that being said, the next person that we have, and I see him in the green room already, the next person we have is Josh Kovach, and he's going to be doing, he's a longtime AstroWorld watcher, and he's going to be doing something about data management. So let's go to Josh and say hi to Josh. And Josh, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, Dan.
What's
just getting ready for this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Josh has been watching the show, I think, since the beginning.
No, not at the beginning. I started when I saw. I actually started when I saw you were still naming the shows, and it was talking about data management. And like, this is a problem I'm having. And it went for like 3 weeks. You kept naming the show that and never talked about it.
Oh, that's awesome.
And so I kept, but I did see whatever other people were doing, and then I ended up coming up with my own strategy over the years since then, and that's kind of what I'm going to go over here.
Yeah, well, I'm super interested because I know, if anybody has watched the show, everybody knows that my data management is a complete travesty of science. I mean, it's just, it's horrible. So I'm looking forward to be picking up some stuff from you. So.
Yeah. Well, mine was a disaster too, and that's why I got into solving it once and for all for myself. So.
Absolutely. So, Josh, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself? And we've seen your images. You're a picture of the month winner, and tell us about yourself, Josh.
Well, so actually, I'll just kind of jump into my presentation here because
Sure.
I go into that a bit. Can you see it okay? I think it's set up. Yeah, okay. Nope, that was it. That on?
Yep, you're in.
Okay. That's the one I want to turn on. Okay. So, yeah, I'm talking about data organization today, and we're going to be doing some, well, I'll go into that. I am Shecky Bobo on GitHub, where you can find the script that I'll be demoing at the end of this. Shecky Bobo on Twitter. If you're looking at social Mastodon stuff, I'm Shecky Bobo there, but I'm Astro Schwa at astrodom.social, where I post astrophoto stuff mainly. And yeah, so about me, I call myself a code weaver, astronomer, and general enthusiast. I'm from Grand Rapids, Michigan, which my area is about a Bortle 7, 6, something like that, depending on the day and the weather and whether the nearby stadiums have their lights on. I've been a software developer for about 10 years now. Started out doing Ruby and web development, which comes into play a little bit later here. Today, I am an Android developer, and I have been for 8 years now. So that's my trade. And then I started up in I'm an amateur astronomer now. I do like sketching and stuff for the Astronomical League programs, and I gotta change control here real quick. So I have sketches. I haven't posted any of those around yet, but I'm still working on some sketching programs. And then I'm a member of the Grand Rapids Amateur Astronomical Association, or the GRAAA. And they have an observatory out in Lowell, Michigan. It's quite nice. I've got 41 images on AstroBin, probably have 42 after this weekend. And you can find me there as Shecky Bobo. Yeah, more not yet published. And so I started out as an amateur astrophotographer when I first learned of the term astrophotography. I went out and was trying to find a place nearby where I could actually see comet NEOIs back in 2019 or 2020, whatever it was, I think. Can't remember if it was November or it must have been November 2020. The dates escape me. But found a place, and I took my Pixel 3 out and was trying to take pictures. And on night mode, if I held it steady, it would all of a sudden pop up and say there's astrophotography mode, and I was like, "Oh, that's a thing. I'm gonna start doing that." So when I started, I had been fixing up and restoring a Meade DS90 EC refractor. It was something that I had since like 2005 or so. Barely ever used it. Are you guys hearing me okay? Seeing some chat that it's not working. I'm garbling.
Yep.
Okay. So this was a telescope that I hadn't really used very much, and like the tripod on this thing sucks. But my nephew broke the diagonal on it a long time ago, and then I realized I can just buy a new diagonal, and so I bought one, fixed this thing up, did a lot of work in the gears and everything, and started trying to use it for visual at least, and just trying to get some astrophotography done using my phone. I tried so many phone adapters. They were all very difficult to work with, and this thing doesn't balance very well on its mount. So yeah, it worked out okay for Moon.
Sign for you.
Oh yeah, thanks. It works. This is a great one for if you're doing photography. It's great for the Moon, not so much for stars, because it's on an Altaz. So nowadays I typically use a Red Cat 51 which is great for wide field nebula. My primary setup is on a EQ M35 Pro, but I started out with an Ioptron Skyguider Pro, which was fine and great to learn on. And then I realized I wanted something a little bit more robust. It is also able to support my Dobsonian Zoom L130. I realized it was capable of holding that weight, and so I started hooking it up. I mostly use that one for visual when I just want to grab and go. But I modified it for Galaxy season earlier this year to put a new focuser on it, and so I could hook up my DSLR and then mount it to the camera and the mount and everything. And when I first started out doing this, I use a DSLR. I use a Canon T7, and so I got it's a Pixel remote intervalometer. And it works great. You basically tell it how many pictures you want to take, and set the exposure time for them, a delay in between so that the camera has time to like write the thing to the chip. It's remote controllable, so I could just set up and then walk inside when it's too cold out. Problem with that was there's a lot of time math involved to figure out just how many photos I want to actually try and take. And the capture data that's recorded is completely limited to what the DSLR file system does. And so if anybody's familiar with it, the file name on those is just IMG underscore and then like the sequence number. Not great. And so there was a lot of like after the fact having to like look over everything that I have, like which pictures are darks, which ones are flats, that kind of stuff. Nowadays I use a ASI Air Plus, which has it's a lot easier to work with when it can connect to my phone properly. I can do an entire program on there. It has go-to to control my scope and mount. And what I like best about it is that there's rich capture data stored in the FITS file. And so it stores, instead of just a CR2 raw file that the DSLR stores, if you're just taking them from there, this one takes that image or that data from the camera, mixes it in with the capture data that the ASI Air has from the program, and mixes that in. So it's got CCD temp and what do you call it? Like it puts in like the file, like the subtype. So if it's dark, flat, etc., puts in some information about the telescope and everything that's in there too. And so what's nice about this and what I've started to use on this is there's a way to, in the main camera settings, and I don't know if this works. I only have a DSLR, so I don't know if it works like this on other ones, but there is the ability to do a custom file name on them or to customize the file name. And so what I do is I make sure to include as much of this information that it can give me in the file name itself. And so it shows you an example here, the light, M80 light. So it's file type, target, exposure time, your binning, the filter that you're using, if you use a filter, your ISO, and the date and time, and the temperature, and then the sequence number. And so we can also see in here what the file names for darks look like. They look very similar. It's mostly just missing the target or the target name that goes in there. Flats are about the same. Lights have the target number in here, and if you're shooting a mosaic in ASI Air, it also shows you the panel, panel position for it. And then the bias here as well has, these ones are much faster. So the US in here is for microseconds. And so what I'm going to end up doing with all of these is, well, I want to use them in Pixinsight with weighted batch pre-processing. And I was doing this for a long time, just loading in kind of everything. And then I would have to, I don't think I used keywords at first. But WBPP is able to process all of your files, raw files, together and do that calibration. But you're able to do pre-processing of like your bias or of your calibration frames before you ever actually get them into light. And this is something that I've started to do because, well, there's a few different reasons, but one is you can just do that right away and not have to worry about it later. It's easy. It makes it faster when you're processing the whole, like all your, when you're actually processing your lights, so that it doesn't have to restack and recalibrate all your calibration files themselves. But the main reason is that the grouping keywords, they're great. I use them all the time, but there's problems when you're matching the different types of sub calibration frames to the different things that those are calibrating. Because the bias, flats, darks, and lights all have different matching rules for what they need to actually match against. So your bias frames, they're there to create a readout gradient for your sensor. So this is just the baseline. Your chip is on, it's recording something, or it's being read from, and this is, you know, what you're going to see on there. And so this is there to eliminate that kind of noise. These are supposed to be the shortest possible exposure that your camera can take, and it's best to regenerate these monthly, quarterly. I usually do about quarterly, I think. When these are match two things mainly, but if it, and that really depends on whether you're using dark or flat darks or not. So they are at least going to be matching against your darks. And so what they match on is the ISO and your, you know, time that you take them. So that's going to be a season, month, calendar, or however you want to organize those. And what you're seeing here in these boxes is the folder name. So I organize everything into a folder because WBPP is able to pick up keywords from either the file name, the folder name, or the FITS headers. And so because I worked with DSLR to begin with, without any extra of that information, I worked with folder names so that I didn't have to rename everything, all the files and stuff. So let's see. So yeah, in WP in darks, you want to match up against the ISO and how, you know, the time frame that you've taken them in. And if you're doing flats, if you're using dark flats, this is gonna match up the ISO on your flats, and you'll match up against the time too. But we'll get into the dark flats a little bit more. And so your dark frames, if you can see here on the side, I don't know if that's going to show up on the screen with all the compression or not. This is the difference of temperature range from 11 degrees Celsius to 41 degrees Celsius on my DSLR. And you can see just the way that changes with temperature. And so that's what your darks are for. They're to get rid of all that extra noise that shows up. And so the darks are there to create a thermal noise gradient frame to subtract or remove from your lights, or from whatever it is the target is. So with these, the temperature, well, the exposure needs to match your target frames, whether they're light or flat. The temperature, see, I said exposure needs to match target frames, temperature needs to match target frames. And ideally within 1 to 2 degrees Celsius, you know, plus or minus. From what I've read, the noise on most chips doubles with every 6 degrees Celsius. So once I learned that, I started changing all my temperature readouts on my phones and weather stuff to Celsius, and it drives everybody nuts now. But starting to understand it a little better. It's best to regenerate your dark frames monthly or quarterly, just because for one, the temperatures, ambient temperatures that it's in are going to change. So you're going to be taking pictures in different, you know, weather conditions, but also because over time the chip degrades and has, you know, increases in like new dead pixels or just extra noise that shows up in a different way. So it's best to regenerate those. I regenerate them like every 3 months-ish. Or once the temperatures start changing enough that the old ones are out of range with the lights that I'm taking. So it usually goes about seasonally. And so just like on here, we're matching against the bias using the ISO and the season. We're matching against flats for our dark flat or flat darks. We're going to use to match against the same thing. Target needs to be against the ISO, the exposure time, and the temperature. and season, which we'll get into a bit. And then when we're matching lights, it's the same thing. We're matching ISO, exposure, and the CCD and the temperature. But what you'll see here is if we keep the name on the flats to include those there, we're going to have some conflicts in the matching. And we'll get into that, I think. But the main reason there is that with WBPP, if a keyword is set to be used, and your frame has that keyword in it, it's going to be used for matching. And so you'll get like your flats just won't match to anything because there's nothing in there anymore that matches 2.1. You're trying to go against your exposure and your light and your darks, which are 150. So those aren't going to work, which is why I do this split out now. With darks, let's see. I'll go, let's see, data capture. So my settings, I use the same ISO from the imaging session. So usually I shoot at ISO 800, just because it's like a reasonable noise level for the T7. And it's better, it's easier if you use the same ISO or gain for all your sessions, just because then you only have to shoot one set of, lights for that, or darks for that temperature and season. So yeah, exposures matching lights to calibrate. If it's uncooled, just keep shooting darks overnight when you until you have enough. So my darks are a collection of over sometimes it's over a couple of weeks to get enough in the right temperature ranges that I need, because it's an uncooled DSLR. If you have cooled, then you're probably fine. You don't really need to worry about that. You just set the temperature you want it at and go with it. Yeah, use a freezer or refrigerator as a last resort to try and get the right temperatures. I've had to do that a couple times just so I could move on with a project. And if you're shooting in the daytime, be sure you cover the scope to avoid any light leaks. I had an entire project ruined because I had light leak coming in from the viewport on the DSLR until I realized I at least needed to cover that. But then also there's other little bits of light that can leak in from other places. And so if you have a good cover for your scope, make sure you use those. And then another important point I learned while trying to do reorganizing all my data is that DSLRs will record the CCD temp in the EXIF data of the file. It's just hard to get to. If you're on a Mac, there is a program called EXIF tool that you can use to pull that out. So in here, you can see the camera temperature, 21 degrees C. So I was able to actually go through and use this to reorganize all my old data that came from before I had the ASI Air, and make that reusable and compatible with my new data in WPP and everything without having to really think about it. Take a breath here. So here's my calibration diagram. On the left here is the library. This is stuff that can last for a while, and you just kind of have to regenerate these as the seasons change or the temperatures you're capturing change. And they match up on the ISO in the game. And then bias is there to go against the darks. So flat darks and your regular dark, your light darks, I guess I'll call them here. But those, you use bias to calibrate those the same way. And then you're going to do, and then let's see here on the other side is the flat set. This is stuff that you take every session. And they basically are there to, they work per session that you're shooting. So every night. Let's see. So, Brian, I think people on cooled cameras usually shoot them once every 3 months. You're asking, yeah. So, let's see. Yeah, your flat darks and your darks expire around the same time, but I'd say it's usually better to take them, and I always take my flat darks with my flats, and I'll get into that. But So here's what the grouping keywords look like when I'm doing darks. The month on here, that's kind of your temporal keyword, whatever you're matching on, either season or month, or you can just turn it off and just make sure that what you're collecting in the WBPP window is just of the same time frame. It doesn't have to be set as long as you're careful with it. But otherwise, you're checking CCD temp, ISO, and exposure are the ones that you want to match on. And then you use these keywords, you can just load all your stuff in and have it calibrate all of your different calibration frames at the same time. So you'll just come out with a bunch of darks that are done this way. But what you might notice is the file names don't always include the, if we, I don't want to go all the way back, but the file names that the ASI Air was capturing don't include them broken out like this. So it just had, you know, instead of ISO, or it was dark 800S, or sorry, 150S, and then 15C, and then like the date and time on it, right? It doesn't have those keywords in there. So what I needed to do was actually, I would go through and I would collect all the files, I would group them in a file, and then I would write out those things manually. It was a pain, but it was important and it worked. So if we're looking at the flat keywords, I'm using flat set. I've tried a bunch of different keyword names for these. Session is one that people use a lot. But and I don't know, there's probably other ones. Date you could use as well, but date is always tricky because you're shooting overnight and the date changes on you. So yeah, I use flat set, and I'll go into what exactly that's defined as. But again, binning, exposure time, ISO. With flats, when you're calibrating the flats, you do need to worry about CCD temp if you're using like a flat dark library, but we'll get into that too. And so this is just, we've seen this one already. Here's how everything matches, and this is why, or what we're using for when we're calibrating flats. We use a bias, a flat dark, and a flats. So then on lights, we're looking at the filter, gain, session, that kind of stuff. So it's your flat set is what is the same as session here. But your binning, your exposure time, your CCD temp, those need to match against the darks, not the flats. Flat set is the only thing you want your flats, really. Flat set and ISO are the only things you want to match flats. Unless you're actually, we'll go into it, but there's also filters and telescope if you're using multiple, like different equipment sets. So let's see, how are we doing time? Okay, so organization assists calibration all the time. If you keep organized, you don't really have to think about it as much. So we're using folder names to create keywords. We're going to match, we're always going to keep ISO. We're always going to keep exposure time on darks. And that's going to look like, you know, I use US instead of the mu here for mine, but and then your file system supported, I guess. CC temp is your, that's usually on ASI Air, that's included in your FITS headers, I believe, but it's also part of the file name. But the main thing here is I'm using these keywords in the new folder name, and then month I use to just distinguish, and I can always like join 2 months together if the temperatures are the same, but it gives me a good distinction between like which ones are which, and you know, how far I should be combining them, because as we said, the sensors degrade over time, so you want your targets, or you want your darks to match your targets within a reasonable frame. 1 to 30 darks for a given temperature. A master dark once I have it. And then I store those in a calibration library, and I kind of sort those by season just so they're a little bit easier to see. So that's like 2022 fall, 2022 winter. I might switch to like A, B, C, D, just to keep them in the right order there. Are you guys hearing me? Keep seeing stuff that I'm getting cut out.
Yeah, it looks like every once in a while you're getting a little garbled or something. I'm not 100% sure where that's coming from.
you hear me again?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, cool. I just plugged them in. Maybe there was a power thing. My headphones aren't great. So yeah, just organizing those by temperature. So then with flat frames here are to get rid of your flaws in your imaging train. So dust motes and smudges and dew as it builds up overnight if you're not using that, dew prevention. And you want to keep those exposures short. I made the mistake of making them too short for a while. You usually want to shoot for between 1 and 10 seconds. If you're over 10 seconds, it's probably too long, and you want to adjust the brightness of whatever you're using to generate them. And you want to generate new flats for as a rule, I do it every session. Every day, every morning after I'm done with a session, I go out, I set up my stuff and take those calibrations. And so with these, you want to match on ISO, month, and season. I think I might be repeating myself a little bit on some of this, but let's see. Month, season always matters. Your darks, you want an ISO, temp, exposure, and season. And filter, rotation. Filter and rotation are ones that are optional if you need them, but if you don't change those overnight in a session, you probably don't need to worry about them too much. Oh, for the gear, I use an Illumiglow light panel that I bought from Illumiglow. It's like a 6-inch or a 5-inch round thing, and then I 3D printed this. You can see if you're interested, that's the Thingiverse ID for it. It works great. If you have a bigger scope or you don't want to have to shell out a bunch of money for one of these, you can do an artist tracing panel. Usually you can find those for like 20 bucks on Amazon or so. And the ones I had were too bright, so I actually used I used just printing paper, a few sheets of that to like lower the brightness down a bit. And you want to use the same ISO as the imaging session, exposure again between 1 and 10 seconds. And adjust the time, I'd say, instead of adjusting the brightness of the panel, just because to try and get in the right range. Because if you can keep your equipment for capturing that stuff consistent and with the same settings and then the same time, it's just easier every time you have to go out and do it. And then use consistent exposure time for flats on a given configuration. So if it takes longer, if you need more light for filters and stuff, just take longer exposures for your flats on those. Every morning after the imaging session, cover the scope to avoid light leakage, just like with darks. I always take 30 with the light panel and 30 darks to match the same exposure time. And ASIR makes it nice. I just recently discovered that you can just have a bunch of these preset auto runs set and just turn them on or toggle them on and off here. So I just do, I do my flats and then I do my darks and then just leave it. And if you do them closely enough together, you can kind of assume that they're around the same temperature and you don't have to worry about the CCD temp keyword when you're calibrating. So when we do that as calibration, so organizing the flats, I use a folder name and create the grouping keywords for those. So I have a flat and a flat dark folder, and each one of those are in there with the keywords all set up. So the rule with these is if I'm capturing noon to midnight, the flat set ID on it is the date of the following day. If it's captured from midnight to noon, it's the same day. And so I actually have a rule set up for that, just so everything's consistent. It's always going to be like if I start taking pictures at 6 p.m., the flat set for that is going to be generated the following day. Exposure time is, like I said, we've gone through this. I always shoot at 2.1 seconds with the setting that my flat panel is set up. Works great, and you'll adjust that to get your what do you call it? Your histogram looking right. And like I said, you don't have to worry about the CCD temp of those differing if you take them all at the same time. But you can generate a flat set library or a flat dark library if you want, and that's where the CCD temp would be important, and you want to make sure that that stays. yeah, I group my flats and my flat darks together. So what I have in my area is a folder full of flats, and then I have the flat set for each one. And typically, after I've organized these in the right place, then I put them into a flat set folder for that specific date, and that way I know where, like, I know the range of flat sets that I haven't generated anything for yet. And then what you can do once you have this is all you got to do is use the folder button in WBPP to add, the flat set for that specific one. And these I always just calibrate as soon as they're captured, and then they're done. I don't have to worry about it later. I just put them in the calibration library folder. So I've got all my master darks, master flats, all in the same place. One thing that I did here is the exposure keyword and the exposure keyword and the CCD temp keyword from generate master flat. To calibrate your lights, they just won't match. Having to manually set or set your light sets. So, yeah. And the darks needs to match the exposure time, but the flats never do when you're calibrating against lights. So, for lights, using folder names to create grouping keywords, just like before. For this one, target keyword is implied, but it's always required so that you can keep them organized together with the right target. Flat set is always taken following the image session, same as I've already described. Exposure, I always set it to be 150.0s, or it's going to be the first whole number with the lowest number that I can get a whole number or higher. That's the rule. Yeah, so it'll be like 650 milliseconds instead of 0.65 seconds, that kind of thing. And the CCD temp is there to match against the darks. So integration looks something like this. Organization is going to be similar to, well, not similar to flats. You organize by target. I just have a folder full of lights, and all of them are just sorted by target. And what's nice here is, since they're grouped by target name, and then they have the year, month, etc. in them already, it's easy, and I can just keep building up my target data and mix old and new stuff down the line if I want to. So I can have stuff from a year old or 2 years old, and just the stuff is already organized and labeled as it should be, and so I can add that data together later on. And then once I've gone through, once I have all my stuff organized there, before I start working on a target, I use blink after each session to figure out like the bad frames. And I just use the move button in the blink window, which I can show later, but you just move that and put them into a reject folder. And then once you've got the bad folder or bad subs moved out to a reject folder, move the whole folder that you've gone through into the accept folder. And then what's nice then is in WBPP, all you got to do is use the folder button, add all of the accept stuff, and it's already in there. And then from there, you just figure out which flat set, pull over your master flats from there, figure out your temperature ranges, add your darks into that, and then you've got some nice setup there. So what I actually do is I have 3 different, what do you call them here? I'm blanking on the name. Icons, which I didn't realize you could do. But you can have 3 separate process icons with these settings already configured in them, so that you don't have to think about it. And so then you just load up when you're doing lights, you just load up your flats, your darks, and your lights. You don't need the master at this point because everything else is already calibrated, or you don't need bias anymore because all the other stuff is already calibrated. Yeah, and every calibration frame is only needing to match the grouping keywords when you're at this point, you're only matching your calibration frame to the light frame, nothing else. And so you're able to, with the lights, just use flat set, bin, exposure, CCD temp, and the right things are going to be matched up. You only have to calibrate the bias, flats, and darks once, and all the matching conflicts with the grouping keywords are avoided. And you can use those same ones on multiple targets, because I usually shoot a couple targets per night because horizons change. And so I can use that same flat set that's already been pre-calibrated, the same dark set that's already been calibrated over and over again with those same, with different targets or different light sets. I don't know, this sounds like a lot. I used to do this manually when I was doing the shooting just with the DSLR and intervalometer. Yeah, I'm almost done, Dan. And I generally just don't want to think about it. And so what I did is I wrote a script that organizes all of this stuff for me. And this is available on as a GitHub gist. I'll post a link to this somewhere that you all can get to. And yeah, I'll show a demo of that now. It should be pretty quick. So let me get back over here. Share a different screen. Oh, I want to share a different screen. Does it let me do that now? Try close this. Share the whole screen here. All right, so over here we have the script. Over here we have the folders. So in here, I wrote a script that would do all this organization for me. So if I go into the bias, is there? I can run this Ruby script that I wrote and calibrate my biases here. So it's saying I'm going to prepare to move 400 bias files. And in here, there's a big mix of the date, temperatures, etc. And so is it a dry run? No, I'm going to actually do it. And it's going to ask, do I want to move this into this here? Whoops, you can see how it's calibrating what it's going to move that. This is the folder name that it's going to move into it, everything into. So we're going to say go ahead. And it's going to go ahead and just do all of that. And it's going to ask for each set as well. So then, boom, that's done. I don't have to worry about that. Same thing with the darks. Let me do that one. Oops. Script, different thing I'm calibrating here. 1120 dark files. Do I want to move dark set in that one? And notice this one's a 2.1. I don't know if you can see this. This is a 2.1 second one. So it's going to ask me, is this a flat dark set? Yes, it is. Cool. We're going to move that into a flat dark folder right there with the flat set ID and everything already on it. You want to move the next one? Yes. Is it a flat dark? Yes. Next one. I'm just going to go ahead and go down the line here. You can see it's asking for each temperature if I want to move them into that folder. There's a bunch of them in here. This is grouping them all by the CCD temperature. So when I get done with it, boom, I've got that entire temperature range set of darks all set up, and a bunch of flat sets already set up too. So then I can do the same thing with my flats, but the flats are going to be a little bit different because it has different concerns as to what things it needs to match against. So I'm going to calibrate those, not a dry run. So I'm going to want to, I don't know if everybody can see this, I'm going to move it up a little bit. So it's going to move a flat set to here, and it's got this telescope and filter one that aren't filled out yet, right? So what it's going to do is it's actually going to ask me which telescope I'm using, because I shoot with any number of these four, or any one of these four. And so this one was from the Red Cat with my Beta Moon filter. And then same thing here. We'll say that was the same thing. And if I just press enter, it automatically picks the first one that's there. So now I've got all my flat sets organized here. And so what I do after I've got that part done is I just do a new folder with both of those. I say flat set 2022, 10, well, what was that? 27, I don't know what it was, doesn't matter. It's just a demo. So yeah, I'm making sure that it matches up against my targets and my filters and all that stuff. And then we'll go to the light one and run the same thing, and you'll see that that asks me the same questions. So is it a light? Yes, it's for Red Cat and the Beta Moon. Yes. Oops. Bunch. I used to have to do this all by hand, so this makes it much quicker, and I don't have to think about it as much. But check out those lights, all nicely calibrated or nicely rearranged there. And notice it moved them out of my Auriga complex folder into an upper one, but that's it. And I actually wrote this so that it could calibrate or rename all of these image ones too. It just asks a few more questions and it pulls out BCD temp from the EXIF data. I don't know if I have time to demo that one, Dan.
Yeah, no, Nico's in the background waiting in the wings.
All right, yeah, I'll go ahead and stop now then.
Hey, no, that is an
and I hope
awesome
this
script.
was-
I remember when you shared that originally on GitHub, and that thing is unbelievable. And you have a lot of questions on it regarding if you know the link and all that, so that they.
Yeah, I'll post those in the chat, or I'll post those somewhere so that you can share
post
that out.
Right in the chat, that's fine, and then I'll put it in the description later on when I redo the video. But that's a really cool way to organize your data, man. That's a lot. You and I are gonna have to talk offline because even I didn't get all that. So
yeah, I know it was a lot, and I tried to slam it all in there quick. But there's the thing about it is I no longer really have to think about it anymore.
Yep.
I just run the script, and it's all organized for me. So
awesome.
I hope this helps other people with their chaos of organization.
That's good. I'm sure it will. And then, yeah, just send that link over, and if you want, I'll share in the chat, or you could log into YouTube and throw it up there, and then
all right. Yeah,
I'm sure you'll get lots of questions. Also, throw your email on there because people are going to have to ask you questions.
Oh, yeah.
About it. I'm sure.
Yep.
So,
and just to know, the script that's there, if you use it, it's specifically to run on a Mac with Ruby running, and there's stuff on how to do that. You can do it on Windows, but I haven't done it. Disclaimer, it's as is software, open source. You can change it if you want to, but I'm not responsible for loss of data. Use it on some test data first.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Josh.
Yeah.
All right. Josh, thank you so much. And I know that, let's see, give me 1 second. So just for lack of time, I'm going to move past the giveaway for this round just so we get Nico on because Nico's hanging out in the background. But let's see, Dan and Nico. There we go. How's it going, Nico? What's going on? Let's see. You're muted. Hold on a second. That's me. Go ahead, Nico.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right.
That was all me.
Hey, Dan.
How's it going, man?
Good. How's AstroPalooza going so far?
It's, you know what, with very minor bumps in the road. The 18 days of setup actually, kind of helped a little bit. But appreciate you coming on and hanging out with us and talking a little bit about light pollution and filters. And it's going to be awesome to have you on. But thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. I mean, and I was thinking through all the different kinds of topics I could do, and for some reason, this one just sort of jumped out at me. It's going to be a pretty basic, sort of short presentation, so hopefully I can get some questions in and answer more specifics about filters, because it's something I've reviewed a bunch of different filters, so I sort of have a breadth of knowledge about using them both with DSLRs and Astro cameras.
Awesome, great. So whenever you're ready to jump in, go right on in. Everybody knows who you are. You want to talk about nebula photos a little bit, and then just jump on in.
All right, the screen there.
Yep, I'm gonna make you solo in a second, and there you go. You're full screen, and you're good to go.
All right. So yeah, thanks again. So my idea here is. I think I have a video on this, I'm sure, too, but I just want to talk a little bit about the basics of light pollution and filters and hopefully clear up any little misconceptions that I see out there. And then at the end, I'm going to just describe a really simple test that anyone can do with a new filter you bought, and just to see what it's actually doing with your setup. All right. So I don't have a traditional astronomy background. I studied filmmaking as an undergrad, and then library science for grad school. But when I discovered astrophotography, I was 30 years old, and I just immediately fell in love with it. I became intensely interested in the entire hobby and astronomy more generally. And I had a great club at that time in Delaware, where I had a lot of mentors in sort of the astro imaging section of that club. And so I really focused on astrophotography over the past 7 or 8 years, and started this YouTube channel where I'm able to share tutorials and reviews and things like that. It's expanded a little bit. When I first started, I was sort of thinking of it more just as like a DSLR kind of channel, but now I've done all kinds of different things with it, but I still do have a soft spot for DSLR astrophotography. So this is me with my first setup. It's just a photo tripod. This was a tracker that was popular at the time called the AstroTrack. It was made in the UK. I think they actually have released a new version of it now, but it's still not hugely popular in the US. But this original one was interesting because it was basically a souped up barn door tracker. So you did need to rewind it every half hour. Or every half hour, maybe every 2 hours, something like that. But it was a little inconvenient. But anyways, the reason I showed this is because when I jumped into astrophotography, I immediately thought, okay, well, if I'm going to be doing this in a Bortle 8 sky, I'm going to need a light pollution filter. So right away, I had a light pollution filter, and it was a CLS clip-in into a stock DSLR, and I didn't know any better if that was a good idea or not. But I had a great amount of fun with it, and then it was a few years after I was in the hobby that I was seeing all this discussion online about like, don't use light pollution filters. So when I got going with YouTube, I decided, well, one thing I want to try is actually testing more rigorously what do light pollution filters do, and do they actually work? I mean, that might seem like a silly question, but it's actually a question that I see popping up all the time. I think that one of the reasons this question pops up all the time is maybe people are misled into thinking that filters are the end all and be all, that they can do anything, that they can somehow just block the light pollution and the light pollution only. But the truth is that using a filter is always going to be a trade-off, because we're blocking light. So that means we're blocking some light that we don't want. That's the light pollution. But we might also be blocking light that we do want in the colors of the stars and things like that. The main thing that a light pollution filter does, the way that it improves a photo, is increasing contrast. So by darkening the sky, the deep sky objects can pop out a little bit more. But it's that trade-off between increasing contrast but also messing with the color balance and the color variety in your photo. Because if you imagine a certain color is blocked by the filter, that means that it never reaches your sensor. So you've literally not captured it, and you can never recover it. So what I want to sort of jump into now is how do light pollution filters work, because I think that by going into this, we'll understand that how they work is sort of it will hopefully clear everything up. That's what I was trying to say. A digital camera is designed to sort of match the way that our eyes. So a digital camera, as we know from something like the James Webb, can capture infrared. But the digital cameras that we buy off the shelf are concerned with visible light, because visible light is what our eyes can record. So the camera already has a filter installed that blocks the ultraviolet and infrared light from reaching the sensor. And the reason it does this is sort of twofold. One is that it's much easier to get a pleasing color balance that matches what we see if you're blocking the infrared and ultraviolet. But then also, it's much easier for lens designers to be able to focus all these different wavelengths at the same time if you're not including the infrared and these other things. If you do include the infrared, most lenses are not going to be able to focus the infrared and the visible light at the same time. And so in terms of astrophotography, what happens if you're using like a full spectrum camera is, and you don't block the infrared with something like an IR cut filter, is you get this ring of unfocused infrared light around your stars. So what a filter does is it blocks some colors. This is a typical light pollution filter in that it's blocking most of the green, all of the yellow, and most of the orange. So this would be like a CLS filter, one that just has one big notch. And all of the other colors, so some of your green, all of your blues and indigo and reds still get passed through, but it's blocking all of that yellow and orange. So this is a chart for a common CLS filter. CLS stands for City Light, and it was designed this way specifically because until LEDs started taking over with nighttime lighting, a lot of the nighttime lighting, artificial light, was amber colored. So these kinds of filters, a CLS filter, was pretty effective at blocking the artificial lighting sources. But even back then, let's say, when most streetlights were amber colored, if the main thing that you were in shooting was the Milky Way, a CLS filter wouldn't work very well. It would be the best choice because the Milky Way is a broad emitter, and that means that emission is happening in all parts of that visible spectrum. And so if we were blocking the oranges and yellows and all of that, we would lose out on a lot of this beautiful warmth, the golds, the yellows, browns, and orange colors that the Milky Way is made up of, because it's all these individual stars, G stars and K stars and M stars. And that's true of not just our Milky Way galaxy, but any galaxy. They're all broad emitters that have all these different colors of stars. And so if that's your focus in an astrophoto, you wouldn't want to use this kind of filter that's blocking all of those colors of light. So what kind of objects do work really well with light pollution filters? Well, objects that emit light strongly at very particular frequencies. And the most common example of this are emission nebulae. Emission nebulae are glowing gases with their own special kind of light at these very particular known wavelengths called emission lines. And that allows us to isolate them with these filters so we can block light pollution, but still get all of the light from the emission nebulae. This works very similarly. The concept of an emission nebula you can think of in the same way as a neon sign. A neon sign is just a gas trapped in a glass tube, and then the atoms in that gas are being ionized, meaning they're excited, and that's done by running electricity through them. In the case of an emission nebulae, the atoms in the gas cloud are excited by something going on out there. Usually the birth of a star, or when we say a stellar nursery, or the death of a star, like in the case of a supernova remnant. And there's these well-known, I mean, probably everyone on the call knows this, these well-known gases that emit at particular frequencies that we like to capture. So some of the important gases for emission nebulae are hydrogen, especially the H-alpha line at 656 nanometers, doubly ionized oxygen at 500, and ionized sulfur way out in the deep red at 672. And in the best sort of showpiece emission nebulae, these three different filters each have a very different response that allows you to get very dynamic false color images out of them. Okay, but going back to this slide, if you look up at the top of the graph, you can see I've marked where the emission lines are. And basically any light pollution filter, it doesn't matter which one you're using, whether it's a CLS, a dual narrowband, a single line narrowband, they're concerned with these emission lines. They don't want to block those, but they are fine with blocking almost anything else. And so you're blocking a bunch of unwanted light and its associated noise. And so that really does help improve contrast because the sky darkens, but all of the light from the emission nebulae lines are still quite bright. So you really can improve contrast this way. And so like anything in this hobby, trade-off with a filter like this is you just get one big, but it's inexpensive. It's a CLS filter goes for like between $70, $150, something like that. Well, the narrower you make these sort of band passes, if you go to something like 3 nanometer narrowband filters, those can cost a lot more, anywhere from a few $100s to over $1,000 for a single filter. So they're sort of the ultimate light pollution filter, these narrowband filters, and that's why people like using them on emission nebulae. So, but going back to this question, I think another thing that happens in our community is since these very narrowband filters are the best form of light pollution blocking that you can just buy right off the shelf if you have the money, people then dismiss anything that isn't as effective as that and say they don't work. But it's really not that they don't work. They're working in the exact same way. It's the exact same principle in that you're blocking some source of unwanted light and letting other light come through. It's just that you can do that more effectively the narrower the band passes on the filter. But I really think that we have to get away from saying, oh, just don't bother. They're clearly going to do something, especially if your focus is emission nebula. Now, the other big thing that happened, and I think another reason that people say, oh, well, a CLS filter won't work anymore, is that the city light suppression, what that meant was these mercury vapor and high pressure sodium lamps that were amber colored, yellow and orange and that kind of thing. And they were more specifically amber colored and no other wavelengths of light. Well, now, because of changing technology and energy efficiency and things like that, we're moving to LEDs and for streetlights and other kinds of artificial light. And unfortunately, most of the initial batch of LEDs that went in are broad spectrum white, meaning that they're still shining in this orange color, but now they're also shining in a blue color. So what you get is this more sunlight looking color, and you can clearly see it on the road right there, where the colors look a lot more natural at night with white LED. But for astronomers and astrophotographers, this is really bad because we no longer have that benefit of not having our O3 washed out by these LED street lamps. And there's not really any super effective solution. And another thing I should say about this is this affects any kind of light pollution filter, including narrowband filters. So just because the CLS was designed with these lamps in mind, doesn't mean this move to white LEDs isn't affecting every kind of filter that we put in our image train, including very expensive ones. So I definitely actually was notice this. I was in a city when they were making the change from the older style lamps to the white LEDs, and I noticed with my Astrodon 3 nanometer O3 filter that, overnight when the streetlight changed, that it looked far more washed out after they made this change. So there's no truly effective solution. There's no, I don't, I know that some people are marketing light pollution filters that are effective against LED. It just doesn't make any sense to me, because if you look at the spectrum, most of these LED street lamps are broad spectrum. There's no way to really fight against them other than get away from them. So one thing that ended up happening for me is I would still shoot my HA and S2 from the city, because if you look at where these street lamps emit, these white LEDs, they're not strong out there in the deep red. But for the O3, since it got so washed out, if it was a difficult subject, like something that was really dim, like the Squid Nebula, I would now spend some of my dark sky time on the O3 filter because it was just not worth it for me from the city anymore. Okay. Then I just wanted to say that, this is all sort of just me sort of talking, and, you can believe me or not, but the proof with all of this stuff with filters is in the pudding. And what I mean by that is that you really just want to try these things out for yourself, and it will prove it to you whether or not these different filters work. Because when I went into testing these things on YouTube, I don't know, I saw all these differing opinions about which filters were good, which filters worked, which didn't online. And what I found was that, they all work to varying degrees, but you really just have to try them out to know how they work. And so I have a very dead simple test for testing filters. This is what you want to do. You want to do it on the same night. You want to get out there, and it helps to have a filter drawer. I'm assuming, so this is like with one-shot color. If you have a filter wheel, it's even easier. But this really, filter test is more about if you're doing something with one-shot color camera. And what you do is you pick an object, whatever you're sort of most interested in shooting with this kind of filter. So my opinion is that all of these filters are mostly designed for emission nebulae, as you could see from the presentation. But so that's probably what I would pick to test. But if you want to see how they work on galaxies or other things, go ahead, because like I said, the proof is in the pudding, and you can try these things out yourself. So pick an object. It should be preferably high up in the sky, but that's not, necessary. You can pick something, whatever you want. But just make sure that you have about an hour with the object where it's not sort of going beneath the trees or anything like that. And I usually start with the new filter. So you're going to, pick a sub-exposure time, focus with the new filter, and then shoot for 30 minutes total integration. Remove the filter, and then, of course, your settings might change. You might pick a new sub-exposure time. You're probably going to want to change focus and things like that. But the key thing is just shoot again for 30 minutes total. So you can get a sense of, okay, if I put this much time in with the filter or this much time in with no filter, do I like the results better with the filter or without the filter? So you're going to stack the two results and compare them. And last thing I'll say about this is, if you're just using a stock DSLR, you can just go no filter. If you're using something that's full spectrum, like a astronomy camera, then maybe compare instead light pollution filter with an IR cut filter. But it's basically the same idea. And I have found that you can get really dramatic results with this test. So I mean, these look sort of very different to me. They're very different photos. You can see that cluster of stars in the middle, that asterism. So it's clear that they're the same area of sky, but otherwise they look so different because the light pollution filter completely changes what you see. It brings out these red emission nebulae. Well, with no filter, you might say, well, that looks much worse. But I can already see promise with no filter that I know I would never be able to pick up with the light pollution filter. So what I'm talking about here is this is the Flaming Star Nebula down here in the lower left. And with no filter, even though it's only half an hour, I can see that even in Bortle 8, I can start seeing that reflection nebula appear. With the light pollution filter, the red emission is completely drowning it out, and I don't think I would ever be able to bring out that blue reflection nebula. Well, with the no filter result, it's possible. So these kinds of tests, I think, are really good to do to sort of understand what the filter is doing, but also sort of your strategy for when to use filters, what to use filters on, and that kind of thing. So I just have a couple more examples. This one I think was even shorter. I think I just did 10 minutes on each. And so you can see, I think most people would prefer the result on the right because you're seeing more of the Horsehead Nebula, like the more full extent of it. But, you know, for me, I might actually look at this and say, wow, there's a lot more color variety with no filter. I can see this blue reflection nebula under the Horsehead. I like how the Flame Nebula looks better. I can see more star color. So maybe with this object, it actually makes more sense for me just to focus on no filter. The other thing that I think this demonstrates that maybe the answer, if you're using a DSLR and filters, is a combination of the two. That you can get the benefit of sort of both worlds. So you can shoot a bunch with the light pollution filter and get this strong HA emission, and then shoot a bunch with no filter and combine the two. You know, in the mono world, this is quite common. We have HA RGB compositions. So I think that it's a little less common in one-shot color, but you know, demonstrations like this sort of show to me that it might make a lot of sense. And then I just wanted to show, you know, sometimes I'm surprised by what I get back based on just sort of looking at a chart, because when I looked at a chart for this light pollution filter, it looked like it was passing all of the blue light, right? So it was cutting off starting in the green. So it was basically a notch filter and then coming back up in the red. So I would expect, you know, something like a blue reflection nebula would be just as strong with the light pollution filter, but it wasn't. So sometimes, you know, testing is very beneficial because it will show you something that you might not expect from just looking at charts and data. I think that's it. Yeah, so I wanted to keep it short and sweet. Hopefully that was helpful though, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I didn't really go into specific filters or things like that, but if anyone has questions about specific filters, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right, nice, Nico. Thank you so much for that. We got a couple of things in the chat. One of the most commented ones is, Nico, if you could just hit like the little computer screen so we can see it. And let's see, damn, Nico, there we go. One of the things in the chat is that apparently the chat is kind of derailed a little bit, and they're blaming it on your soothing voice.
Oh yeah.
so they're comparing it to a bunch of, actually there is a question from English Fires out there that says, what do you think of the IDAS NVZ filter?
I haven't tried it. I know that is one of those ones that claims it's good against LED lighting, and again, that doesn't really make much sense to me, because if you look at you know, a typical white LED lighting spectrum, you can't really target against it. It's a broad emitter. You know, the different LED lights may peak at different wavelengths, but they all are pretty much filling the spectrum. That's how they get that sort of natural sunlight kind of response. So there's not really a filter you can design that can target anything. So I haven't tried the MBZ, but I'd be interested. I definitely want to do another sort of light pollution filter shootout at some point, because the last time I did it, I don't think the MBZ was out yet.
Yeah, that was the last one with Queeve, right?
Yes.
Yes, that's a great video. If you haven't seen the video of the light pollution shootout, it's unbelievable with Nico and Queeve. That's a really good comparison shots. If you want to borrow an IDAS, I do have one, so I'll be happy to send it to you if you want it, because I'm not using it right now. I'm doing some other stuff, so if you want to borrow it, you're more than welcome to it.
Oh, sure. Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem. What else we got? What UV IR filter can you recommend?
I am a huge fan of the Astronomic L2. I use that in like almost all of my different DSLRs and different things. It's, the Astronomic is cool because for the IR cut filters, they have the L1, the L2, and the L3 with just sort of different amounts of light let in, depending on your system. But for most cases, I find the L2, which is the one in the middle, is just perfect.
Nice. We got another one from Gideon. When you use a UV-IR cut filter versus a light pollution filter, what Bortle scale would you use it for? I'm in a Bortle 5.6 and use an IVIR on a 183 MC Pro. Would an LPS filter generate a better result in my case, do you think?
For most objects, I would say Bortle 5.6, I would stick with the IR cut filter. When you're getting into Bortle 8.9, if you're going after emission nebulae with an Astro camera, then I think it makes sense to move to some kind of light pollution filter, whether it's a dual narrowband or whatever it is. But from Bortle 5.6, that's sort of like that cutoff area where I think it probably for most objects makes sense just to go with what you've been doing.
All right, we got one more question. Wait a second. Not sure, Newman, what that means. I'm sorry. I see the question, but I don't know. I don't see a question there. But just to be fair, redo that maybe. Does anybody know what the new purplish LED emits at? I didn't know there was a purplish one.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I would assume it's towards the 700-ish area, but that's I don't know. I've never seen a blue. That's a shocking question to me. So maybe that's in somewhere. I don't know where in the world that is. Let's see. That's Captain 404. He's in the U.S., so I don't know. Maybe they're starting to put some new LEDs out there. Everyone's got questions all over the place. What are we talking about? But anyway, what time we got? We do have a couple of giveaways, so we can catch up with that really quick and wait for some more questions. But let's see. Right now we have more Masters of Pixinsight giveaways, and let's see. We're going to give away two MO Master of Pixinsight 50% off. Here we go. And we got Jared Roberts. And we got one more. Congratulations, Jared. And last one is George Billisix, I guess. George Billisix. Oh, awesome. Congratulations, guys. Let me see if we got any more questions on there really quick for you. No more questions. So, Nico, hold on. I think I lost your audio there for a second. Is that me? Nope, you're there. Okay. Nico, thank you so much for the presentation on the light pollution and different filters and what they're used for. I appreciate all of the support that everybody has given, and thank you so much for coming on the show and being a part of this event, because it's crazy. It's what is it? It's only 2 hours in. We got another 6 hours to go, but it's going to be cool. So if you want to come and hang out later on, feel free. Let me know. Just throw me an email or a text, and Thank you so much, Nico. I appreciate it.
Sure. Yeah, it was my pleasure. Yeah, I'll see what I can do and just maybe at least go into the comment section.
Yeah, absolutely. You could just
Yeah.
slam away at the chat, and that'd be great.
All right. Good luck with everything, Dan. Thanks
Awesome.
thanks
Thank
for
you
everything.
again, Nico. I appreciate it. Have a good day.
You too.
All right. All right. Well, that was Nico Carver from Nebula Photos. And if you haven't checked out his stuff or know who he is yet, you should go check him out at Nebula Photos on YouTube. Really great presentation. Thank you to him. We do have to catch up with 2 more 50% off. Let's see, what time are we at here? Got to make sure we're at 4 o'clock, 4:05. We'll skip that for now. We're going to go right to Shawn Nielsen and a special guest that he has going on here. And I don't know if Eric's not in yet. That's okay. So let's see. Do I have a Dan and Shawn? Let's see. Give me 1 second. And Shawn, Dan and Shawn. Where is Dan? There we go. Dan and Shawn. Here we go. Dan and Shawn. We got Shawn Nielsen. And who do we got there, Shawn? Is that
we got Wayne Parker. We got Wayne Parker. Can you hear me okay?
Dan? Yeah, I can. Can you hear me okay? I hear you just fine. I'm gonna actually lower you a little bit. You're coming in a little hot.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll sit back a bit too. Good to see you, Dan. Thanks a lot for. Well, thanks to Shawn too for he's let me sort of take some of his time off, and thank you very much. I'm a big fan of AstroWorld TV. I tune in. I'm a watcher. I'm a viewer. I'm a lurker.
Stalker.
That's nice to know.
I know what's going on. Yeah. We got to get you a pod S in that back. You get moved. Hurry up. Get moved and get your pod S in the backyard.
You need a pod S,
so
Dan.
Here's the thing, though. You know, I'm on the fence now on whether just to go all in, because what we say on the show all the time, and Pete Meyer, who's on the show all the time, buy once, cry once. So what? Do I buy 2 pods? I know you'll love me to buy 2 pods. He's like, yes, buy 2. Yeah. Or should I just get the S now? And because I'm building a floating deck and whatever. So I'm building a floating deck and I'm going to throw it on there. So it's not going to be, not portable. It's just, do I want to go with the whole shebang first? I don't know.
Well, we've created an upgrade path. If you want to call it an upgrade path. You can start with the manual, then add the motor system. It's best to get base and stuff when you first get it, because it costs almost as much to ship bays and things later.
I would swing up there and pick it up. So,
hey, come on up. We got a lot of people already we're looking forward to who are coming up from places like Ohio, Pennsylvania. It'd be nice to have some from New York as well. But again, very thankful to you guys for allowing me. I don't get out much. I've always got my head down under the hood. We're busy 7 days a week making observatories. I get a lot of invites, but often they don't. I got to devote myself to our owners. And I have a lot of time. Oh, sure, you guys can lollygag and have the show and talk about stuff, which is amazing. But while you're doing that, we're making observatories. And that's what we do. So it's really great to have this opportunity to be able to join you and talk a little.
Yeah. So I thought maybe we could share a screen here, and Wayne could go over some of the details of the new Pod S that they've just announced. So I'm gonna.
Congratulations on the launch.
Thank you very much. It's been fantastic. I'm at least I got a decent sleep last night. We have a place. Our development shop is an old, long, dark shop that I love, that a lot of amazing things have come out, and we call it the Bat Cave, because at night it's all dark and just the lights we work by. And so I was at the Bat Cave till late last night as usual, and working on Pod S, getting ready to ramp up for production. And now it's kind of in the hands of the software guys. We have an incredible electronics and software team. It's one thing we haven't talked about a lot yet, which we will be over the next couple of months. We had to figure out, when are we going to tell people about this? And now that we've had units finished for most of the year and we put them through their paces, and we already know enough about the materials and stuff from making thousands of pods over the years, I thought, okay, let's peg it for December. We'll work through the winter on manuals and tweaking our software and getting feedback from people, and then we'll start production sort of mid-spring, get the first units out. So it's kind of in the hands of the electronics guys now, and our electronics team. I want to mention Bart Kuzar is the head of our electronics team. He has decades of experience in movement and lift for military. He makes giant lifts that lift tanks onto flatbeds and stuff like that. Really robotics, movement, and big stuff. And then James Bonnell, who's our amazing software guy. He works for NASA. He's like the pro from Dover, they call him when they want to hit an asteroid with a probe, that kind of stuff. And he's really taken to it. He spent 2 years while we've been working and developing Pod S. James and our electronics guys, Gary Bennett, who's the head of our electronics department, design, they've been working very diligently. And in fact, about 9 months ago, James sent me the first draft of the software frequently asked questions. We haven't uploaded to the new Pod S website the software FAQ yet, but we will soon. I'm hoping by the end of the year. And even the first draft, which is now out of date internally, it was amazing. It's going to answer. It's going to blow your mind. So far we've just shown you the building. Wait till you see the electronics, the ASCOM, the Indie ability, Alpaca, if you like, all that stuff, remote capable. Wait till we show you all that stuff. It's really going to blow your mind. You're going to start to see the whole picture. So far, I've just shown you the building. So stay tuned over the next couple of months. And as Shawn mentioned, we need to get that website, skyshedpod-s.com. We've given it its own site for now. We're getting lots of astronomers visiting, which is fantastic. And so we'll start showing you a lot more. And the biggest questions people have is how much and when. Mm-hmm. We know that. And so at the top of our first frequently asked question is how much and when. And it's kind of a catch-22 as far as how much, because the more interest we get, the more we can ramp up and we can buy from suppliers. That lowers our cost. So we didn't want to come in and say, this is how much it's going to be. We wanted to see how much interest we got. And Shawn was just asking me before we came on. He said, how you doing so far with orders and deposits? I won't call them orders because they're I'm interested, and are you interested enough to plunk down $500 and get in line? And when I checked this morning, we had over 150 so far that have gotten in line for a Pod S. Which is a lot more than we expected after a few days of going live. And then there's probably another 150 that are close who have questions and want to talk to me and stuff like that. So we are dedicated to astronomers. We're avid astrophotographers. Shawn, I'm lucky. I'm sitting next to my Pixinsight guru. It's a big thrill for me. I always highly recommend Shawn, and of course the guys, the Masters of Pixinsight, Ron Breacher and our other friends, Warren Keller and so on. They'll really, for people new getting into it, they'll take you from 0 to 60 in 3.6 seconds. And hey, there's Eric. Hey, Eric, I got to tell you, thank you so much. I saw your excitement on the show and talking about Pod S, and I thought, hey, he's as excited as we are, and that's fantastic. I really appreciate that. You're gonna love it. I can't tell you how fantastic it is. I mean, I as the designer, as the creator of the thing, as you work through it, you hope things turn out, and it's just been a series of high fives at the shop, at the Batcave. It's high five, another one. We passed another milestone, and it was better than we expected. It's really strong. And as you know, pods are strong. It's stronger. As you know, taller, which you like.
That is key.
Now, with that dome up above you, like I was walking in and out of my Pod S last night, I tipped my head. It's like this. That's it. The dome is now up above you, up at 6 feet. So we've got units up at the as we say, the Bat Cave, that we go back and forth between. It's night and day as far as the space inside, because now the dome's up above you, and it just creates so much more room. Steve Malia, Ontario Telescopes, and I were standing in one of the units, my unit, the other night, and he was at one side of the RASA 11. I was at the other. Our friend Owen was standing at the door. We were moving around. It's much, much different when that dome is raised up above you. And of course, with the bays, now at the top of it being shoulder height, you can sit and look into the bay, see your screen and stuff. So it's really everything about it has been fantastic. And of course, we have hundreds of people behind us, all our local suppliers, the factory, and so on. It just goes right down the line, who've been dedicated to this for years with us, not only from Skyshed Roll-Off to PodMax. And by the way, people say, you know, why didn't you come out with this earlier? Back in 2010, I had to make a choice. We had sold thousands of pods. And I said, okay, the market is shifting from visual to astro imaging. But we were getting a lot of calls from people like NASA, MIT, SpaceX, Boeing, and they were saying, do you have a bigger one? Do you have a motorized one? So I said to my team, let's do PodMax first, the biggie. And then once we get that rolling, let's go back to what we were going to do on the next pod, which is Pod S. S, of course, stands for slotted dome. Yep. Dan, not clamshell. It's not a different type of clamshell. It's a different type of dome. And we use the classic rollback, pivot down. Makes it really simple. I'm head of mechanical structural. My buddies are head of electronics and control. On PodMax, I made it easy on them because we have two slot covers which telescope into each other and go over the back third one. That's a lot easier for electronics control, but it's a lot more challenging for engineering, mechanical and structural. Whereas the Pod S design with a pivoting down cover and a rolling back cover, which has been around since the 1850s. The first time I've seen pictures taken, they were up Observatory, some of them. It's much easier design from a structural mechanical point of view and operational view, but more involved for the guys in electronics and control, because if you imagine when we open remotely, we have to, since they're tiled down, we have to push a button, this one rolls back, that one pivots down. Now we have to reverse that, for instance, when we're closing. It's not just an open and close thing, it's a reversal thing. So it's more involved. It's kind of 3 axes versus 2. But and I just want to say too, we are dedicated. My band, Glass Tiger, an 80s rock and roll band, is playing at Toronto's Massey Hall tonight. They really wanted me to be there. I'm on a sabbatical, you might say, from the band to concentrate. They know all about Pod S. They've known for a couple of years that I was working on it. I said, guys, I got to bow out from touring and from recording. I got this thing I'm doing. It's called Skyshed. They know all about it, and they're 100% behind me. So I was really thrilled to be here with you guys today, instead of being in a sound check at Massey Hall in Toronto with the band tonight. So we are dedicated. I archive my inbox every year, my email inbox. There's usually 6,000 to 8,000 emails. It's all astronomers. So I get to talk. It's a wonderful life. I get to talk to astronomers all day long. We're up, of course, on the latest mounts, latest scopes, latest filters, what people are doing. If you contact me and say, hey, Wayne, I'm interested in a Skyshed or a Pod or a Pod S, first thing I'm going to ask you is, what's your gear and what are you planning to do? That's what we want to know. We're involved. This is a long-term relationship. That's the way we look at it. Look at Ron Breacher. We built a roll-off for Ron Breacher 12, 13 years ago when he was a fledgling imager. Look where he is now. That's the favorite part of it for me, to see our owners getting into it. Pretty soon they're on the cover of a magazine, or their images at least are. They're speakers, they're getting famous, and that's really what does it for me. So that's why I do it 7 days a week. I take a couple days off at Christmas, But every day when I finish here, I'll go back to my office. I'll be answering emails and making phone calls to people who are interested. I was telling Shawn that we've had a great launch week, and we usually don't talk too much about numbers, but let's say we're well over 100. We're closing on 200 now. Like I said,
201.
And that's a lot. You know, my team, we're a great team. Everybody in it is a specialist and has a lot of experience. And we have these discussions before we announced it. What do we do if? What happens if we get a couple of hundred orders off the top? Well, our answer is that's a good problem to have. We'll figure it out.
There's a couple questions actually.
Questions.
Yeah.
Questions.
The one question David had was, does the split slot allow to open wider for open zenith view?
Yes. The slot, which is 28 inches wide, meaning theoretically it can take up to 20-inch scope, although you'd never put a 20-inch scope in there, let's say a bucket style. You're going to use up to about a 14. Well, we got 12 inches past zenith, 9 of which are unobstructed. So theoretically, 16-inch fork-mounted scope sticking straight up at zenith is going to have a clear view. Of course, most of us aren't going to use those size and types of scopes. But for smaller scopes, especially when guys are using refractors and newts, let's say, if you're in the 6, 8, 10, 12, or 9, quarter, 11, even up to a 14-inch range, you're going to have a view well past zenith. And of course, the dome, and this is one of the neatest things when you've got a slotted dome and you get used to this. Because ice time in my observatories, I can use them remotely, but I like to get out there out of my office under the stars. And I have to know every nook and cranny and every sound they make. So I spend a lot of time imaging in them. And it's the neatest thing for me that, because it's ASCOM with Pod Max, as it will be with Pod S, your Nina, your SG Pro, your Maxim DL, SkyX, these things, they're doing the heavy lifting. The dome is designed to follow your scope. So it's the neatest thing for me that if I do a lot of sharpless stuff. So I'm very often shooting to the northeast as it comes up. And what's neat to me is my dome is slowly turning so that eventually when I'm at zenith, my slot is now facing the other way. So in other words, when the dome gets to zenith, when the scope gets to zenith, the dome is basically circling around it. So that you've always got an opening to zenith and beyond. And so if you're going from a horizon, let's say you're utilizing a meridian flip or using a harmonic drive now, you're going to go straight from horizon to horizon. That dome that slot opening just follows you all the way around, and you never have an obstruction as far as zenith goes.
Now, the other question that was asked was John was asking, let me just find it here. He was asking if you're going to sell just the dome itself separately.
Yes, upgrade again. Speaking upgrade path, I don't like to say upgrade because many thousands of pod owners are happy with their pod and they love it for the simplicity. We designed it for simplicity, for 100% uptime, open it up. Now, we did design it almost 20 years ago when 80% of our owners were doing visual. Very few. People were still doing film imaging. And so it shifted over the years, and we're a little bit behind. We figured every 3 years or so we'd come out with a new model, and it's turned out to be every 5 years or so. So I'd like to have had, and of course the pandemic really slowed down. We would have been announcing this a year ago if it wasn't for the pandemic. It was like developing in slow motion. Everything was. Now the kind of good news about that is our factory has invested millions in new machinery. Bigger machinery, 21st century state-of-the-art machinery, which means we can make 10 domes a day once we get rolling. And of course, we'll have NASA projects and all kinds of research things. So that'll be one part of it. And then we'll have our backyard astronomers having the other part of production. So we designed the dome. And when my engineer came to me and said, well, why don't we make the bay bigger? If we're going up, why don't we go out? I said, no, it has to have the same footprint. same wall diameter, so that it's interchangeable. So that if you own a pod and you would like to move to remote imaging and remote capability, you just have to either take your dome off and sell it, or it's totally recyclable, I'm happy to say. Take it to the landfill if you like. Put on the new dome, put on the motor system. You're off to the races for remote. So you can do both, or you can start from scratch and choose either wall height, either dome. Go ahead, Eric.
Eric, you're muted.
You're muted, Eric. There was another question while Eric sorts out his audio there. Another question. Gideon was asking if it's burglar proof.
Is your car burglar proof? Is your house burglar proof? Is Fort Knox burglar proof? You know what it is? It's secure for casual inspection, which means, first of all, it was 6,000 plus pods out there. We've never heard of a break-in. Same thing goes for sky sheds and stuff. One of the interesting things is when I first put my pod in my backyard, I live in a farm area, used to be a Bortle 3, now it's a Bortle 4. And I asked my neighbors, what do you think that is? And they'd say, composter, propane. They had no idea. So number one, there's nothing in there. What's in there that a thief is going to go for? Yes, it locks up. Yes, the dome locks down. And in fact, they lock down good enough to go through things like Cat 5 hurricanes and Ian and stuff like that. So it locks up. But I always say, if somebody wants to get in, they'll get in, whether it's your car, whether it's your house. So what you do is you utilize your ring system, you expand your home security to it. There's even motion detectors. You can spend $15 on Amazon to get a motion detecting alert signal thing that goes off. There's all kinds of things. So we don't really worry about security. We're not lax about it. We lock up our observatory after we're finished for the night. But I always say, somebody given enough time and motivation, somebody will get into Fort Knox.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another question.
Another question that came up, which Billy's Astro had, was about, and I'm not sure what the logistics of this are, but if you have a sky shed, could you swap out the roof and put?
Do you need a sky shed roll off?
Yeah, a sky shed roll off. Could you swap out somehow and put a Pod S dome on it? No, isn't going to happen.
No, I'm not a big fan of we don't make a transition. I get a couple of requests a week for people to say, I'm building a home. I want to cut a hole and stick a dome on top. And of course, the first thing we say is read page 8 of Terrence Dickinson's Night Watch. Locate the observatory away from other structures. Number one, heat emitting structures. I've seen people spend ridiculous amounts of money because everybody has the dream. Who doesn't have the dream? I want to build an observatory into my house. We have to rip the Band-Aid off day one and say, bad idea. Get it away from the house, get it away from other heat emitting structures. And that's why when you see, now I'm going to shoot myself in the foot here, because when you see photos of world famous observatories, they're on a mountain by themselves, but although you do see them on the top of university buildings and stuff like that. So, but generally, yeah, you want to get away and you don't want to cut a hole in your roll off and use your roll off as or a shed as your warm room, if you like, and put the dome up and keep it isolated.
Yeah. Eric, you had a question?
You hear me now?
Yeah.
Awesome. So you brought up a couple good points here. One is for a backyard observer who lives in, say, an urban area like, Dan, he's in Long Island. I'm in the Illinois suburbs. Is there maybe a minimum distance from your home that's recommended to separate?
We have people right up against them. Yeah. We have people right up against their homes who only have, let's say, the homes to the north, and all they've got is the south, and the pod is right up against it. Mm-hmm. As Terrence Dickinson says, 25, 50 feet. If you can get away from structures. Now, it really depends. It's not so much about the heat. If you're not on it, it's more about shooting across the top of it. Yeah. In the summer months, it's more about, so it's not so how close you are to it. It's about, are you aiming it south across your black asphalt roof after a hot summer night or a hot summer day.
Yeah, my telescope setup is very near the house where it's situated, but I don't shoot over the roof, right? The swath of sky that I've got to shoot is not anywhere near the roof, so so I'm not affected by anything like that, especially in wintertime when you get the heat coming off the house and so forth. So now here's a question.
There were a
couple more questions that came up. If I can just get them in real quick. People were asking about distribution and shipping to places like Europe and Hawaii. We were talking about this, so maybe you wanted to sort of elaborate on that.
Yeah, as you know, with the world right now, shipping is ridiculous. It's bad enough just trying to ship a pod. Shipping is the bane of my existence. If we could have a Scotty beam it there, boy, that would be the best. We have an incredible logistics team that gets them there, and they have to jump over, especially during COVID, they really had to jump over a lot of hurdles. And as a matter of fact, as we speak, pods are in transit and being delivered throughout the U.S. right now. And my great friend, Greg Brown, oversees all that. And we can do it. If you win the lottery, we can make it happen. We can stick a pod or a pod S in a 20-foot container. We can ship them anywhere in the world. Our good friends at Altair Astro used to distribute pods in Europe, and warehousing, shipping, all these other things, VAT, just made it was not realistic. Nick and Ian and Altair can sell a little camera in a box and make as much as they do selling a building. So we understand that logistics and things. But having said that, Nick at Altair, for instance, in the UK, has known about this from the beginning. We're good friends. And they've just bought a new place, a new warehouse. So we're looking at that. And we're, it's going to be 24, though. We got to handle North America first. And we'll have our hands tied just getting them out the door in the numbers we need for 23. And then we'll start looking at the rest of the world. Because I know right now with serious observatories in Australia burning down a couple of years ago there, that was sad. Australia is really starved for observatories, and Pod S is just perfect.
Another question that came up was... Sorry, am I getting in on you there, Dan? Do you want to do it?
No, go.
Sit back and relax, Dan. I'll take over.
I'm going to be on for another 5 hours, so I'm okay.
Yeah, you got lots of time. Let me do the hard work here.
I can do 5 hours on my head, by the way, if needed.
Hey, Sean, do you just want me to type in my question here really quick in the chat?
It's now AstroTV with Shawn and Wayne.
People ask me locally, I'll get asked, they'll say, can you talk to the Rotary? And I will say, sure. And I say, what do you want me to talk about? Because is it music? Is it entrepreneurial? Is it manufacturing, export, import, astronomy? What do you want to talk about? And I never prepare anything. I just go, have a coffee, and can't drag me off that stage.
So what is the material that you're using for SkyPod S?
Yeah, it's really interesting. If you're familiar with, if you've ever been to McDonald's with a playground, or you've driven past the playground, that's polyethylene, high density polyethylene, non-toxic, earth friendly in that our factory only outputs or uses electricity. There's no toxic fumes coming out of it. The flaw in my ointment is there's no built-in redundancy with pods, and nor will it be with Pod S. What I mean is they will outlive us all. And this stuff lasts for many decades. And if you've got friends who are pod owners, and they've had it for 15 years, some soap and water every year, just keeps going and going. I'm sorry to say on a regular basis, we get calls from widowers, or someone who's recently got one from a state. I get calls from guys who say, I'm the 6th owner of this pod. I need, a new weather stripping. So from a business point of view, I'm not very smart, because a pod will go on to outlive its owner in many cases, which is sad, but also it's a good thing. The material is used I got the idea from our factory makes heavy duty industrial agricultural goods, water troughs for cattle, and playgrounds. And all those playgrounds you see now, you'll notice we don't use red and yellow as colors. If you take a look at playgrounds, you'll see outdoor playgrounds, they fade. Those two bright colors fade kind of quick. We like the medium colors, the desert tans. I have to come up with all these names, by the way. Discovery white, lunar gray, midnight gray.
Do you do navy blue?
No, we do cobalt blue.
Close enough.
And
Close enough.
Is it
I guess
okay.
that's
we do forest green. I figure, well, we can use forest green because there's forests on Earth as part of it. So the material itself is, again, non-toxic, recyclable. When you go to your favorite garden center and you see the black urns that they have there that are made out of polyethylene, that's recycled and recycled polyethylene. It gets darker, like burning toast. It gets darker as you recycle it. So it will outlast you and me both. What we're basically doing is creating monuments to ourselves all over the world that'll be around long after we're gone.
Do you have a pickup option for?
Oh yeah, come on. Dog sled, helicopter, however you want to get there. Come on and pick up your pod. We've had people come from California, Arkansas, I don't know, all over the place. And we love it. Samara Nagel, you guys got to be familiar with great astrophotographer.
Yep.
She's coming up with a husband. I look forward to meeting them. There's others who are coming up in the summer. Tim Conley is going to come up from Plattsburgh, New York.
Yep.
I'll make a point because I'm 100 miles away from the factory. I oversee everything, but I have a deal with my suppliers. I say, okay, here's the job. Or here's the deal. You do a good job, and I'll see you at Christmas with a bottle, and we'll see you then. And so we all keep in contact. Everybody knows what's in the mix. But as long as they do their job, I don't have to travel all over the place to suppliers. And they do a great job so that I don't have to do that. So you're welcome to. Anybody's welcome, more than welcome. You'll need a trailer. It won't fit in your pickup. If you can come up with a 12-foot trailer and a pickup or a rental U-Haul, come on up. And now that COVID's over, it's easy at the border. There's no taxes or duties. You just say, hey, I got this thing I bought in Canada. You show them your invoice, you drive through. Simple.
Yeah. Now, one other question I have is installation and setup as far as placement. Concerns about offset of your mount or anything like that.
The nice thing about the slotted dome is center or offset, doesn't matter. We prefer centered with a slot, but where I'm putting my pod S, I'm moving a pod over basically to another deck to use it, and I'm not going to move my deck around. And my offset is probably 8 to 10 inches. I might slide it over a little bit, but we do prefer center mounted with a slot, but offset works just as well.
Nice. Thanks, man. I'm really excited to be in checking you guys out. This is awesome.
Excuse me, Eric.
One last question there, real quick, Wayne. It was
I just wanted to say installation, super easy, because Eric touched on it. There's 18 bolts in the wall. You put the wall up in an hour. The dome will take you a few hours. I'm talking about pod S dome. It'll take you a few hours. That's one of the things we're doing over the winter is we're creating jigs and things for the factory so they can pre-cut and pre-drill all the holes. So you just bolt things through. Those are the things we have to do now. Now that the product itself is ready, we're ramping up for the manufacture of it. So assembly is really easy. If anybody's assembled a pod, they know it's simple. And there's a little bit more to it. And I just want to touch upon our motor system again. It's plug and play, and it says on our website. What I mean by that, it's a couple of units that basically bolt on and plug in and self-calibrating, all kinds of stuff. Really like nothing anyone has seen before as far as motor systems and control in observatories. This is the next step. This is 21st century technology, and we're not pushing the envelope. Using shelf stuff because we don't want to go too far ahead. But you're going to find that it's really easy to install and, of course, maintain and all those other things.
That's awesome. But the question I was asked a couple times was from Bill. It's not hard to fit in, but we'll get to you. Can your dome fit on a standard Next dome?
Oh, I don't know anything about them, but from what I know, they're very thin and sort of. We've got big, thick walls with 3-inch thick material. That's what you need for this dome. They're designed synergistically to work together. So no, it will only work on our wall and base. And before I leave you, I got to tell you, bay, pod, I'm a 2000. I'm a child of the 60s, the Apollo program, the first Star Trek, when it was first run, and of course 2001: A Space Odyssey. Hey Dan, sometime I'll tell you about getting on the Star Trek Next Generation, almost becoming a Borg. It was just
I heard that.
I had to take off the tour with my band in Europe. I would have been amongst the first Borgs. But anyway, that's another story for another day.
Could we just fit in a quick question from Kevin?
Oh,
Dan?
sure.
Do we got time?
Yeah. One more question. We got to.
Do you want to do it, or do you want me to say it?
Go ahead. Go. You got this.
All right. I'll say it. All right. So Kevin is asking, how do you control temperature and humidity in a pod?
That would take a god to do.
Not a god.
Temperature, humidity. There's a lot of different guys in the desert will add AC. Up here, we add heaters in the north. For instance, I got heaters running, little cube heaters running in all my sky sheds right now to keep them controlled. It's semi outside, you might say. So generally, there's not a lot needed. You throw a sheet, you throw a bag over your scope at the end of the night. If you're there, if you're not using it remotely, just to keep pollen and dust off mostly. But like anywhere else, you control it. You control your car, you control your house, you control your observatory. You do what's needed if needed. And there's a lot of interest for that. And join our discussion group too, our pod discussion group, where we talk about those kind of things a lot.
Nice.
Are the walls insulated?
Are the walls insulated?
No, they're heavier than the Pod S new wall is really. To give you an idea, a standard pod bay is about 35 pounds. The optional heavier bay, same size, is about 55 pounds. The Pod S bay is 110 pounds.
Wow.
It's substantial. They're not insulated. We won't be insulating. I gotta leave you with this because it's a kind of funny. So we named Pod. I named Pod. The word Pod is ubiquitous now. It's podcasts. Everything's Pod. When I named Pod back in 2005, it was an homage to 2001: A Space Odyssey. I had to come up with a name for the part we designed that stuck out. And I said, well, we got to call it a bay. I said to my engineer, can we put a little door in the bay? And he said, what do you want to put a door in for? I said, so you can turn to your buddy and say, open the pod bay door. The others around the world have tried to copy the bay. They even call it a bay, which doesn't even make sense to me because it's a pod bay. And of course, the big difference in ours is one melded piece. It's not slapped together to try and copy a bay. It's a bay. So the original pod bay, like Coca-Cola, is the pod bay. I want that to be known.
There you go.
Gotcha.
Awesome,
guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks
you
for
so
coming
much.
on, guys. It was a treat. Yeah, Shawn, we're gonna have to figure something out a little later to get you.
Yeah, sorry. It's all right. I took all this time. I got 3 hours on my head.
I devoted my time slot to Wayne because it's a big thing for them, the product launch of Pod S.
Thanks so much, guys.
Yeah, so that's great. Thanks for having me
back again.
And Wayne, we won't forget you when you're gone. So
someday,
my heart would break.
That was terrible.
And Eric, keep that enthusiasm going. I love it. I'll be tuning in. I'll be watching what you say. I might not be chatting, but I'll be lurking.
There you go. Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. We're gonna have to move on to Amy. Who's
all the best.
Thank you so much for being a part of the show, and you guys are awesome. Okay. Thanks, both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome. So now we're gonna swap over to Amy real quick, and because we're running a little bit behind here. So there we go, and we got Amy here.
There she is.
Hey
guys.
How's it going, Amy?
Hey, it's doing great. You know, I can't believe I have to follow Wayne Parker, guys.
Sorry, that was
really
totally not expected. That was a last minute thing that Shawn said to me today, and he's like, "I think Wayne's gonna come over and have some coffee." So,
I know, and you want me to talk about my observatory, and he's already got the one that I was like, "Damn, if I knew about it a couple months ago."
I know we saw your post on Facebook. We were like, "Oh, come on!"
I mean, because it ticked off a couple of the boxes that were driving me crazy. I was like, "This could have saved me so much money and so much heartache."
I'm telling you. Well, the good thing is you can buy a Pod S dome and throw it on top of what you got.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Or I'll just set it up next door.
Yeah, there you go.
They set it next door. But I tell you, Amy, that watching the photos and your progress
Just
in
the
the
whole
video so
evolution, yeah.
far, it's amazing. Congratulations,
thank
really.
you.
That is
I
awesome.
Good
am
job.
really
It
proud
is.
of what we've accomplished so far.
That's gonna
It
be
took me a
awesome.
long
And
time to get
it's all
there.
together. It's gonna be great. So
You are, I know you're the envy of so many imagers.
Yeah. Well, she's going to be a bigger envy right now when she goes over what she had to go through, and some people may be scared of what she had to go through.
Yeah, and some people may
But-
say, no. That pod's looking real good right now.
Well, let's see what you got, Aim.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
So let's see if I can share a screen here.
Yep.
Let's share this one. I think.
Maybe.
Yep.
There you go.
All right, guys. So you want to build an observatory. Well, I'm going to tell you about the excitement, the anxiety, the I can do it, and the what the hell was I thinking? And wow, I'll tell you what. I knew when I bought this house, I wanted to build an observatory. Really did. But it was, it was a challenge to get to this point. And the biggest challenge I had was trying to decide, let's see, for some reason, y'all can see my screen, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, we
I
can
can
see the
see it.
screen. Yep.
Okay, because PowerPoint is not wanting me to go to the next screen. Why?
I see your desk. Yep, it's bounced between your presentation and your desktop there for a second there.
Yeah, that's really strange. It's saying it's locked up. PowerPoint's not responding. All right, I'm going to stop sharing my screen real quick.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, you know how it is.
I do.
Oh, yeah.
Microsoft is a wonderful thing.
It is.
Oh,
it
yes,
is.
PowerPoint's not responding. Let's restart the program. Well, of course.
Not a problem.
Sorry about that, guys.
That's okay.
But I'll tell you what.
It's
when I
okay.
was trying to come up, it's restarting. It's doing something. I don't know what.
Yeah, we still see the front screen.
Front screen. Well, that's good. It's rebooting. Start from the
Okay.
beginning. All right, you got me now?
It's. I think you gotta unshare the screen and reshare.
Gotcha. If I can find your screen again. Where am I? Share.
There you go. Now I have you.
Now you see
Go
me.
back. Yep.
All right, share again. All right, you see it?
Still see you.
Still see me? Oh, you
There
don't
you
want to
go.
see me?
There we go.
You want,
There we go.
you want to see pictures? All right, there we go. PowerPoint's working again, finally.
There you go.
So when I started all of this, I had to determine what type of, gosh, you know what this thing just did? It erased part of my presentation. Gotta love that.
Yeah,
But-
we got the timeline right now.
Yeah, we don't care about the timeline.
Okay.
What we need to decide was what type of observatory did I want to build? Did I want to build a dome or did I want to buy a roll-off roof? Now, the thing about the domes that really excited me was they were automated. Some of them were. And the whole idea of full automation was just beyond cool to me because I do a lot of control engineering and stuff. So this was exciting. But when I was comparing the two different domes that I was the most familiar with, the question was, how do I get in them? Do I have to climb in them or do I have to bend over to get into them? Could I see the zenith? How everything really worked. And the one deciding factor that I had for not going with the dome was expandability. I am famous for buying things because I can afford them at the moment. They're inexpensive. And then realizing a few months down the road, I have outgrown the item. And I'm wishing I had spent a few more dollars and gotten what I really wanted in the first place. So that's where I ended up with going with a roll-off roof. Now, I found out there really aren't any manufacturers that build these for you. There is one here in the US, but they are extremely busy right now. And most of y'all know that they're hard to get hold of, but they are fantastic people. But I went to them and I got a quote. And I got a quote for a 16 by 16 building, full electrical, motorized roof. I was going to get 2 piers from them and a couple pier adapters. And their quote, though, it was a fair price. It was about $17,000 plus the cost of concrete that I was going to need. But the part I struggled with the most was the 1-year wait time. Now, I have been patient in a new house. I waited to get down some trees. I leveled out my ground, and all that took me about a year. And was I willing to wait another year for my dream, my hobby to happen again? So this is when I come up with this great idea. If I can't get someone to come to my house to build it that knows what they're doing, well, heck, I can build it too. I mean, come on, guys. Mom and Dad told me from a very young age that I could do anything I want as long as I put my mind to it. Well, you know what? I think they built me up a little bit further than they needed to, because that was not the case with building an observatory. But I had to do some research, and part of it was I needed to know what was involved in building one myself. Do I need to get permits to build it? About how much will it cost? And do I have the money saved for it? And what I found out was where I lived, I needed to get a building permit if I was building anything over 100 square feet, or if I was having electrical in it. And the building permit wasn't much. It was about $50. But I also needed to get a land disturbance permit. And that's where if I had any dirt moved from that changes the water flow in my yard and sends that water and dirt to my neighbor's yard, that was a problem. So I would have to put up a silt fence around my building. But thankfully, I've got enough land around me that that wasn't an issue. And I had that permit done in about the first day. And the third permit I had to get was an electrical permit. And that ran me about $55. And believe it or not, the land disturbance and electrical permit, they were about the easiest to get. That building permit, I'll tell you what, it was rough. So to get a building permit, I had to fill out an application with the county on their website. They wanted a set of the drawings for the building, and they did not have to be professional or anything. They told me just sketch it out on a piece of paper, put a few dimensions on it, scan it, send it to us, no problem, and we'll get it taken care of. But they also wanted me to take a Google photo of my land, show where I was going to put the building at, in rough dimensions from the road and from my, property lines and such. That was not a big deal. And then I had to attach the land disturbance approval application. And if and once they decide to approve things, send them money. Well, this doesn't sound too bad. And again, I think I can do just about anything if I try hard enough. And basically, what I do for a living is a lot of drafting. So I know AutoCAD, and I figured, well, I'll just AutoCAD up a basic isometric drawing of this building and what I wanted to do. Filled out all of my applications, sent it in, and I was denied. Oh my gosh, guys, this was very disheartening. I was denied. My dream is now crushed. I'm upset. I was like, okay, so let's rewind. They came back and told me that this was not enough information for them to approve once they saw that that roof rolled off. They were totally confused by that. They were afraid that roof was going to fly off. It was going to play Wizard of Oz and land on a witch somewhere. So I said, okay. I went back online and I started looking for some more detailed plans. Now that's where I ended up at our friends, the Sky Shed folks, and I purchased a set of their plans. Now their plans combined with their photos make a really nice set. And I decided to take their plans, I'd saved them out as PDFs. I merged their photos on top of the plan so you could see step by step how everything was done. And then I wrote up a scope of work saying everything was happening on garage door rails. This is how it's going to latch down and everything. And I filled out that application again and I sent it in. And my second permit attempt was denied. You guys, I am just beyond crushed. I was like, all right, I gave them a lot of information this time, and I am still denied. So, what did my county want? They did not want garage rails for the rolling roof. They didn't understand them. They said garage door rails were not rated for what I was trying to do. Now, what I did find out subsequently after I went through all this process, if I had contacted SkyShed, they would have helped me get through the county permit process and prove that garage rails are safe for this use. It's just where I was living, it hadn't been done before, and they just didn't understand the process. But the county also wanted me to show in detail how the roof system stays on the building. And then they threw in one caveat here. They wanted a structural professional engineer to sign off on my entire drawing package. Now, to most folks, this part would be like the nail in the coffin, and you would just throw your hands up and walk off, or build behind your house where nobody's looking. But fortunately, I work in an engineering firm, and I had a structural engineer there. And he agreed to help me, which was great. But when I showed him the plans that I had done before, he too had problems with the garage rails. So I went back to the internet and I did some surfing. And I purchased the plans from Backyard Observatory. And I shared these with my structural engineer. Now, he had the same issues with the garage rails. He didn't think the backyard plans were detailed enough to build by or to get through my county. And he told me just to redraw it all. So I buckled down and started drawing my own set of observatory plans. And they are a combination blend of what I saw from Backyard Observatory and what I saw from the SkyShed roll-off roof section. And I ended up with about 10 drawings detailing every single inch of this building. I showed all the latches, I showed the windows, the siding, how the roof was going to roll off. I went back and forth with my engineer, and he came back and filled in the notes for me, which was great, made it look really professional. I fill out my building application again, and finally, my permit is approved.
Yay!
Now, yay! Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That was a very stressful process. This took me, let's say, about 6 weeks to accomplish. But now my building has changed so many different times, different sizes, different rates. I didn't even know if I had the money to build it. So I took each drawing, and you'll see I've got them all sorted out by north wall, south wall, west wall. And I went through each drawing and I counted up each piece of material that I needed and about what they were for. And then I did this all in Excel, did a full sort, and I was able to come up with a complete bill of material. With this bill of material, I went around to several different lumber companies and had them all price out one each of these items. And ultimately, I did not go with the cheapest group because I didn't find them to be the friendliest or the most helpful. I went with the one that was the next step up, and they have had my back the entire way, which has been really, really great. Now, the building itself, once I did my whole estimate, it was going to cost me a bit over $12,000, which is enough to give anybody heart failure, considering my budget was $12,000. So there's clearly a disconnect here. And this is without me having any screw-ups. And yeah, I had a lot of screw-ups. But thankfully, I had some friends who gave me some side work to help me make everything work. So let's get started with the concrete. I had them come out. They borrowed our excavator, dug the forms, and poured the concrete. And that looks really great. But there's a lesson learned here. Don't trust other people's measurements. And what happened was the backside of my slab is narrower than the front side of my slab. And I told the guy that this had to be really straight and really level. And basically, he didn't accomplish either of those. So this is what you get when you choose a low bid or only have one person willing to come out to your house to look at such a small project. But at some point, all of my materials start to arrive, and it's starting to feel like this is going to be a reality. And I set my schedule so I would start building about October 1st. So build day is here. Now, it took me, well, my husband and I worked on this trench up near the house where we had to hand dig it for several weeks while we were waiting for that little backhoe you see there to come in. We ordered that over a year ago. And thankfully it showed up at the right time because I didn't know how I was going to get that trench dug to put my underground electrical. Now, by code, I did not have to run it in conduit. I'm over 2 feet deep there, but I chose to run it in conduit if I ever had a conductor go bad. I could run a new conductor in that conduit just by tying it off to what was in there and pulling it through. And this way I don't ever have to dig up that ditch again if things work out well. So here is my ditch, hand digging. I am coated in red clay. And when my husband was using his little trencher thing, I had to rescue a few frogs along the way. Now, here's day one. Day one, we're all rested, ready, and very cocky. And we just start going at it. And we put up the 4 columns. They're anchored in with bolts into the concrete. And we start building our walls. And I thought that was pretty good progress for the first day. And my father was working on the electrical down at the house. Thankfully, he's a master electrician. And this is what we've got at the end of day one. 1 wall and 1 trench completed. And this was a day that started at 7 a.m. and ran till sunset. But by the end of day 2, I had the electrical inspector come out and he approved my ditch and how we did our underground electrical. And you'll see I've got a red electrical burial tape in there. That's new for the code, that it needs to be at least 1 foot below the surface and a foot above your wire. So if anybody goes behind you and digs, they can find that tape before they dig up your wires. So that's what that's all about. And I am learning how to use a saw. Now, here we go at day 3. We're adding another wall. We're anchoring the walls into the concrete. That was fun. And I found out real quick that if you don't own all the tools you need, you're going to have to rent them from somebody. Or thankfully, my husband went to work and he had them there and they let him check them out for a day to help us out. And let's see, we've got day 3, we now have 4 walls. We have the OSBs lined up on the walls and everything is looking great. And we lined the walls with some plastic moisture barrier and I'm good to go. But by the end of day 3, I am exhausted. Every bone in my body hurts. So I started thinking about this and I was like, I can't do this anymore. I need help. And I figured I needed help for somebody to put the roof on for me and to do the siding. So that's when I started calling around to contractors again. Now, I had done this months ago and they wouldn't answer the phone. Well, now they start answering the phone and sound all excited about this project once you tell them the roof's got to come off. And they're all wanting to come look and help. So I had a couple contractors come out, look at it, give me pricing, and I chose one and they were able to help, which was really great. So I now have a contractor who's going to come over to my house and help me finish this from where I started. Now, I learned real quick once my builder got there, he told me I needed to stay in my lane. He told me that you might be good at what you do for a living, but I'm good at what I do for a living, and you just need to stay out of my lane. So I went out there with the t-shirt on that said, that's what I do. I stargaze and I know things, and I know nothing about construction. Because if it's hip to be square, then I am not hip, because my building was not square. I trusted my concrete. I built by the concrete, and my walls were crooked. They were narrower on one side, wider on another. They were leaning in, and my contractor basically laughed at me. Oh, no. And he's like, you know, this is not cool. All right, how am I doing on time?
You're fine. You're good.
I'm fine? All right.
Yep.
That's good, because this will be shorter because they decided to lose my presentation. No. Okay, so my contractors come out, and they're ripping me a new one every chance they get, and they were running me off, telling me to go away, even though I really wanted to help. And they informed me that it is more work to fix wrong than it is to do right the first time. I've heard this a few times in my life, and I understand it, but I'm still thinking I can do it. So they start helping me. We get the runners on top. We're using the angle iron. We're using V-groove wheels, and the rails run good, exactly how we want them to be. And he managed to get everything level. But what he thought was a 3-day job ended up being a 1-week job. Well, 1 week and 2 days, a bit longer. So he severely underestimated his estimate to get the work done. So this does not bode well for my pocket. So here he is. He's finally got things squared. He's got the rail system up. He's putting up my trusses. And I asked him to put an insulation up there on the roof so I didn't have to worry about condensation inside of the building. And this was going to be just a little bit of insulation it'll help with noise. It'll help with, moisture in the building, and maybe a little bit of creature comfort, but not a whole lot. But they got those trusses up in no time at all. Now, this is where I went just a little bit off the rails, and most people do not do this because it makes the roof incredibly heavy. Typically, after they put the insulation up, they go straight with metal sheeting up there. I know from walking in my husband's metal shed that when it rains, it's deafening. It is so loud in there. And I knew I wanted this building to be more than just a roll-off roof, but it was also going to be my YouTube studio and such. So I added OSB sheeting on top, and then I had to have the roofing felt on there so I wouldn't ruin the OSB with moisture. This really increased roof weight, and now it means I have to have a motor for the roof. I have no choice because this roof was so heavy, I could not move it. But you see, everything here is coming along good. It's starting to look the way it should. But I'm also noticing that my contractor can't read my drawings. And this was a big problem. I thought he could read prints. So he was thinking of building a house where everything was structurally sound, no leaks, no nothing, and not realizing that my rail over there on the right side is supposed to be level with the rails on the outside so the roof could continue moving. So we had some discussions on that and had to fix some things. But he made me a really nice structure on the outside for the roof to lay on once he was able to get the frame higher so he can continue it on off to the end. And then I had my father in the meantime working on the electrical. He tied me into the house. I've got 2 30-amp circuits going out there, and I did all the electrical on the inside of the building. I figured I can handle a receptacle, and thankfully I can. So that was a lot of fun. And here's what the frame looks like outside my back door. And it is sturdy enough that I can put a swing or a hammock out there and just make it my little space in the end. And in the meantime, my contractor tells me this wall was very boring. He says it faces the street and it looks terrible. So I ran down to the local window shop that had a lot of seconds, and I found this window there that I was like, that'll work. So I now have a nice little window over my desk, but I'm going to put some tinting on it so it's not so bright. And here's my contractor putting up more vapor barrier and siding. Now take a look at the back of this building where the siding is. I came home from work and about fell on the floor because he did it perfect. It looks so good. But will that roof open now? He made that siding so perfect, I was terrified that I could no longer open my roof. But thankfully, he didn't put in a couple nails, so it does roll off, no problem. But because that siding is perfect, I have to make sure that the roof does not roll past a certain point or it'll crack the siding. So this is something I have to think about. And on the side of the building, I've got angle iron. Now, the angle iron is what holds the roof down. There's 4 little sections of 2x3 angle iron on the roof side that latches onto angle iron that's on the body side. He struggled with that understanding too, and I said, if you hadn't put that extra piece of OSB on my roof, it would have worked. But now they're not lining up. So we had to go in and notch it out some to make it all work. So now the roof latches down, so if there's any gust of wind, it will not take my roof off. But the building's looking good right now. It's all coming together. Yeah, I'm really happy with it. It's starting to look really nice. And you can see my husband's up there. He is welding on some extra angle iron on top that will act as a wheel stop. So the wheels won't go any further than the stops he put there. And he put one on each end, so there's 4 stops. And so when I get the motor on, I'll be using some limit switches. But these are to, if the limit switches fails, I'm okay, it's good to go. But you see there on the right, my building looks pretty good. But it also looks pretty boring. It matches my house, but it's just not quite right. So I ended up calling the contractor back and had him extend the overhang on the front because I had water running down the front of the building and it was running into the building, and that proved to be a problem. I also overestimated the amount of wood that I needed, so I could send it back and get money, but instead I asked him to make a pergola on front. I was supposed to make that my visual spot, but I've got another spot in my yard that I'll do visual in. And that pergola really added to it. And here I am. I'm finally getting paint on. The pergola's on. And I call the county back. And they finally sign off on my building. All permits are done. My building is approved. I am free and clear to do whatever I want for my next phase. But here is my building today. I finally selected colors. It looks great. I'm really happy. And yeah, what I am waiting on now are 2 piers from Wayne to show up.
Yeah.
Tells me they're powder coating, says they're coming. So I'm hoping that for Christmas, I might get myself 2 Skyshed piers. And I'm really, really excited about that. But I have a few lessons learned. 1, I cannot do everything myself. It's okay to ask for help. I struggle with this a lot sometimes. Small trips to the store add up really fast. Add more what if money to your plan and your budget. So because I had to add a contractor in my extra little what ifs, I added $5,000 to my price tag, which was definitely not something I planned. I was just very fortunate that I had an extra job that was able to pay for all this. Also, feed your help well. If they don't have to go off to McDonald's at lunchtime and you bring the food to them, they keep working. But add the food into your budget. So that adds up also. And good cold beer is a great motivator. Now, we thought about the cheap stuff, but instead we got the really good stuff. And every day they each had at least 2 beers, and they were a couple of happy campers. And part of my problem when I was trying to do this myself was close enough is not good enough when you want a square building. Level is serious, you know. You've really got it. And I just can't tell you enough that you really, really need to keep things straight, because 1 3/8 inch error multiplies throughout the project and just gets worse in the end. So what's left for me? I've got pier installation. I'm going to automate my roof with a motor that's due in come January. I'm going to create myself a desk and storage area inside, move my telescopes in, and hopefully get first light. I'm hoping before my birthday in February, but the way this timeline's getting pushing, I don't know. But I can roll off the roof with the help of my husband. So as soon as I get a pier in, I can start taking images, or at least setting up. So I am really excited about that. So I'm going to stop sharing now. I apologize for running over.
That's quite all right. That's quite all right. It's an unbelievable journey that you've had to do this. It's incredible, to be honest with you.
It has been a lot of work.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine after the first 3 days, and I think you got to click the stop sharing button again.
Yeah, I thought I had, I guess.
There you go.
There we go.
Beautiful.
There I am.
Wow. Hey, that was an awesome presentation. You know what? If I wasn't moving, hopefully sometime soon, maybe, you know, then, and I have a small plot. I mean, I'm in New York, so it's 6,000 square feet lot with a 1,100 square foot house. So it's pretty small.
There you go.
And so when, hopefully soon, sometime in the near future, I don't know how many adjectives I can put in there, but but hopefully, I'll be down in the Carolinas and hanging out down there.
Hey, you should stop by. Carolina's not far from me.
I know.
Yeah, but I had to, when I was coming up with deciding between the pod and the roll-off roof, the big thing for me was I view this home right now as my forever home. I plan on retiring in this house. I don't plan on going anywhere. So it's go big or go home.
I hear you.
If I had to move and I knew I was moving in the near future, I would definitely have gotten a pod because I could have moved it with me. So in my last house, I would have gotten a pod, but my neighbor had a tree that was within a year of killing Polaris on me. So, my moving, although it was an unfortunate reason that I moved, it worked out well in the end for me.
Awesome.
Let me real quick before we let you go, Amy.
Okay.
Is that your observatory? Does it have any type of climate control, or are you going to put climate control in it? To deal with the humidity, and as well as being down there in Georgia. I know how it is down there in the South. It can get crazy hot.
Right. Well, the big thing, I hang out at Deer Lake Astronomy Village a lot. So what those guys have is they have a dehumidifier in there. They tend to put the heavy tarps over the top of their telescopes, and then they put those dry red bags hanging up inside of those, which help out a lot. Yeah. I do have a couple fans that I'll put in that are temperature activated. So if I reach a certain humidity point, it will kick the fans on and start sucking the air out. But that's a project for a later day. And right now, I've got enough gaps. I've got really good airflow through the building.
Captain 404, one of our members on AstroWorld, asked a question regarding, are you planning on building your next one at Deer Lick?
Probably not. the benefit of having it here in my yard is I could run out anytime I want.
Yep.
I can hang out Deer Lick on their member field, go chat with the guys and bring my stuff and have fun. But it's nice to come home and sleep in your own bed sometimes.
Absolutely.
When I'm out at Deer Lick, I tend to sleep in my car. I have an SUV that is just long enough in the back for me. So I've spent many a nights inside that car.
And you know what? If you haven't been to Deer Lick Astronomy Village, I've been there, and because I lived in Savannah for 2 years, and let me tell you, that place is a sight to see. It really is, and you gotta go check it out.
It has grown up so much.
I haven't been there in 10 years.
They're expanding things. Their internet is phenomenal for being out there. The fact that we have 3 bathrooms with showers. They've got concrete slabs set out, or you can have just regular turf, and there's power everywhere for people.
That's
and
awesome.
It's just a lot of fun, you know. It's
That's
like a home
great.
away from home.
I don't know if you mentioned already, but what did you end up, what's the total cost of the observatory for somebody who's looking to build one?
Well, because I did not have somebody build it for me first, like I should have, I'm at, let's say 16 to 17,000. But in all fairness, I have completely upgraded everything. I have really nice hardy board siding. It matches the front of my house, so it blends in nicely. I've got the really nice pre-painted roof. So I'm happy with that. You know, when I had gotten a quote from Backyard, they were about 17,000 for a 16 by 16, totally done, start to finish. But it would have been a metal siding. It wouldn't have been as nice looking as what I've got here for the price. So I'm happy, very happy with what I've got, and I'm looking forward to getting inside and shooting some stars.
That's awesome.
Nice.
All right, well, Amy, thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us for a little bit.
Thank
today.
you for having me, guys.
It's great. I gotta send you a new shirt this year. You know, so.
Well, I just ordered my AstroPalooza shirt.
I saw that come through. Thank you so much. You gotta have it.
Time just gets away from me right now. I've got so many responsibilities with, you know, work and family and stars, and I forget some things.
Don't we all do? Trust me. It only gets worse.
Totally
It only gets worse. But
oh yeah. Well, thank you for having me. It was a real tough slot to follow Wayne.
Hey,
and
you did
I'm
awesome.
hoping he's shipping me up here real soon.
Wayne, either you start shipping up here, or I'm gonna sing "You Won't Forget Me When I'm Gone," and I'm gonna put it on the page so everyone can hear it. So you know, and you don't want that.
I thought about driving halfway.
I'm telling you, if I get mine, I'm driving up there. I'll get a U-Haul and I'll drive it home. I'm not paying $1,000.
I thought about that. I mean, we go up to the top of Ohio a lot to visit my husband's family, and I was like, how much further would it be just to go all the way?
All the way to Canada, yeah.
All the way to Canada.
I'm telling you. Awesome, Amy. Thank you so much. I hate to let you go, but thank you for coming on and hanging out with us again. It's been
We've
great.
got another great presentation next. So.
Well, we're gonna have you on AstroWorld again sometime next year. So
sounds great. Sounds great.
Come.
By then, I'll be up and running, and maybe we can do a live shoot out there.
Absolutely, loving it.
All right, you guys. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Night.
And have a great holiday too.
Day, night.
Yeah, have a great holiday.
Yes. Merry Christmas.
All
Happy
right,
New Year, all that good stuff.
Thanks, Amy. Take care.
All right. Bye, y'all.
All right. So if you were wondering who that voice in the wings was, that was Molly Wakeling waiting in the green room. And she is our next guest tonight on AstroPalooza. So let's move it on over to Molly. There you go.
Hey,
there she is.
How's it going, Molly?
Hey. AstroWorld.
Again, yes, absolutely. What's going on? How you been?
Been doing pretty good. Finally in the data analysis phase of my PhD research, so now I just get to do all coding all the time, which I'm very excited about. So no more classes, no more exams,
That
Just
is, that's great. It's still
awesome.
not relaxing, but it's still a lot relaxing than classes and tests. So.
Yeah, the stress is ramped down a little bit for now.
that's awesome. Yeah, everyone's asking when are you building your shed? So
Yeah, it's I now co-own about 9 acres of land out in Arizona, about an hour and a half east of Tucson, and my buddy and I were gonna build that observatory probably in about 6 or 7 years. So it's coming up.
Awesome.
That's going to be great. That's going to be awesome. So, Molly, you got a little presentation for us regarding your multitasking, I guess you could say.
Yes, yeah.
But you want to hit to it? You can just share screen and go right ahead. There we go.
Okay. Also, real quick, are you hearing my 3D printer at all? Because I can go pause it.
No, I think that's just my gain. Yeah, that's just my gain noise. You're good.
Cool. Just making sure.
Yep.
I got a 3D printer.
Should we ask what you're printing, or?
I'm printing a little Appa figurine for.
Appa. Oh yeah.
Appa from Avatar.
From Avatar, the big arrowhead. There you go. That's awesome.
Yeah. So that's printing now, and I'm gonna print some stuff for friends and family as my first projects, and got some Astro projects I'll probably work on too at some point soon.
I love The Last Airbender, although I didn't like the movie so much, but we'll talk about that some other time.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're on,
all
Mom.
right. Cool. So I image with 4 rigs most nights that it's clear. Sometimes 1 or 2 are either down for maintenance, or I just don't feel like opening them up that night. But I have the capability to image with 4 rigs simultaneously from my backyard. So I want to talk about how I do that and how the heck I got there, because it's quite a thing to do. Slide a little advance here. Yeah. So my astrophotography started back in 2015 when I got my first telescope as a gift from a friend, and here I am out at the local state park with this 8-inch Celestron on a Schmidt-Cassegrain on an Altaz mount, looking at Saturn for the first time and being just about bowled over by it, like I think most of us have experienced. And I figured out that I could attach my camera to it and basically convert it into a giant camera lens and take some pictures. So here's a single 1-minute subframe on that setup with my my D3100 DSLR, and I was able to see some color on the Lagoon Nebula and like way more nebulosity that I can see with my eye, and I was kind of hooked from there. I've been keeping a log since day one, so the number here is the night number that I've been out. So you'll see that go up as time goes on here. So after messing around with that rig for about 6 months, trying to figure out how to image with it, my uncle, who had previously done astrophotography and was looking at getting back into it, upgraded his rig and sent me his old rig, which was a Celestron CGE mount with a C11 riding on top of it. So that was an incredible gift, and I was able to, now that I had an equatorial mount, really start to do astrophotography a little more seriously in February 2016. I still got my DSLR on here and running everything with my tablet out at the local state park. And I was able to get some reasonable images with it, images that I was excited enough about to really kind of keep me hooked and just think that it was incredible, and I wanted to keep going. Actual quote from my log here. Just totally blown away at how much detail and color I was able to see, taking 28 30-second images here. I wasn't guiding yet, so I was limited to about 30-second images, but got an image you could see, which was really incredible. Well, that lasted less than a year. I started having some cabling troubles with that mount. It uses these Ethernet cables and uses the shielding on them as a ground pin, and they just weren't working very well. I did a mod kit upgrade, and something happened during that, and I fried one of the motors, or the encoder on the motor or something like that, and spent months and months trying to figure out how to fix this darn thing. So in the meantime, while I was working on that, I started using, I joined the Astronomy Club earlier in 2016 and started using one of the telescopes on their facility, which is this 140 millimeter Vixen refractor here, and plug in my DSLR into that and not having to haul all my equipment out to the observatory anymore, and just being able to take my camera and my computer out there, hook up and start imaging. So that was really, really nice to be able to start doing. It's on a Losmandy G11, which had some quirks, but it did pretty well most of the time. And I was able to get what I consider my first good astrophoto in February 2017 on night number 76 with an upgraded DSLR, one that I could control with my computer better, and got this nice image of the Rosette Nebula with some 5-minute exposures because I was able to do auto guiding on that setup. And I won second place in the Astronomical League's imaging deep sky competition that year. So that was very thrilling. And yeah, it's definitely in head over heels by this point, being able to take these images that were absolutely mind blowing. So I enlisted the help of Clay Sherrod, who works on mounts and tries to get them to work better or to work at all. And he was unable to help me fix my CGE in the end, but he had a CGE Pro that he'd recently acquired that he sold me at a discount. And so I upgraded to the CGE Pro, used the C11, I got a guide scope on there, and was using that happily over the rest of the summer, and was able to get some nice pictures with that. Now I could take longer exposures. I think this was actually this was at the 2017 Texas Star Party that I got this one. After having seen this in the 36-inch Dobsonian at Texas Star Party and seeing almost as much detail as you get in this picture with that telescope. It was really something. But, after a while, hauling the big rig out to the state park, I was hauling 200 plus pounds of equipment up and down the stairs in my second story apartment. And I thought about kind of downsizing a little bit and starting in a place where people should start astrophotography, which is a lightweight mount. This is the Celestron AVX and a lightweight refractor. And this is a Borg refractor that a member of the Astronomy Club passed on to me. And still using my DSLR here, although I think I had recently bought my first Astro camera around that time. Yeah, later that summer I was using, kind of got my new ZWO ASI 1600 monochrome worked out, and got guiding worked out on this mount, and was able to start getting some nice monochrome images with it, and got another nice picture of the Whirlpool Galaxy, a little sharper, a little more color. Have that set up night number 148 in mid 2018. Well, the CGE Pro started having some problems as well. And so here I am trying to fix these weird motor issues that were happening and trying to get that all worked out, and eventually giving up on that. And I've returned to it a little bit, but I haven't returned to it lately. I think it is fixable. But in this time, in about August 2019, I moved out to California and started I had a backyard for the first time. Instead of my apartment, now I had a backyard where I could set up on a somewhat more permanent basis instead of having to go out, take all my gear out to the observatory. So here I've got the AVX set up. And earlier that summer at the 2019 Texas Star Party, same uncle sold me his Takahashi when he upgraded to the newer Takahashi FSQ 106N. And I did not think I was going to own one of these for until much further in my astronomy career. But here I am 3 years in, or 4 years in, owning a Takahashi, which was absolutely mind blowing. So was able to get that set up in the backyard. And I would take my tablet out there and let the tablet run it, and was able to get some nice shots even from my backyard. This one might have been out from a dark sky site that I would take this stuff to. Oh no, this was from the backyard. Yeah, because it covers November to January. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, from my Bortle 7 backyard outside San Francisco, still able to get a nice picture of the Pleiades. And by this point, I had started using the tablet to run my rig all night. I was using Sequence Generator Pro, and I had a, let's see, did I have a focuser for it yet? I think I must have had a focuser for it yet. And be able to do meridian flips and run multiple targets in a night. And yeah, I definitely had the focuser because the Takahashi is very temperature sensitive. It needs to be refocused about every half a degree to degree temperature change. But you know, the Celestron AVX mount leaves some things to be desired. So I finally just like, you know what, I'm just gonna get a mount that just works instead of messing around with these other mounts. And I finally just got myself a Paramount MIT at the 2019 Advanced Imaging Conference, and was totally thrilled to be able to make that purchase and finally have a mount that really just worked. And software, basically, they say in their advertisements in Sky and Telescope that it removes the mount from the equation in terms of like difficulty of using the mount, and that is an absolutely correct statement. The mount is just a thing that works all the time now. So I grease it every year or two, and it just keeps working. So so I got the Paramount, but the AVX was still working. I couldn't just put a perfectly good mount away in the garage. So I'm like, well, I got 2 telescopes, so I'm gonna set it back up. So I put the Takahashi on the Paramount and put the 8-inch onto the AVX, and trying to figure out what I could do with that setup in November of 2019. And the 8-inch on the AVX didn't work so great. The guiding wasn't quite good enough to be able to get reliable long exposures. So I started just messing around with stuff at this point. I was like, well, I know you can put one of these Astro cameras on a camera lens. So let me figure that out. So here's my first attempt at using a Nikon 70 to 300 millimeter zoom lens with my ZWO 1600 and a filter wheel. Actually, no, that's the two. Yeah, I'd just gotten the ZWO 294 color camera. The filter wheel has, I could switch between a regular light pollution filter and let's see, yeah, I think by this point I'd gotten the dual narrowband filter, the Optolong L Extreme. Ignore the counterweights in this picture. I put the camera on and not adjusted the counterweights yet. You don't need that much counterweight for that camera lens. And then after kind of messing around with that stuff, I ended up moving the 8-inch over onto the Paramount because I could take advantage of the Paramount's better tracking with the longer focal length of the 8-inch. So I got myself a focuser for the 8-inch and an off-axis guider and got that whole thing set up. So then I was imaging all night with the 8-inch on the Paramount, and I was guiding and able to adjust focus per filter, and was really taken off with being able to do tons of astrophotography, especially out in the Bay Area in around Berkeley where I was at. It's pretty clear a lot of nights, so I was able just to image all the time. And so later in 2020, I decided to go ahead and revisit the CGE Pro to see what I could do to maybe fix it, and it was kind of working actually when I pulled it back out of the box. So I set up a third rig, which was putting this Vixen Newtonian that had been given to me by a club member here in Ohio, and I started doing some scientific imaging with it with the American Association of Variable Star Observers. So now I was running 3 rigs all night, but I was having USB problems running it on one computer, so I started bringing out a laptop and a tablet and using 2 computers, one to run 2 of them and one to run the other one. And from my backyard, I got some narrowband filters that year, and was able to do even better imaging from my pretty light polluted backyard by doing narrowband imaging. So I got a hydrogen alpha and an O3 filter, and over the course of some months, acquired almost 18 hours of narrowband data and got a really deep image of the Dumbbell Nebula that I and still am extremely proud of. Having the computers outside, I used to run in and out of the house, but then I'd heard from somebody or somewhere about using an app called TeamViewer to remote into a computer outside. So I started getting that set up and was able to sit inside at my desk and control my computers without having to run in and out of the house and check on things. And this also let me start to live stream things that I was looking at in the telescopes. So this was with, like, let's see, I think I was doing this with Universe Today sometimes, and also with Global Star Party for Explorer Alliance. And here's a shot of Mars from my 8-inch out in the backyard that I was live streaming, or about ready to live stream here. Then I took all of this on the road. About 4 hours away from where I was at, there was an astronomy club outside Sacramento, had a really nice dark sky site up in the Tahoe National Forest. I had bought a trailer in 2021, or sorry, in 2020. Yeah, I drove home, visit my parents, bought a trailer. And then I could camp with all of my astronomy gear and set it all up, enjoy the night sky for a while, and then go to bed. So, and I bought a new mount that year. I got an Ioptron SEM 40 because the AVX was still getting kind of annoying to use. But then I also brought out I had a Skywalker Star Adventurer I'd bought a couple years prior that I was experimenting putting camera lenses on and guiding with that. You can see my lovely water bottle counterweight attached to the Star Adventurer over there on the right. So yeah, imaging with 3 rigs all night out at a dark sky site. And I didn't have a way to connect to it remotely out there. I could go over cell phone to, well, no, I didn't have a Wi-Fi router out there yet. I was still running in and out of the trailer to go check on things. But yeah, I was able to camp out there with my stuff, which is great. And under really dark skies, and I was able to get some really nice images out of the Takahashi. Then I moved back to Ohio for school, and I had an even bigger backyard with a nice cement pad. So I got 2 of my telescope rigs set back up, running on my laptop. And that turned into 3 when I set the science rig back up. And then that turned into 4 when I was like, yeah, I should try putting the Star Adventurer out there. And I got a Rokinon 135mm camera lens, and I had a camera that I was testing for QHY, so I had an extra camera. So now I've got 4 rigs set up out in the backyard. So this is my current state, having all these rigs out here in the back. And yeah, I've been able to get some killer images with Hubble palette imaging, being able to just image for a couple months at a time on the same targets. I turn on take the covers off, turn everything on, hit go, and go to bed, and then download the data in the morning. It's really quite remarkable. Sorry, my cat's coming up into my business. Please, thank you. So my current loadout, for people who are interested in what all exact mechanics I've got running in the backyard here. Primary rig has a 9¼ Edge HD, the 2600 ZWO color camera running on the Paramount, and all of the focuser and the filters and everything else is listed here. And I'm running the primary rig, which is the Paramount and the Edge HD, and the secondary rig, which is the Ioptron and the Takahashi, on a Nook, so a little headless remote access computer that I remote into from inside my house. And now I've actually got a Wi-Fi router set up out there as well, so that I can take that whole setup with me when I go out to places like the Okie-Tech Star Party that don't have reliable, like me going up through Chrome Remote Desktop and back down to the computer. Instead, I can just remote in directly using Windows Remote Desktop and an Ethernet cable. So now I've got that all set up in the backyard, and then the science rig is run on my laptop. The secondary rig with the Takahashi, that's on a Ioptron SEM 40. Currently, I have the QH5 533 on the back of there that I'm testing for them. But before that, I was running my 1600 monochrome on there, which is currently sitting in the house as I test that other camera. Optolong filters I'm testing for them. And yeah, guide scope, filter wheel, ZWO focuser. The science rig, I am running on the AVX. It doesn't track great because it's a little heavy for it, And but the focal length's not too long, and I only need about 60-second exposures to do the variable star imaging. So I've got an old QSI 583 on there that was donated to me, and Johnson Cousins BVRI filters, which were also donated to me. a lot of help from a lot of people over these last several years, and run that on a 2012 laptop, old Lenovo that just won't die. And I put a solid state hard drive in it, and it behaves like a modern new computer. So working pretty nicely. And finally, the Star Adventurer, which I've got a Rokinon 135mm f2 lens. I got this 3D printed rig for it on Agena Astro that has a little box to put a ZWO focuser. It's got a slot on the side to attach a ZWO ASI Air. I run this on my computer for now because I haven't taken the time to learn how to use the Air. But got my color camera on there and a filter drawer. And I do have to go point this one manually. I will eventually buy a lightweight, probably strain wave mount, one of those little tiny ones for this rig, so that I don't have to go out there and point it by hand every night when it's cold, which I haven't done recently because I don't feel like it. Eventually I'll get a go-to mount to replace that one. But this is a fun little rig to play with as well. And definitely this one's really great at star parties. Super easy to use. In fact, I would almost recommend some people start there because you don't have to deal with go-to and other stuff like that. Yeah, so if you are interested in doing some of this, like either running multiple telescopes or even just running remotely on one telescope, I'm going to walk through how you can get started doing that and kind of the logical steps to take to build up that procedure one at a time instead of trying to bite off the whole thing all at once. So this is a picture of me at the Okie-Tech Star Party running 4 rigs, which people kept coming over to look at because it's kind of ridiculous. And it was, but it was so much fun. So some tools for success in doing multi-rig imaging and really doing good astrophotography to start with is having a good tracking mount. It is more important to have a mount that works well than to have a good telescope. Invest in your mount before you invest in your telescope, because you can, even with a not so good telescope, you can still get reasonable images out of it if your tracking is good. But if your tracking is not good, you're not able to get reliable go-tos, your stars are streaking, then you have no images. And that's a bummer. So start with a good mount, even if you have to get a cheap telescope for it, and then invest in the telescope later. And you can work with a cheaper camera to start with as well. Once you get through that, having an electronic focuser is it's pretty much essential for doing all night hands-off imaging. For refractors, they tend to be pretty sensitive to temperature change. So being able to refocus during the night as the temperature changes is really important. For Schmidt-Cassegrains, they tend to have mirror flop. Even the Edge HD with the locking mirror, it still shifts a little bit, and it does shift a little bit with temperature. With the Newtonian, you have to deal with flexure as the camera's kind of hanging off there at a weird angle for gravity. And for all, no two filters are really truly parfocal. And especially when you're on a system with a really tight focus point, like a refractor, being able to change focus points, filter to filter, lets you image with multiple filters in the same night, which is really good for doing multiple targets. If you are using a monochrome camera, an electronic filter wheel is a must to be able to change those filters during the night for different targets and on the same target. If you're using a color camera, you don't need a filter wheel, but it can be handy to be able to switch back and forth between having a light pollution filter and a multi-narrowband filter. Like I'll image with a wideband filter before the moon and then switch to narrowband after the moon comes up, or I'll do like a reflection nebula for half the night and then an emission nebula for half the night, where it's better to have wideband for the reflection and narrowband for the emission. So it's nice to have a filter wheel even for the color camera. A dedicated computer is really nice to be able just to leave out there and not have to take in and out of the house. It doesn't have to be good. The software that you use to run the mounts and the guiding and even running the SkyX with the Paramount does not require a lot of computing power. So that Intel NUC that I have has a 7th gen i3 mobile chip in it and like 8 gigs of RAM, no graphics, just the integrated graphics, and like an NVMe drive. You don't need a lot of specs on those. It's a $400 NUC. And having a Wi-Fi antenna is really helpful for getting your Wi-Fi out into your backyard, or you can use a long Ethernet cable, and or I use an outside access point to help get my internet out there. A telescope cover is important to not have to bring your stuff in and out of the house every night. So I have a Telegizmo 365. I have one for each telescope, and they really are as good as they say. My telescopes are always dry, and it mostly keeps the sun off. The Paramount is starting to fade a little bit in color, as you can see in this picture, but mostly keeps the sun off, and yeah, keeps everything dry. And I've had my telescopes outside for about 2 years now straight, and they're doing okay. And practice. I'm over 700 nights of imaging now since mid-2015. And that's how I've been able to do all of this, is just iterating night after night after night, working out all the bugs. There's a lot of nights where I didn't get hardly any images because something or another broke, but eventually figured out all of those bugs. And moonlit nights, or nights with poor transparency, are really good nights to test stuff. Like sit out there and get a target lined up to practice doing a meridian flip, to make sure the meridian flip's going to go smoothly, or try auto guiding for the first time, or running an autofocus routine, getting the stuff figured out for that. So those are good nights to be working out the bugs and not be missing primo nights that are darker. In order to really kind of take this apart into chunks of getting from not having done any astrophotography to running automated throughout the night, here's my kind of recommended path. And some of these might make a little more sense in some other places, but it's kind of one way to do it. Is first to get familiar with your mount. Do some visual observing with it, and just control your camera manually. This is when DSLRs are really handy. And just like learn how it functions, understand how it moves in right ascension and declination, and how it goes to a target, how reliably it goes to a target, how to do the alignment procedure, stuff like that. Get familiar with your camera. If it's a DSLR, highly recommend just going out and shooting in the daytime. Understand what ISO is, understand what exposure time does, and what f-stop does, and do this at night as well on a tripod. Try different settings and see, like, oh, it gets way too noisy at 6400, but it's more manageable at 3200 ISO, and just understand the operation of the camera. And then if you have an Astro camera, you can practice in the daytime with sharp cap, or on the moon, or on planets with sharp cap, or other of those sort of lightweight watch, like video mode pieces of software, to kind of get familiar with just the operation of that camera. Then run the mount and the camera together. Start adding auto guiding, which if you haven't done it before, can take some practice and understanding and lots of reading forums to figure out, but it will allow you to take longer than 30-second exposures, which is about what you're usually limited to on most mounts without auto guiding. Put a filter wheel in the mix, especially if you got a monochrome camera, or even with a color camera, it's nice to have. As I said before, add a focuser, and somewhere in this mix, start poking around with sequencing software, because you can run multiple targets and it will do all of the things like running autofocus, changing filters, slowing the different targets. The sequencing software will do all of that for you, but you can kind of do one thing at a time. Like you can start doing sequencing software with just the camera and the mount, or even just the camera, and then just point them out yourself. And then as you add different hardware on, adding those into your sequence. Once you kind of got the sequencing figured out, trust it to do a meridian flip. Watch it happen the first couple of times. Make sure you've got the mount settings right, so that the meridian flip happens at, like you don't, like I have hard stops on mine so that it doesn't start tracking too far past the meridian. I have the sequencing software set up to do a meridian flip no more than five minutes past, because I don't like to go too far up in the air. And yeah, this is a big step for a lot of people, trusting the software to do a meridian flip, but you're going to have to if you want to let it image during the night. Setting up remote access on your computer means that you can sit inside where it's warm or cool and work from in there, and it makes it a little more comfortable, and you can be a little more patient. Start adding multiple targets, and then finally sleep during your imaging sequence. So, yeah, a lot of steps.
Sleep.
And yeah, and you know, some of these, like, yeah, it's so nice. I'm telling you, to finally get sleep.
Yeah, the first time that you could actually sit there and like be nice and comfortable and then just let your imaging run. That first night where you sleep, you're like, why didn't I do this a long time ago, right, Ma?
Yeah, it's nice to be able to sit inside instead of being freezing outside, which I've spent many nights doing back in ye olden days. But now I can be at the bar and check in on my telescopes from my phone using Chrome Remote Desktop, which is great. I can even troubleshoot them from the bar. I have Wi-Fi outlets on my mounts so that if I need to power cycle the mount, I can cue it from wherever I'm at with my phone.
That's awesome.
It's great. Power management is a really important step as well. It's really easy to get out of control with cables. And especially if you're going to be outside, you need to have something that is going to stay dry. So I got this large outdoor power enclosure box on Amazon, and it's rainproof. It's mostly bug-proof. Occasionally I get a spider that figured out how the heck to get in there, but it's pretty clean in there even after months of being outside. I got a surge protector power strip, and it's also got some USB ports on it, which I use for USB dew heaters. I might eventually consider a UPS, primarily for being at star parties where power can get interrupted sometimes, but those are expensive and heavy, so I'll decide that later. All the power bricks, the AC-DC converters, those all go inside so that water can't get into any of the connections between, like the things that connect into the power brick. I have, like I mentioned, I have the Wi-Fi enabled outlet switches. Zigbee tends to be a little more reliable than straight up Wi-Fi. Zigbee is like Philips Hue, but you can't use those when you're in the field. Whereas the Wi-Fi ones, I can set up a local Wi-Fi network and control those, in theory, from my phone. I haven't actually tested that. And eventually I'm going to get an Ethernet enabled power strip so that I can turn on and off every device individually. But I'm going to start doing that as I start looking toward getting my preparing for building an observatory, because I can do, like, I'm slowly building in that direction. Like, I'm going to start adding things that I'm going to have in the observatory so I can practice with them while they're here in the backyard. And so that by the time I actually build the observatory, I've got a lot of the bugs worked out on how to do truly remote operations while still being able to run outside and fix things. And I have on one of my telescopes now, I have a power box, the Pegasus power box, which runs all the power and the USB from up on top of the scope, which can kind of help control cabling and things like that. And speaking of cabling, some of this cable, the self-closing cable sheath, that because of its sort of stiffness and instead of just having cables hanging down and free, it kind of keeps them all bundled together. This prevents it from snagging on the mount. I don't think I've ever had my cable sheath get caught on the mount once I sort of got its position sorted out and got it hung from strategic places on the mount. I use Velcro for where the cables pop out to keep the self-closing cable sheath from kind of opening back up and letting the cables out from them being pulled on. And the really nice thing is that when I get ready to go to the star party, I simply unplug everything from the top of the scope, coil up the cable sheath, set it on top of the power box, and then put the whole thing into a fabric grocery bag. And then that's it. All my power and USB and everything is in one container. And then I get out to the field and just plop the box down, run the cables back up, plug everything back in, and I've recabled and rewired my whole mount in 5 minutes. So highly recommend doing that, especially if you have a more mobile setup. Yeah, you can see I've got highlighted on the image here where that cable sheath goes, and I've got a smaller one that goes from the power box down to the back of the camera. Some apps for remote access. Windows Remote Desktop or Windows RDP lets me connect to my computer even if there's no internet. I just need to have a local area network set up through an access point, like a little either like a little Ethernet splitter box, or I have just like a regular Wi-Fi router out there. The computer you're connecting to needs to have Windows Pro to use Windows RDP, but the computer you're connecting from does not need to have Windows Pro. You can even use other platforms to connect to using Windows RDP. But I haven't tried. I've tried it from my phone. It hasn't worked as well. Chrome Remote Desktop works with any OS, and I can do it from my phone, and that's really nice. No Machine is another one. If you're anti-Google, No Machine is its own separate thing, and it's also multi-platform. And AnyDesk is also another option, although it's a free for personal use type thing like TeamViewer. So if they perceive that you're using it too often for personal use, you might get shut out of it. No Machine or Chrome Remote Desktop comes in really handy for that. So the program I use now for all my sequencing is Nina, which is for nighttime imaging and astronomy. It's a free, open source, and actively developed program, and is hugely capable, especially after the June 2022 update and the release of Nina 2.0, which has the advanced sequencer. And the advanced sequencer is incredible. I'm absolutely in love with it, and I learned it much quicker than I learned Sequence Generator Pro. They have a support channel on Discord, so you can communicate with the community and the developers directly. It is only for Windows, but honestly, who wants to leave their Mac outside anyway? So if you're a Mac user, get a little Windows NUC or a Windows laptop to run your telescope gear, and then you can remote into it from your Mac from inside. It has full equipment control, can run all your stuff, everything from cameras, mounts, and filter wheels. It can run your dome if you have a rotating dome. And I think opening and closing a roof is included in that. It communicates with safety monitoring switches, like ones that are connected to cloud and rain monitors and things like that. It'll do flip flats and flat panels. And the advanced sequencer lets you do multiple targets. You can set start and end times based on astronomical dawn and dusk, target altitude, moon altitude, and those auto update every night. So I don't have to go through and adjust all the times anymore like I had to do in Sequence Generator Pro. The order of operations is completely configurable. In Sequence Generator Pro, I was kind of stuck to its built-in order of operations, which is like autofocus, slew to target, and start imaging, which doesn't always work because I'm not always pointed at something when the autofocus runs. In Nina, I can have it slew to approximately the target, then autofocus, and then do a plate solve to get on the target now that I'm in focus, and then continue on the sequence from there. And you can set the order of operations to be exactly what you want and what you need for your gear, which is great. And you can have reusable templates. How am I doing on time? Dan, come back.
Sorry, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry. Yeah, we're a little over. Let's see. It's how much do you have left? Or
I was going to go through some kind of outline of setting up a Nina sequence, but I can just kind of mention a couple of things and then get to the end.
Yeah, if you could, I got Dr. Sasse right behind you. So.
Okay. Yeah. So it has a framing assistant. You can build mosaics with it. A flat wizard so that you don't have to figure out the exposure for your flats. It figures them out for you. I think I'm eventually going to produce a video on how to do this sequencing in detail. I'm just gonna have to skip through it for now, but yeah, there's it's sort of like if you're familiar with coding, it's sort of like running in a loop kind of configuration where it runs through the loop, checks for conditions, and runs through, but it's in a way that you're dragging and dropping commands in a GUI way. And there's a small learning curve, I think, but I picked it up really quick, and I think other people can learn to pick it up pretty quick as well. Yeah, and tons of configurable options. Let's see. You can also call external scripts and stuff like that. There's some external plugins you can get for it. A couple quick general tips and tricks. When in doubt, reboot. Sometimes it's a power issue or a USB cable issue. USB is the devil, and just persist. This is a difficult hobby, and just keep pressing, and you'll eventually get stuff figured out. And you can talk to other people in the community to figure out some of these weird problems. It takes a lot of work, but being able to sleep is totally worth it. And that's all I got.
I totally agree with that. Being able to sleep is totally worth it.
That's awesome, Mal. That's a great. That's the progress that you made, and the way I never thought about, like, numbering my nights of like being that kind of like journalish kind of, and I wish I did that, and I would tell everybody to do that moving forward, because then you can see your progress. And
yeah,
it's really cool when you go back to like day 12, when you're at day like 700, and you're like, holy cow, I remember that when I took that first image of the Andromeda Galaxy, and wasn't that a horrible image, but it was great. So yeah, and I started it from night one, and I'm really glad I did. I used to do more descriptive, kind of writing things up at the end of the night. I got too busy, so now I just take notes, and I take notes on like, the guiding was bad at this target tonight, and then if there's kind of I can start to see patterns, and then see like, okay, maybe there's a burr from something wrong with the gear or something there, or kind of diagnose issues that way, but also just to kind of keep a record of what I've done and what I used to do. And because I forget, like, oh, I had that set up back at that time, or I used to run it that way. I totally forgot. So yeah. Totally worth it. It's really a cool idea. I used to do it with Sky Tools, and used to do an observational logger, and I've gotten away from that. And I think that after seeing what you're doing with yours, I think I'm going to kind of get back into it, because even though I'm starting at day, I don't know, I mean, I started doing imaging 20 years ago with film, and I guess I'm starting at day one again. So
hey, it's never too late to start keeping notes, because at some point you'll be 5 years down the road and have 5 years of notes.
Absolutely.
And highly encourage, and visual observers already kind of have this ingrained into them to write this stuff down. But I think astrophotographers really benefit from that too.
Yeah, awesome. Molly, thank you so much for coming on. I don't mean to push you off. I'm not trying to do that. I wish I could have you on all night. But I got Dr. Sasse waiting on the back end.
Yep.
But Molly, awesome presentation. Thank you so much for coming on and hanging out with us for today.
Yes, thank you so much. Really
we are now we're halfway through. We're only halfway through the show, everybody. We just hit the halfway mark, I think. So is it? It's 6 o'clock. Yeah, it's dinner time.
So much more space to go.
It's just so big. It's so big. You may think it's a long way to the chemist, but that's nothing compared to space. So that's another Hitchhiker's quote, if whoever get that. But anyway, Molly, thank you so much. We'll definitely look forward to having you on again coming 2020. What year? 23? Yeah, 23.
Yeah, 3.
Yeah.
And we'll definitely hook you up for another hangout night and look at some more updated progress on your journey through and hopefully you'll have your PhD by then.
Yeah, I should be graduating next September, so fingers crossed.
Maybe we can kind of link that up, and we'll have a little congratulations cake or something. So
that'd be fun.
There you go.
Be great. Awesome, Molly. Thank you so much. You have a good night.
Thank you.
And thank you
too.
again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. So now we have. We're just going right to the list here. We're gonna do a lot of the giveaways at the end. We're going to roll them up in the because we are running a little bit behind on time. So we're about 20 minutes now. So we're looking at like a 10:30 end time or somewhere around there, depending on because the Adam Block video is about an hour, so that's going to add another 15 minutes. So
gotcha.
All right. So that's the time where we could eat dinner, by the way. So so on that being said, we have Dr. Sasse waiting in the background. Let's flip over to Dr. Sasse from iTelescope.
Hi, Dan and Eric. Very nice to be here. Thank you.
Nice to meet you. You've been on before.
Yeah.
You got quite the show there, right? My goodness.
So this is Dr. Sasse. This is your third time, right? Being on the show?
Yeah. Yes, I think so. I'm sure there'll be more next year.
Almost number 4. We had to cancel one because we were both going to lose our minds. Too much stuff going on. But Dr. Sasse, welcome to the show again, and thank you for coming on in advance. But you got a lot of stuff going on with iTelescope, and don't forget, we're going to be doing. Everybody, stick around for the end of Dr. Sasse's conversation because Dr. Sasse has got an awesome giveaway for us, and I'll leave that in his purview when he wants to announce that. So,
yeah, I'll try not make it too long because I know it's going to get tiring for some. So we'll put more on the fun part. Okay, how's that?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Awesome.
Okay, I'll get going if it's okay with you.
Absolutely.
The screen sharing
should be in the bottom.
Oh, here we go again. Wait a second. I didn't know my Mac is going to ask me for permission again. I cannot believe it.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
One sec.
No problem.
Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. Entire screen.
Yeah, you just got to do the screen that you want.
Yeah, let me just try. Am I sharing now or not?
Not yet.
Oh my goodness. Sorry about this.
That's okay. No problem. It happens. It's a live show.
Wow. What is the Mac wanting? This is one of the things I absolutely hate on the Mac. When they ask you for the privacy. Let me try and work this out.
No problem. Yeah, I remember there's something going on the last time that we had with the Mac.
Come on. I clicked on it. So why is it not allowing? Wait a minute. Entire screen. Share. Choose what you want to share. I press share and nothing happens. Oh, I love this. Oh, come on. Can't see anything yet. Huh? Nothing.
I just see you. It looks like you might be just sharing your own sharing the wrong screen, maybe.
Okay. I can share.
There you go. You got it.
Hey, great. So this one works. Okay, one second. I'm going to try. You cannot see the globular cluster at the moment, right?
No, I see the dashboard, okay, but I do have the globular cluster. If you want me to bring it up.
Yeah, can you bring it up for a moment? I'm sorry because I wanted to share my entire screen for.
You're talking about the giveaway, correct?
Yeah. Wait a sec. Maybe you got it. Great.
I can show it right here. Here you go. There you go.
Okay, great. So this is the giveaway. It's a beautiful globular cluster. You get the whole image set, and that's going to be the fun part. So I won't talk too much, and then we'll get going on that. One second. Now I have to find you again, and you have disappeared. Wow.
Well, right now I have the it looks like the iTelescope splash screen.
So you have that. But if I switch over to this screen, I don't know if you what do you see right now?
I see the iTelescope with the USA map on the left side.
Okay, so hang on. You see the map right now?
I see the map with I guess it's like a bird's eye kind of image on the desktop.
Yeah, and a few almost like thumbnails maybe or something.
No, it's the widgets for iTelescope.
The widgets, yeah, the widgets. Thank you. Yep.
Wait a minute. What are you? Gosh, this is difficult. I'm so sorry. I didn't anticipate this. Oh dear.
Do you see the live?
Where did the controls go? I don't know. It's funny. Last time I didn't have this problem. Now I have it. Okay, one second. Okay, I see what you. So yes. Okay, I see what you're seeing. Okay, great. Yes, I can see it now. Okay, so great. So let's get going straight away. My apologies.
No problem.
I'm going to. You see the expanded view now? No, you don't. It doesn't expand. No, it doesn't. Okay, so the screen is not following what I'm doing. Okay, let me try and explain at the moment what you see. So there's a small thumbnail of the map, which I was trying to sort of zoom in, but for some reason I cannot do that. I don't know why. But if you look carefully, you'll see the moon in the center, and you'll see the sun on the side, okay? And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to try and stop screen sharing and jump to the next one. So the main issue that we have at the moment is full moon. What I wanted to encourage everyone is that you can actually image during full moon and how to do that, right? Because that's always the big question, what you do during full moon, except what Molly already mentioned is test your equipment. But there is a lot more that you can do. So I'm going to try and jump in here now and see if I can share this. Let me see, share screen again. Okay, let's try this one.
Yep.
Okay. So what you should see there is it's called a full moon declination demonstrator. It looks very complicated, but the moon is actually. I mean, if you don't know what the moon's going to do, you can go to software or telescopius or so on. But if you observe very carefully, you'll find out that the moon is actually dancing around in a very particular way, right? And that's depicted here on the northern horizon on the right-hand side. I don't know, can you actually see my mouse move here?
Yep. Yeah, we can see that.
Probably not.
Yep.
Yeah, you can. Great. So we're here on the northern hemisphere. We're here on the northern hemisphere, and at the moment, I don't. Yeah, maybe you'll be able to see this the moon and the sun rotate. Wait a minute. Now it disappeared again. Here we go.
Yeah, it's moving.
The sun, rotates. So what is depicted there is during full moon, you see the sun here on the lower hemisphere, and that's during nighttime, and you see the moon right up. And now we're in December, and in December the moon is very high up, as many of you know, because the sun is quite low during the day. And that means that actually imaging in the northern hemisphere is not that great, because when the moon's high up, you're already here at declination 30, which corresponds to your latitude, and if you add that, it really illuminates the whole night. So this is the fun part. You can actually then go, if you have telescopes in the northern and southern hemisphere, you can take the southern hemisphere, because if you take Charles Bracken's and Max Whitney's wonderful book on the visible universe, which I will show you for a moment. Let me just stop sharing quickly. Let's see if I can do that. Wait a minute. Sharing. Okay, here we go. If you take their beautiful book here, The Visible Universe, which Charles, I'm sure, is going to talk about, and you look at the inside, you will see a whole map of the sky, which is absolutely exquisite what they've done. And as you see, if you look downwards, you look to the south, and the more you look down, the more south you're looking, and the more up you look, the more north you're looking. And if you look right up on the very northern, you'll come to circumpolar objects such as M81 and M82, and if you go very much south, you come to the Large Magellanic Cloud and the Small Magellanic Cloud, which are quite magnificent. So here's my point, and I'm sorry I can only show this in a little bit cumbersome way, because if I might share screen properly, it would have gone much better. But the point I'm trying to make is, let's go and look at the Large Magellanic Cloud. So I'm going to try and share my next screen now. Oh, wait, let's try that and see if I can share screen sharing. Well, let me just stop screen sharing. I see how this works. Wait a second. And I have to restart it. Okay. Yes, okay. I'm going to jump now into a telescope, on one of our telescopes, and that's T70. And T70, you can already see a beautiful picture here of Chile. So this is, Chile has the most exquisite skies in the world. There's no argument about that. They have 25, on the average, 25 clear skies, and I mean completely clear skies in the world, and nothing can compete with that. You know, if you're really looking for a lot of imaging. And if you want to image, you can use T70. That's a very wide field telescope, which is very nice for large objects such as nearby galaxy, which we call the Large Magellanic Cloud. And if you click here on deep sky objects, you can put in an object name. I already did, and that's one object that is in the Large Magellanic Cloud. You can look it up, and it'll tell you the rise time and so on. And then you can put the filter values in here, which I won't do at the moment because I'm trying to save some time, but you can choose typical 180 seconds and so on. You can do the same for red, green, and blue. Okay, I'm just going to stop share, and I'm going to assume now, and I just did this 2 days ago, I took these images, and I need to go to the next screen now. Let me just go back here. Let's see where the screen sharing was. Okay. Yes, we stopped screen sharing, so I'm going to start it again. And I'm now, okay. Let's see if I can. Gosh, I wish I could share the entire screen, which it won't allow me to do. Come on. So I need to go. Just try this. This is so difficult because in the Mac I can just jump around from screen to screen. Yeah. And I don't know. Can you see AstroPixel Processor now? I don't know what.
No, we just see you.
That's you really don't need to see. I'm so sorry. This is so difficult with this in Zoom. I can just jump around, but here I cannot. Wow, I don't actually know how to do this because camera preview window, and I cannot.
It should be just screen sharing button on the bottom, the red computer, I think.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that. If I say share screen now, it won't do it. It just I try, but it will not. It will just not share the screen. You know what? Dan, let's not worry about it.
Okay.
What I was hoping, it's okay. What I was hoping to show is how easy it is to process these images. I was going to process them in real time of the Large Magellanic Cloud in 5 minutes and show you that even with full moon, in AstroPixel Processor, you can get an incredibly decent image. You can take out the gradient, the luminous gradient straight away, and it's very easy. You end up with a beautiful image, which I can't show you.
I'm so sorry. Next time we'll have to kind of just iron the bugs out for you because
we'll have to somehow see why it didn't work. But
yeah, it should have worked. It worked the last time, so.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It won't allow me to jump to the next screen, which is really unfortunate. So anyway, let's not worry about it. Anyway, just imagine there was a nice picture of the Large Magellanic Cloud. And I think you believe me that it's possible.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We've all seen your work, and it's pretty incredible. So.
Yeah, but it's not even my work, Dan. It's what beautiful telescopes and what we're trying to do is, I mean, Molly said a very important point on difficult astrophotography is, which is I really regret to agree with that. And what we're trying to do, and we are sort of halfway there, is to make it accessible for everyone. That's the point I was trying to bring across. Is see, you don't, if you're not technical and you just don't want to struggle with a lot of technical things and you want to access beautiful skies, you can at a reasonable cost for about $40 a month, and you can access our telescopes, and during that time you can take, during full moon we have free telescopes, you can take incredible images for zero cost. And that was what I was trying to bring across.
While we're we have you still, maybe you want to talk a little bit about your work with AstroPixel Processor, and getting started with that with Mambula, and you've done some really great work in there, and it seems like lots of pieces of it are very user friendly. The workflows are very good for beginners, and I like to get your thoughts on, have you heard anything new or possibly any advancements that are coming up that you maybe can share that you're being aware of right now, or even the tutorials that you put out with the iTelescope that when you're doing when your teams are doing processing.
Yeah, my next tutorial. So that's a good question. I talked to Mabula. He's a friend of mine, and he's the author, and he's written this absolutely brilliant software called AstroPixel Processor, and I use it simply not only because it's for beginners, and as you said, it's very easy and intuitive to use. And I'm always looking for intuitive, easy ways, and you have to search a lot to find these ways, because yeah, Pixinsight is absolutely great. However, beginners will really struggle with it, right? That's the point. It's a great software, but how do you get difficult things like astrophotography to people so that they stay with it? 95% of people that I teach buy equipment and they leave it in the garage and they never touch it again. And that's a topic that is never really discussed, right? You are among the 5%, or Molly or others are among the 5% who have the endurance and maybe also the technical capability to continue. Unfortunately, that is not the case, and it's the same what I also find for image processing. So I spent a lot of time looking for easy ways, and that's my my emphasis. And coming to your question now, there's a stable version coming out called AstroPixel 2.0. So as soon as the beta versions are over, which should be fairly soon, I'm going to launch some new tutorials for everybody, and hopefully it's something that everybody can enjoy, and that you can even, if you think you can't produce APODs with AstroPixel Processor, it's wrong, because you can. It's very stable, but it's really like that garbage in, garbage out. If you've got good quality images, you can produce very good results. And AstroPixel Processor has really nice work procedures. Molly demonstrated very nice, her work procedure, and that's what AstroPixel Processor does in very nicely in the overview. You just click on one to the other, and you just work through the steps, and it's always the same. And that makes it very nice, because you have more time to concentrate on creativity, which you should, right?
Absolutely. Now, if not, because I think Dan, you may have even told me that you were awarded with an APOD. For some work that you did for a piece that you did, and was that completely done within APP?
Yes.
You did
that was APP. The final was, of course, Photoshop. We did, but the main thing, this is the fun part. I'm always trying to understand, trying to convey simplicity. And one thing I really like is the advent of color cameras that we're having. You can see big people, the famous guys like Damien Peach and so on, who are using many more, even for planetary imaging, they're using more and more color cameras. And that's not because they're trying something new, but that's because the quality is so damn good now. It's
Yeah.
it's remarkable. And that APOD was shot without a guide scope. It was 120-second images on the Pleiades, and it's a color camera with just an Optolong filter. That's it. So we had very good skies, and we just accumulated deep data, and that's it. It's simple. It's really simple.
Yes.
And the process was very simple. It really was. And there's no magic. Anybody can do this, right? And that's really the message that we try and convey. It's nothing great. APODs are nothing great. It's not. It's something anybody can do. If you just have some patience and get the right equipment, you can do this, right?
Yep, that's awesome.
Absolutely. And and it's inexpensive. You can, even if you just to get started, I believe even just to rent, when I got started with APP, and I believe it's still the same now, $50 US basically just to rent for a year of AstroPixel processor just to get started under and learn. And then I believe then it's just another $50 to $150 more, and then you can have the full license, or I believe it's around $200 to get the full license, and then you're done. And I mean, and it's basically really it's six or seven tabs, up to six tabs just to get everything integrated. And then you have the final tools tab, which has a lot of great features in it now. That are really, really cool. The batch cropping. I've always loved the RGB combined, because I even did a video myself utilizing a color camera and doing an SHO palette with a color camera using the RGB combined tool. It's been, and it was great. Yeah. So it's a lot of that. That is a really, really great piece of software, and for you to be utilizing that and to show that while Pixinsight, I use Pixinsight myself. It's great, but I also start out everything with APP. Then I maybe throw into Pixinsight afterwards. But for APP, I have done tons of images that are just start to finish, pretty much APP, maybe a little bit of Photoshop or Lightroom at the end, but after that, it's done.
Yeah. So we do have one quick question, and then we almost have to move on to the next guests. And we have one question, and we got to do the giveaway. So we want you to be around for that. For those of you that have recognized, I switched over to my real mic, so I sound like a normal person now. Can you explain a little bit about what the credits are used for? Apparently, one of the viewers are a little confused about if you subscribe to a plan for $40 a month, what do I get for that? Can you explain how the credits systems works really quick?
Yes, unfortunately, I can't share my screen at the moment, which would make it easier. But let me just explain it. So with the $40 per month, you get 40 points, right? And with that, depending on the telescope, you can use a certain number of minutes, up to an hour or so. And that's really all it is about. And in addition, the $40 gives you access to premium images, which is really nice. So you get also a certain amount of images, like the one that I'm just giving away. You get that, and you get access to full moon happy hours. That means during full moon, there's 10 days of full moon period where you can just, for 1 hour per telescope, can access that telescope and take your images, as many as you can in that time, of course, respecting the time sharing that we have with others. So $40 on telescopes that are around $100,000, on $50,000 to $100,000 on average and more, is probably quite a good value, because you can see how quickly you spend $40 at Starbucks. I mean,
sure. It's like three cups of coffee or less.
That's really go around the corner, right? And so it's it's probably, and I'm not saying that because I'm from iTelescope, but I really think it's a good value. I mean, look, I have backyard astronomy equipment too, but it quickly goes into 5,000-10,000, before you know it. It adds up, and it's like Molly showed, it's a lot of dedication. She's very good at what she does. However, don't be mistaken, it takes a lot of time, right? And
absolutely,
and it's like, someone who doesn't just drive the car, but has to be able to open the engine hood and look underneath and really fix the engine. That's astrophotography for you, And what we're trying to do is at least make it simpler and make it accessible also for education, which I find so important. We're trying to bring it to children and so on, and to universities, especially undergraduates and so on. And that's something we also support quite a lot.
Awesome. So why don't we get to the giveaway for I'm going to pronounce this wrong. 47 Tucanae.
I don't know where the name comes from. Tucana, yeah.
Tucanae. I don't know. I'm bringing the Brooklyn out. It's a Tucanae. It's a Tucanae. So,
but it's an insanely beautiful globular cluster. I mean, if you visually, it is so striking. If you're ever on the southern sky, I think that'll get you hooked to even visual astrophotography forever. If you've seen something like that, M13, 47 is just overwhelming.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, and if you can take a look at the picture again, and I'll show it real quick. And this is
because I
there you go. That's the data set that Dr. Sasse is giving away tonight, and one lucky winner is going to win it. So let's see who's going to take. Let's see who takes it home. Here we go. Ready? Look at all those people on that. 346 people signed up for these giveaways. So here we go.
Oh.
Here you go. The giveaway for 47 Tuke. Here you go. Oh, and he's in the chat. Kevin Rasso.
Hey,
Kevin Rasso. And then what I'll do, Kevin, is I'll send you an email along with a copy to Dr. Sasse, and Dr. Sasse will let you know how to kind of take care of your data set. And awesome.
Congratulations, Kevin. Well done.
Kevin Rasso. Awesome. All right. Congrats, Kevin. Yeah, he's in there saying sweet. Thank you. So Dr. Sasse, I'm sorry that we couldn't see everything on your screen. We'll get that ironed out. I apologize about that. And
it's okay. I also apologize. I didn't know. Otherwise, I would. I'm German. I'm usually well prepared.
You know what? And it worked. It worked for 2 other shows. I don't know why it didn't work for this one. It's just Murphy's Law, I guess. I don't know, but again, thank you so much, and it's been great to have you.
Okay,
thank you so much, Dr. Sasse. Have a good night. Bye. All right. So let's see what we got here. So thank you to Dr. Sasse. Now we're going to move along, and we're going to go to the one of the sponsors of the show, Masters of Pixinsight, and I think everybody is on. Yes, everybody is on, and we're going to move right on over to everybody. And there we go. Oh, look at this! Look at this! We got the shirts on. We got everything. We got the Astro Doc. We got the main sequence sponsor. We got all the shirts on. The only person that's not sponsoring a shirt is Eric.
Yeah.
What can I tell you?
Did Navy win? Did Navy win?
It's tied right now, 17-all.
Oh, it's still going on.
Still going on.
Oh my geez! Oh, he's looking around the green screen, trying to see the see the game.
I'm leaning over.
So welcome everybody.
Nice.
Yeah, welcome to everybody. Thank you for coming. Oh,
yes,
and I think Ron is. Hold on, let me see. I think we got some. There we go.
Testing 1, 2.
Yep, you're good, Warren.
I would have been wearing my shirt too, except I didn't get one. I sent you my size and everything, but
no way. Are you serious? I didn't get you a shirt.
Got a bone to pick with you.
Oh no.
and we're not starting our presentation until he gets his shirt.
And, I'm gonna throw it. I'm gonna throw it to Guelph right in the she shed. I'm gonna go right to the she shed.
Bring it over. Bring your wife, and we'll have dinner.
We'll do it again. We'll do it again. I had the pleasure to meeting 2 of the 3 of the people that are with us tonight. And Warren, you're coming real soon. I'm going to come down there and hang out in West Virginia. But yeah, it's going to be awesome. I'm telling you. You know, there's got to be a maybe a star party down there somewhere over there. That it's not that far away, but we definitely got to get together.
Yes, there's the Green Bank at Green Bank Observatory. And there's a what is that? Spruce Knob.
All right, cool. Yeah, we'll definitely talk after the show. We'll talk online.
Terrific.
Awesome. So, thank you guys for all 3 of you. Getting all 3 here is really a treat. And it's wonderful to have you guys here. It's really amazing. So, thank you for taking the time out.
We love being a sponsor, Dan, and love supporting you guys. And I know my favorite thing to do is be out in the observatory and imaging and have AstroWorld on and chat with folks out there, and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and you know what the funny thing is that like this AstroPalooza is a lot different than anything we've ever done. It's a little bit more of a presenter and interviewee type. That's not really what we do. That's what we do on the show. If you've seen the show, we do the interviewee thing, but it's this is a lot of fun. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. I love doing this, but it's a little different of a tone. It's a different tone on the weekly show.
Yes.
There's a lot more people watching.
Well, you know what our presentation is tonight, right?
Yep.
And can I go ahead and share my
Absolutely. Screen? Go right ahead, and I'll make you.
So,
and that's going to come out of your screen, Pete.
Yeah.
Okay. Just so I know.
All right. So let me do this.
For now.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm getting the Mac is asking me for permission.
That's the same thing that
yeah. Yeah. So I don't think so let me try to share my screen here and let's see what happens. Can you see my screen?
I see you.
You see me?
Not yet.
It's toggle screen sharing.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? So you can hear me though, right?
I can.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. IT guy needs a little bit of a brain fart here. Here we go. Share the screen. Have you got the screen shared?
Nope, just got you.
No.
It must be something with Max. I don't know.
No. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop out real quick and restart Chrome, and give me a second, and I'll be right back and talk amongst yourselves.
Okay. Well, good thing Dylan's got a question for you while Eric's watching the game. He's like stuck to the screen. But question for the crew at Masters of Pixinsight. I won for the last class, but the night before my mother fell, we end up in the hospital for Monday night and Wednesday and missed the class. Is my class still good? Yes.
But of
you
course,
get unlimited viewing of the video and unlimited download of the files for any workshop.
There you go. So there's your answer, Dylan.
And beyond that, if you pay for one of our workshops in the series, you can come for free anytime we do the same workshop again.
There you go.
There you go.
Am I back?
You are back.
Okay, let's see if we get the screen share thing going here. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah. There you go.
Rock and roll.
I'm an IT guy. Just remember that, okay?
There you go. You need to take those notes down so I could send that to anybody who has a Mac. So let's.
Yeah. Yes, please start your. Well, that's the first time I've used Chrome, I guess. We're working with you guys. So, who we are, Masters of Pixinsight. We're the three amigos: Warren Keller, Ron Breacher, myself, Pete Prue, and Warren and Ron are actually Pixinsight ambassadors, and we have just been having a ball with Masters of Pixinsight. So, I have a little bit about ourselves, okay, for those who don't know, and I got to tell you, and I'll get it up before before we're done here. Our traffic to this website, we're truly international. We've got clients, subscribers on 6 or 7 continents, and it's pretty amazing. Our reach with Masters of Pixinsight. So we do live workshops and video tutorials. We have a 6-part newbie series, and we have a 4-part intermediate series. And we actually cater to beginners and intermediate beginners. And there's a certain point where people move on because, we've taught them, because Pixinsight can be so, daunting when you first get into it. There's 1,000 you can use. We also have a 10-part Photons of Photo series. And this is one of our most popular workshops. We look over the shoulder of Warren and Ron, or sometimes both of them, while they process an image. And it's really a fun series. And I got to tell you, I learn a lot just being the moderator and watching these guys do their work. And we also have monthly and yearly subscriptions to our flagship tutorial series, Image Processing for Astrophotography, or we like to call it IP for AP. All the workshops feature imaging data sets, process icon sets, and unlimited viewing, because we record every one of our workshops, unlimited lifetime viewing after the workshop is done. We do have our next workshop is coming up December 27th, and it's going to be from 7 to 9 p.m. And it's our Photons to Photos 11 series. And we're going to be looking over the shoulder of Ron as he processes the iconic image of M45. And what we're offering tonight, guys, is we have a $5 off coupon code for any of our workshops. So if you're a subscriber and there's a workshop you don't have and you want to purchase it, use APOD. This code will be good for the next couple of days. And if you haven't had a chance to see any of our workshops, feel free to cruise on over to IP for AP. I'll show that here in a second. And not IP for AP, to Masters of Pixinsight, MOP. And I'll show you around. But again, on the 27th, it's between the Christmas holiday and the New Year's holiday. So, hope everybody's decompressing a little bit and has some time to come and spend a couple hours with us. Again, $5 off code for any of our workshops. Just use the coupon code APOD. So a little bit about our story. Warren and I started, Warren, when did we start IP for AP?
2005, 6. Yeah, around there.
Yeah. So we started out with Photoshop tutorials. Then we went over to Pixinsight tutorials, and we were starting to do, Ron and Warren were starting to do 4 or 5 3-day workshops all across North America. We've done it up in Canada, East Coast, West Coast, Midwest. And we had 2 workshops, one in San Jose and one in Buffalo scheduled. And then the pandemic hit. So we kind of were panicking. We had people register for this workshop, and we, kind of put our heads together. And what we did is we developed this website, and we took those 3-day workshops and kind of broke them down into 2-hour chunks. And that is our newbie series and our intermediate series. And so the pandemic really, gave us an opportunity. And I guess the best thing about it, and hopefully you guys agree, is all the great people we meet. Because, I say here, our secret sauce is the live interactive learning. We get on, it's a giant video conference, and we have people from all over the world. We do our workshop, and we have interactive questions. We interact with our subscribers. People are having some problems with things that we can help them out with. And, Ron, Warren, and myself will try to help out anybody we can. And then Ron and Warren also offer one-on-one time with them for a cost, obviously. But you guys have, how many, Warren, how many people are you working with normally?
Currently, crickets, pretty much. But I've worked with a lot of folks over the years, and it's kind of neat. I think I turned people around pretty quickly in a 2-hour session, couple, 3 of those, and they go off to, their greater good. And of course, people get busy, people come in and out of the hobby. So it's a cyclic thing, but Ron and I both really love working with people, turning the lights on, and like I say, connecting the dots.
Yeah, and I think, Ron, you have quite a few folks you work with too, right?
Yeah. I love the private teaching. I love the group. I mean, I just love to teach astrophotography. So
yeah, it's just a great community out there we have, and our mission, as we say, it's not that we're the masters of Pixinsight. We want to make you the master of Pixinsight. So, and I think we've done that. We've had some students try out some great stuff.
we have a
Go ahead,
few.
Warren.
I think we have 4 APOD winners, Pete.
There you go.
I
There
think
you
we
go.
have 4 that have won APODs.
Ah, terrific. So this is our site, Masters of Pixinsight. We have our workshops page, and this will go through, and there's information on all of the workshops we have. And again, we include data sets and icon sets and our photons. We talk about our Photons of Photo series. You can see all of we try to process images that are currently kind of in the purview of everybody. Everyone's out there imaging right now, and for the season that we're in. And we go through and again, step by step, show you how to process those images. We also have another site, and this is a free site. It's called Easy Pixinsight. And this is, again, a great beginner site here. And what we do is we go through simple processing of one-shot color data, DSLR image, and then monochrome LRGB. And, sign up on this site. Doesn't cost you a dime. And the best thing about it is that you have access to these data sets. And again, this is just a way of us introducing folks to image processing and Pixinsight, again, which can be quite daunting. And it's what leads to our topic tonight. Here's the APOD button. We're going to show you Pixinsight post-processing in as little as 11 steps. So that's all I got to say. Ron and Warren, why don't you take over?
Okay, I'm going to take it. Let's see.
Okay.
Here we go.
And right, there you go. All right, let me just get
Do you
you
see my
here.
Pixinsight screen?
You will in a second. Let me just find you real quick. I got so many different looks here. Let's see, where's Ron? There we go. And Ron B Solo. And there we go. Yes, we do. Go right ahead.
Good. Okay, so APOD button. Well, there's no such thing. Everybody wants an APOD button, but it wouldn't be as fun if you didn't have to tease out the details from your image. This screen shows you a completely unprocessed master image shot with a one-shot color camera and a Takahashi FSQ 106. And it's an image of the Andromeda Galaxy M31. We're going to have a look at it. Why did we want to talk about an APOD button and processing something in a few steps? Well, it's because, as Pete said, Pixinsight can be daunting. If you look at the list of processes, here's the list of all the processes. And then you look at all the scripts. These are just the standard scripts and a few that I installed myself. You've got like 150 or 200 processes, and it can be hard to know which ones are the most important. But it can be encouraging, I think, if you're just getting into Pixinsight, to know that with just a few of those processes, you can get a really nice result. This is not a ton of data, and it's not shot in a dark sky. It's 28 5-minute subs shot with a QHY 367C one-shot color camera and just a plain old UV-IR filter. And as I said, 28 5-minute subs. So the first thing I'm pitching this talk, by the way, for people who know something about astrophotography. So for example, you know why this image looks completely black. It's because I haven't put any kind of a stretch on it. I haven't put either a temporary or a permanent screen stretch on it. So that's the first thing I'm going to do, because before I can here's my steps here on the upper right. Before I can even do a crop, I have to be able to see what's going on. And for that, Pixinsight has the screen transfer function, the auto stretch button. And if you, Pixinsight, all these tools have lots of tool tips. And if I just click this right now, I've got the channels all linked to each other. So they're all getting the same stretch. And so the image really looks terrible. It's showing what we call uneven field illumination and uneven channel sensitivity. So the green channel is much more sensitive than the other two. If I want to be able to visualize this a little bit more naturally, I need to hold the shift key down when I press this button. I'm sorry, the control key. And that's going to temporarily give me a better view of what's going on. So now I can see it well enough to crop it. And I'm just going to double click on my crop icon. You can adjust the size of this crop any way you like. You can move it around. You can even rotate it. If you don't like that rotation, you can manually type in the angle that you want. I'm going to turn it back to 0. And once you're ready, you go ahead and crop it. I like to crop very close to the beginning of the workflow because I don't want to process data that I'm never going to use. And also, if I've got artifacts on the edges, they're going to influence the statistics of some of the other steps. So that's better to remove them. Okay, so having done that, I want to rotate this image, and I'm going to use this rotation tool, fast rotation. I can rotate it 180 degrees, 90 degrees either way, or I can flip it. I'd like to rotate it 180 degrees. So now it looks more the way I want it to look. Of course, there's no rules about this. You could have this displayed any way you like. The next thing we have to do is deal with that green gradient that we saw when we did a stretch with the channels all linked together. We have to remove that. We also have to remove, there's a little bit of a gradient in brightness. You can see it's brighter up here at the top right and darker down here at the bottom left. So we're going to do what's called background modelization in Pixinsight, and that's removing the uneven field illumination. There's 2 tools for it, automatic background extractor and the dynamic background extraction tool. But this is a very easy tool to use. I've set it up with settings that I personally like. And in particular, I lowered the function degree to 1 because this is a nice smooth gradient from top right to bottom left. And I changed the box size to make the samples a little bit bigger. Now what we're going to do is correct the target image using subtraction. I'm going to go ahead and replace the target image, but let's have a look at the background model that gets extracted. So I'll go ahead and apply it. And the picture is going to look terrible again. Might look black. We'll come to that in a minute. But here on the left is the background that got extracted. And you'll notice that if I, again, click on this with the control key pressed to link the channels, I'm sorry, the shift key, we've got that green gradient there again. So that's encouraging. That's what was removed. If I now unlink the channels, you can see it's a nice smooth gradient from upper right to lower left, just what I expected and thought I needed to remove. I can close that now. This looks terrible because it's got the old screen stretch settings and I need to reset that. So I'm going to press this again. And that now is much more even if you compare the top right, and I can do that, by the way, by left clicking. I can get a readout here. It's around 0.003 up there. And down here in the lower left, about the same, 0.00332. So that's done a good job of correcting the background. The next thing we're going to do is calibrate the colors. Now, for a lot of images, I would use the stars to calibrate the colors, but there's probably only maybe 2,000 stars visible in this image, but there's billions of stars inside the galaxy. So I'm going to use those billions of stars instead of using the stars in my picture. To select the region that I want to use for my white balance, I'm going to make a little preview. And that is going to be used, M31 Preview 1 is going to be used as the white reference image. I have structure detection turned off so it doesn't look for stars. That's what that really means, star detection. I have that turned off. Then the other thing I have to do is I have to tell this tool what black looks like. So black looks something like, if I zoom way in to the corner here, take my new preview tool, black looks something like this, like all the pixels in this little box here. And I can make that a little bit bigger without encroaching on the stars. So I'm going to tell it to use preview 2, the one that I just made here, for the dark reference. And the upper limit is 0.1. All the pixels in this box are less than that, so they're all going to get used. They're all around 0.0032. So now I'll go back to my main image, and let's zoom back out so we can see what's going on. We're going to apply the tool, and you can already see the color improved. But again, every time you do something to an image before you stretch it, remembering that this is just a temporary automatic screen stretch, you have to reset that stretch. So now that I've calibrated the color, I don't want the channels to adjust independently. I want them to stay linked. So I'm going to hold the Shift key down while I click this button. And now I've got quite nice plausible colors. So I've got blue stars. I've got some nice yellowish stars. I've got a yellow core, brown dust lanes, some blue up here. It's hard to see the pink. It's in there. We'll see it when we do a little bit more processing. But I think that's a nice color calibration. Now it's time to remove the noise. Pixinsight allows you to move these previews around, and it might be easier to see the noise if we move preview 1 up here and I zoom right in. You can see all this kind of mottling in the dark areas. There's much less of it in the galaxy, of course. There's a new tool on the block for noise reduction. It's from Russ Croman at rcastro.com. It's called Noise Exterminator. And not only does it remove noise, but it can also enhance detail a little bit. And it's based on an artificial intelligence neural network approach. And I'm just going to go ahead and apply it to the image. Actually, I'm going to do it on the preview first so that you can see how nicely it works. And then we'll do it on the whole image and move along. Just takes a second to load up. In case anybody's wondering, my computer has a Ryzen 5950X processor with 32 cores, 128 gigs of RAM, pretty fast. So this is, I'm going to zoom in a little more. This is after noise reduction compared to before. After, before. I want you to notice the very faintest stars in the image right here are still there after noise reduction. Fantastic tool. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and apply it. And while it's running, let me ask Warren. Warren, did I miss anything so far? Or anything?
Doing good. Doing good.
We're good? Okay.
Doing good.
So the next thing I'd like to do is take this image from its linear state, where it's really mostly black, or very near black. And there's a direct relationship right now between the brightness of every pixel and how many photons hit that pixel. We're going to take this temporary stretch and I'm going to make it permanent. And I'm going to use the histogram transformation tool to do that. So we'll take off the temporary stretch now. Get this view locked onto the tool by clicking this little checkbox here, the track view check mark. And now whenever you see an open circle like this on a tool, it allows you to open a real-time preview. If you've used Photoshop or some of the other tools, you might be aware of that ability to see things as they happen in real time. A lot of the time, that's not what you see and not what you need with Pixinsight. But with histogram transformation and several other techniques, it's really useful to be able to see things change in real time. So here I go. I have a three-part approach to this stretch, and I never touch the white point. I just work with the gray point here and the black point, which is against the left side. First thing I do is I move the white point over to start brightening the image. And you can see in the top window, this is the histogram after the stretch. The bottom window shows the histogram before the stretch. You can barely see the before stretch histogram because it's tucked up against that left wall of this window. Luckily, I have a zoom tool that allows me to stretch that out so I can see what's going on better. And you can go as high as 999. But I'm going to go to about 100 here. And I'm going to grab my black slider and move it to the toe of the histogram. Down here, I can see I haven't clipped any pixels. When the pixels begin to clip, you'll start to see numbers and percentages there. But I'm not going to clip any pixels. And now I'm going to reduce this to 10 so I can see my gray slider again. And here we go. I'm just going to keep brightening this till it looks good. Now, in addition to typing numbers up here in this box, I can use my scroll wheel. So there's a lot of flexibility with adjusting this tool. I think that's pretty nice right there. I always aim for a background of around 0.1, 10% gray in every channel. And you can see I'm at 0.1049 or so up there, and down here, what do we have? 0.12, maybe a bit on the bright side. So I'll back it off just ever so slightly. You don't have to be really stuck on that 0.1, but it's a good way to prevent yourself from thinking you need to make the image darker. When you do that, you lose all this nice stuff on the outside. So I aim for about a 10% gray in the background. Still a bit on the bright side. There we go. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and apply that. And the real-time preview looks like this because it's showing you what would happen if the same thing was done again. I'll close the real-time preview now. And here's our image. It's now stretched. You notice we don't have the screen transfer function on. This button here is no longer pressed. If it was, it would just look all white because it's putting a second stretch on this now stretched image. Okay, for the next few steps, I want to do something different to the bright areas than I want to do to the dark areas. So I need a mask, and a mask is kind of like a stencil. Luckily, there is a button up here, right here, that will extract just the lightness of this image. In other words, it will create a black and white image that looks just like this one does. Here we go. I just click the button. That's included in our 11 steps. That button is the Extract L button. So there's the icon for it. I could have done the same thing by just dragging that process over. That's the same thing. Now, My memory isn't as good as it was, so when I make a new image, I like to rename it with a name that's going to help me remember what I use this for if I ever come back to this project. So I'm going to change this to be called L mask. In other words, luminance mask. And a
Hey,
mask
Ron.
is like a stencil. Yes.
Sorry. Hey, so as long as we're talking about coming back to projects, how about real quickly just showing what the
Yeah.
History Explorer is doing?
Yeah, I should. So every step that I've made here is captured in a history that you see the undo button, and I can keep undoing and redoing everything I did. That history is actually captured in a History Explorer window. And not only that, but I can drag that window onto the desktop for later reference as a process container. So if I ever wanted to use similar steps, for example, on another image, or I wanted to send these steps to my friend Warren to look at what I did, I could do it without even sending the whole file. What's more is Pixinsight allows you to save everything as a project. And so I'm going to save this as M31 in 11 steps. And I'm just going to overwrite what I've already done. And then I'll close it and show you how easy it is to get right back to where you left off. This shouldn't take long, I hope. Just talk among yourselves. Wait,
it's almost
okay,
done.
there
There
we
you
go.
go.
And now, I close Pixinsight. When I launch it again, here we go. I can go to File, Open Recent Project, and there it is. And everything will be restored. Every history of every image window, all the icons on the right-hand side, everything I ever did to this image will be restored. It even remembers the screen geometry that you were using. Okay, I was talking about masks. I feel better. Thank you, by the way, Warren, because if my computer crashed now, I won't lose everything. So a mask, I was saying, is kind of like a stencil where all the black areas are kind of the protected parts of the stencil, and the white areas are going to let the paint through or let through whatever I want to do. And the way you apply a mask in Pixinsight is you use this little tab here. It's called the View Identifier tab. You use this little tab, you drag it across and drop it on the image that you want to cover. And now my stencil is in place. You can't see it because I have it toggled off. There's a whole menu for masks up here. And this is the toggle to allow you to see the mask. So here you can think that wherever I can see structure, it's going to be affected by what I do next. Wherever I see red is going to be protected by what I do next. So I'm protecting the background and the faint parts of the galaxy. And for what I want to do next, I want to get a little preview going that has a bit of everything in it. And I'll take that preview, make the whole thing visible, and now I'm going to hide the mask. The mask is still in place. You can tell by the brown color of the View Identifier tab. And we're going to use LHE 50, Local Histogram Equalization. It's a contrast booster. These are the settings that Warren and I often start with. I know Warren and I both often end up at 18.18 for the amount, but I'm going to start at 0.2 because this image took it well when I was experimenting with this. And again, I'm just going to test it on the real-time preview. It's kind of hard to see what happened there, but on my screen, I can see a very subtle enhancement of contrast. I'm going to make it a lot stronger just for demonstration purposes. Now I think you can see before and after, before and after. But for my taste, that would just be too much. I'm going to dial it back down to say 25% and apply it. Now, never have just one kind of one size of structure in them. There's very, very tiny stars, and then there's big sweeping galactic arms. And there's structures like this elliptical galaxy, which is hundreds of pixels in size. So doing contrast enhancement at just one size level often isn't enough. So we usually recommend that you do it at 2 size levels. So we've done it at a scale of 50, and now I'm going to do it at a scale of 125. So again, I'm going to invoke the real-time preview this time. I'll do it on the preview so it loads a little faster. And now we're looking at larger scale structure, more in the core. Again, I'll turn it up so you can see what happens when we really crank it. Beautiful contrast enhancement. I actually like that a lot. I think I want to see that on the whole image. To me, that's getting kind of crunchy. I had it at 22 when I was experimenting. So often one of the things I say is, if you can see what I did, I probably did too much. Where I really want to see the enhancement is in these dust lanes. And I think that's pretty good. I like it. So I'll get out of the real-time preview and I'll go ahead and apply this to my image. Nine steps so far, folks. We're almost done. The next thing we want to do is we want to enhance this image with a bit of special sauce. Remember, we have a mask in place that's protecting the background. So I think we could do a little bit of a brightness enhancement as long as we're careful with the stars. And I think we could add some color saturation to this image. So for that, I'm going to use the curves tool. Let me close this. I'll get my L mask out of the way. And this if you recall, I just made this for demonstration purposes. Notice though that there's a lot more steps in the history now of our image of M31. You can see everything that we did. There's both scales. It even shows you that I used a mask. Back to where I was going to delete that because we don't really need it anymore. I want to get to curves now. So if you've used Photoshop, you're probably familiar with the curves tool in Photoshop. The Pixinsight curves tool has a lot of similarities, except that it's kind of curves on steroids because you can do all the individual color channels, all the color channels at once. The alpha channel, if you're on a ping file, that's the transparency channel. The luminance channel, the A and B channels of the LAB color space, the C channel of the LAB color space, that's called the colorfulness channel. You can also adjust hue and saturation. In this case, I'm using two of the tools. I adjusted the luminance, so I held the background down and enhanced the midtones a little bit. And I lowered the brightest values. So it started out up there. I lowered it because I didn't want the core getting burned out. And I added a lot of saturation to areas that didn't have much color. And I prevented the really colorful areas from getting too hot. So I'm going to track my view. And I'm going to open up a real-time preview to see how this might look. Before, after. Well, pretty cool. but maybe the saturation is a little bit too much, particularly in the areas where there's already a lot of color. So I can bring the curve down in those areas that already have lots of color. This is a very, very flexible tool. At some point, you're going to love what you see. Everybody's got a different eye, so there's nothing right or wrong here. Do have a good close look at the areas that you're most interested in, with and without. Make sure you're not damaging anything. I think that's pretty nice. So I'm going to go ahead and apply it. And that's 10 steps completed, and now I want to share it with my friends. Before I can share it with my friends, I have to make sure that your monitor, your computer, your printer knows how I want image displayed. I want it displayed as an RGB color image with the color balance that you see here. For good or for bad, this is how I want you to see it. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this tool, the ICC Profile Transformation Tool. ICC is the International Color Consortium. And I'm going to use it to convert this image so that it has this default colorful profile in it that most computers and monitors and printers can display well. I'm going to use relative colorimetric to match the white points for display, and I'm going to use black point compensation to make the blacks look better. Applying this won't have any impact on what you see, but it's going to change what happens when I save the file. That's just like you do in Windows or on a Mac. You would save or save as. And you have a lot of different file formats you can choose from here. I like the JPEG format because that's how I share all my files. You can give it any name that you want. I'm going to call this M31 AstroPalooza. I'll save it to my desktop. I use 95% quality, indistinguishable from 100, but a lot smaller. Notice that I'm embedding that color profile, so it should look the same on your screen as it does on mine. I click OK. I'll start saving the project again. And while the project is saving, I'm going to go out to my desktop. Have a look at that JPEG that I just made and make sure that it looks right. And that looks to me just like it looked in Pixinsight. So I know that color profile is working. And with that, I'm going to stop my sharing and get back into this meeting. There we go.
That was awesome.
Awesome.
Love it.
That was great. Kevin Rasso had a quick question. He noticed that you applied ICC with the mask on. Does it or does it not make a difference?
It does not make a difference.
There you go.
It's just going to be embedded in the color information when you save it out. By the way, it also doesn't make a difference when you save the file. The mask is just something internal to Pixinsight that the processes know is there.
Gotcha.
Nice. And all that in just 11 steps.
Yep.
That's pretty slick.
It's like there's 150, 200 processes, 11 steps, you know?
Exactly.
Don't get overwhelmed. Get a workflow, get a discipline, and then get good at using a few tools well.
Yes, Stu had a nice comment. It said it prevents the photo from getting COVID doing it in 11 steps.
Well, a nice visible dark. Sean says he could do it in 10 steps, Ron.
Oh,
okay.
There you go.
There you go. I can finish that image in 8 steps, Don.
That's awesome.
Hey Dan, Can I share my screen once again? Just remind everybody of our next workshop.
Yep.
Okay.
Let me just get you up, Pete.
Yep.
Let's see. And there we go. And there you go.
Voila.
You're all set.
Okay. Yeah. So our next workshop, join us on the 27th. Ron will be processing M45. We hope that you can join us again. It's mastersofpixinsight.com. We have a $5 off.
More than 11 steps.
Yes. Yes. And he'll take 2 hours to process the image too, instead of 20 minutes. Great job, Ron. But the coupon code, again, for any of our workshops or anything on the website is $5 off code for any of the workshops, APOD. Use that. I mentioned before, the things we love about what we do is the community we have online. This is just the traffic today. So we'd like to think that, oh, look, we have people really up in the great white north up there, don't we?
You ain't kidding.
Okay.
Yep.
But it's an international audience, and it's a lot of fun. If you can't attend the live workshop, we used to do workshops for the EU about 5 hours earlier, but since we record the workshops, it was kind of redundant, and people typically get back or come back. We tell everyone, just sit back, relax, and enjoy yourself watching what's going on, ask your questions, and then a couple days later, we get the videos posted along with the download, and then you can process, go along with, with Ron or Warren, who's ever teaching. So again, it's a lot of fun. We hope we see you at our next workshop. Remember, we have that coupon code. So that's all I say. We're pretty proud of our international audience, and I just wanted to show everyone. So.
That's pretty awesome, because if you show that again, I want to know who's in the middle of the Pacific there. Yeah, I think they had some. Or in Finland. With everything going on in the world, I had 2 guys on the borders between Russia and Ukraine, 2 astronomers watching workshops, and to me, it's like, it really was just to think about everything going on in the world, and these 2 guys, at about the same time looking at this stuff. I don't want to get political, but you get 2 astronomers together, maybe we could solve the problems of the world.
That would be great. That would be awesome. I would love. We would all love that.
And musicians.
Yeah. Well,
There you go.
Yeah, and that's something we got to do. Next time I'm bringing my Rickenbacker down, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm not very good. I'm not as good as you two, but I can play a tune or two.
And I just posted in the chat, we do have a few people are complaining maybe that if things weren't clear enough on their screen to see the settings and things like that. We do have a free newbies workshop that it's expanded on what Ron just did. And it's about an hour and a half. And I just posted that link. And that'll go through a lot of what Ron showed you today. And enjoy it. Again, a lot of free resources out there too.
Hey, Ron, I think the main thing isn't the settings. The main thing is don't be daunted.
Yeah.
Don't think that Pixinsight is harder than it is. If you're smart enough to get into this web chat, you're smart enough to get into Pixinsight. It doesn't take that much, and it doesn't matter whether you want to learn PI, Photoshop, APP. All of it takes work.
They don't see the link, Pete. Where did you?
I posted again in the chat. Let me do this.
Probably because you're managing it. Maybe you need to.
No, it's on YouTube. I would have seen.
Yeah, I'm on the YouTube chat. I posted it. Okay. So, here, let me share my screen again, and I'll show you exactly where it is.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Here we go.
Oh yeah, maybe if the link is probably just because I'm the admin of the show. You might not be able to
saying. Okay. Well, let me toggle my screen share on again.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
But so your point, Ron, while he's pulling that up, you're absolutely right. I mean, I remember for now, and I'm not afraid to say it, for at least I had Pixinsight for at least a year and a half, and all I was using it for was Blink. Before you guys came and you started introducing Master of Pixinsight, and I got into the newbies classes. And it's a testament to what you guys do. You made it a lot less intimidating. You really taught me, you know, hey, if you follow these processes and you develop a workflow, it's not as daunting. You know, it's just following the workflow, following the steps, and it's not as intimidating as, you know, it's really made out that so many have made it out to be. But it is a powerful tool, that's for sure.
So if you go to our workshop page, okay, click on workshops, get to this page, newbie series, right underneath the explanation of the newbie series, it says click here and try our free Pixinsight for Newbies workshop. And that's an actual workshop. It's an older workshop. It's on an older, a little bit old, a 3-year-old, whatever Pixinsight was 3 years ago. So, but it is a newbie series, so everything should apply that's in there. And then if you want the latest and greatest, you can come and subscribe to the latest newbies workshop. Again, we record all our workshops. All of the, when you get in here, you'll see that the recordings are here, the downloads are here. We also provide chapter markers. So if you come back in and want to get to one specific thing, it's up here for you. We're trying to make the site as user-friendly as possible. Also, if you subscribe to any workshop, you also get access to our free Quick Tips. And Quick Tips is a free hourly workshop that we do for our subscribers on a quarterly basis. So those and all the old ones are here. Again, anytime we do something live, we record it. And we also have something called Quick Tips, or supplemental videos in Quick Tips. And it's little tips and tricks we might come across, things that we think that are important to the community to know, for the community to know, and they're posted here. And again, subscribe to one class, and you have access to this. And again, our IP for AP tutorials page. This was called by one person, Pixinsight University. Warren wrote a great book called Inside Pixinsight, and this is like the video version of that book, and it has over 200 plus bite-sized videos on individual processes, workflows from start to finish. If you don't want to, Warren takes you through and shows you how to do image pre-processing in the manual way, which is very cool. And but we also have our Reloaded series, which is anything new coming up in Pixinsight. It's kind of in a workflow format in here. And then we have AstroDoc's Corner. So we have Dr. Ron coming in here with his tutorials too. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a great community out there, and you know, we've met so many great people doing this, and we're just having a ball, right, guys?
Yep.
So
that's awesome.
That's our story, and we're sticking to it.
Yep. I've been, you know, a huge supporter of you guys, and you know, I've taken lessons. I haven't taken lessons from Warren yet, but I've taken lessons from Warren. That's got to come. I got to get a different. What's that?
You've taken a lot from me.
Of course.
A lot of shit.
Well, now I'm holding the shirt, you know, hostage because I want a free hour for the shirt. So
there you go.
We see how you are.
Nothing is truly free.
The shirts are free for you guys. But thank you so much, guys. You guys are awesome. I appreciate everything and all the support throughout this year and in the future. You guys have been such great proponents of the show, and it's been awesome. And you know, and we do have to give away 3 free classes. So
there you go.
Why don't we give away 3 free classes right now? How about that? Why don't we do that before we let you guys go? And we'll go to the AstroPalooza wheel. And here we go. Look at it. I can't even read the names anymore. This is crazy. But, so here we go. 300.
Bring it up on the screen. You don't have it up on me.
thank you. Sorry. We have you have a 1 in 340 chance of winning, or 3 because we're giving away 3 classes today.
Is my name on the wheel? That's an
No.
inside joke. That's an inside joke between the mop guys.
Oh no.
We always have somebody who says, my name wasn't on the wheel. I say, holy cow, how can you read that wheel?
That's funny. Here we go. Number 1. Let me get my pad out. Where's my pad?
I have never seen it with this many people, Dan.
Me neither.
It's incredible.
First free Master of Pixinsight class goes to Terry Maurice.
Yes.
Terry
Congratulations.
Maurice. And I'll get Pete, I'll send you the emails for everybody and all that.
Terrific.
Number 2. And John Williams. Is that the composer? John Williams.
Hey, that would be cool.
That would be cool. Yeah, maybe he's coming back to make Indiana Jones 5.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
We'll see. All right, last one to go. Here we go. You know, it takes longer for the wheel to spin if you got more names, I think. Last one. Robert Slobins.
Robert's one of our
regular
first
customers.
subscribers.
Nice.
Nice.
He's been to our live workshops too.
That's
Yes.
awesome.
Awesome.
Yes.
Great.
And he's won an all expense paid trip to the next full eclipse, solar eclipse.
Yes.
Wow.
He's got some great.
How do you
pictures.
win that?
Let me tell you.
I want to be on
No.
that wheel.
No, you're giving it away.
Oh, I'm giving away. Oh, God. Jen, you're not watching, right? We just lost about $30,000.
Yes, think of the publicity.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Some crazy guy from New York just gave somebody 30 grand to send somebody to an eclipse.
Well, listen, we will fly him out on the corporate jet.
There you go.
Okay? The mop corporate
There it is.
jet, okay.
There you go.
We'll do that.
The MOP corporate jet. That's awesome.
I want to see on the belly of the plane mop.
There it is. It's a big 747.
Absolutely.
Really nice.
And I want to
three-
flown by
three
Bruce
separate bedrooms
Dickinson
in it.
of Iron Maiden. That's who I want to flown by.
All right.
Awesome, guys. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate
Thank you.
everything that you guys do for us in the show.
Appreciate you too.
You guys are awesome. So thank you again so much.
Congratulations
A lot of
on your
fun.
first annual AstroPalooza.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, first annual. So believe it or not, we're we do the picture of the month, and soon to be we're going to be announcing the picture of the year in early January, and we're going to be coming. The calendars are coming out, right? So the calendars are coming out in like the 2nd or 3rd week in January, and already I put in there December. I think it's 8th, the first Saturday in December. AstroPalooza 2 ? So we shall see if that's gonna happen. And it looks like the response that we're getting today and the viewership that we're getting is looks like it's gonna be wanted by the masses. So
It's in my calendar.
there you go. The first Saturday in December, and then the second Saturday in December we go to She Shed.
Okay.
Awesome, fellas. Thank you so much. Warren,
Yes.
Pete, Ron, thank you so much
See you
for
on the
coming and hanging
panel
out
later.
with us. What's that? Oh yeah,
Bye-
see,
bye-
yeah.
bye-
Panel later.
We're running about 45 minutes late, so I mean, just keep that in
We'll
mind.
be watching.
I won't make it
Terrific.
to the panel. I've got a date.
What?
Somebody's having a birthday.
A date.
What? Tell them to come on, hang out. Don't birthdays.
What's more important than astronomy?
Nothing's more important. There's no crying in astronomy. All right, fellas.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you,
Have fun.
guys.
Thanks,
Appreciate
guys.
it.
Really appreciate it.
All right.
Have a good night, everybody. And let me get
All
this back.
right.
Oh my goodness, this is just a rock and roll city here. This is let's see, virtual Dan Eric. There we go. Quick play. There we go. Beautiful. Awesome. Wow.
Now we've got Adam.
So
Adam
we are
coming
in
up.
our we're at 5.5 hours or so right now. We're going for I want a Guinness Book of World Record thing here. That's what I want to do. But we should have done that. The longest virtual astrophotography session thing on YouTube. There
You
you
know what? Maybe we could make this a thing. You never know. And start attracting more and more people. Maybe this can almost be like the virtual NEAF.
Yeah,
You know, or
absolutely.
virtual
And you
NEAC
know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put a poll because I haven't done a poll too much today. Do you want to see AstroPalooza 2 in 2023?
Are
Yes
you
or
not
no?
entertained?
Are you not
Are you not
entertained?
entertained?
When you wake up and you see fields and the sun shining in your face, it's all right because you're in Elysium and you're already dead. But anyway, that's you know what. And that being said, and right before the atom block, we just gotta there you go, be off the rails. There you go. But for those of you that have been waiting for that, there you go. But let me see, quick play. There we go. The rail. Yes, no shots yet. It's still too early. I'm staying sober. Come on, water is all this is. It's way too much work. This is awesome. It's a lot of fun. It's great people that we're talking to, and all the guests have been awesome. Our next guest, unfortunately, is not able to come to us live due to prior commitments, but he wanted to be a part of AstroPalooza, and he did send us a video. Now the video is a little long; it's about an hour, but it's Adam Block, and he's talking a lot about Pixinsight and some tips and tricks. If you're interested about that, stick around because we're gonna do 2 more giveaways first, and then we're gonna hit up the Adam Block video, and that'll run to about 8:45. So I just want to put that out there for
9 Eastern.
8:45 Eastern. Yes, please. Thank you, Eric. Eastern, 8:45 Eastern. And Tom, if you're watching, that's when you'll come on at 8:45. So at that point, that would put us about. Oh wow, we got 2 more guests after that. So we got Tom and Charles. So
I mean,
awesome.
We're getting towards the home stretch here, but you know, it's all good. And you know what? Adam is a wizard when it comes to Pixinsight. So
he really is. He is awesome.
It's gonna be work.
You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do the giveaway for the AstroWorld Gym Bag. How about that?
Nice.
Let's do the giveaway for the AstroWorld Gym Bag. Here we go.
Let's do it.
AstroWorld Gym Bag. Here we go. The gym bag goes to Dominic McKellar. Dominic.
You forgot to bring it up on the screen again, but that's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Come on, man. You're supposed to get me on that. There you go.
That's true.
Dominic McKellar. There you go. So I could show it so I wasn't cheating. so Dominic McKellar, you will be getting an email from me, and we'll get you that gym bag. It's pretty cool. It's nice and big. Pretty cool.
Yeah, someone was asking, will a tripod fit in it?
No, it's not that big. It's not a duffel. It's a gym bag, so it's not that big.
So hey, you can look stylish when you're heading out to the gym there, though.
You can. It says a nice AstroWorld kind of logo on the side. It's pretty cool. So awesome. So we got that done. And then what we're going to do now is we are going to start up the Adam Block. Wow. I'm skipping 2 guests here. Adam Block's video on Pixinsight. So let's get that. What do you say, Eric? Let's roll that what?
Let's roll that beautiful bean footage.
There we go. Awesome. Here we go. Rock and roll.
Hi, this is Adam Block. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak at AstroPalooza. This presentation is about Pixinsight, specifically about the usefulness of pixel math. It's just a quick introduction to pixel math and how you can take advantage of it, and show a quick couple of demonstrations that are unique. So I hope you enjoy the presentation and have a great time. So let's begin right away by looking at pixel math. Now, I'm not going to be able to show exactly how pixel math works in its entirety in this video. I'm just going to highlight some aspects of it that will be useful to demonstrate some of the great power in terms of diagnosing a problem or addressing some kinds of misconceptions, other things. I've got some really good examples, and I'm going to be using pixel math to help illustrate how powerful Pixinsight is and how you can figure things out. In order to do that, though, I'm going to give this introduction to pixel math very, very basic. It won't be full, but it'll be just enough to get me to be able to illustrate some of the examples that I would like to. If you haven't had an introduction to pixel math before, it is my hope that this really gets you thinking on the right path. So let me begin with the name. Notice that the name says pixel math, not pixels math, because it does indicate exactly how it works. Pixel math visits one pixel at a time in your image, and then it loops over all pixels. It visits all the other pixels. Now, when I first learned about pixel math, I somehow correlated the number of pixels that are in my image with the complexity of the tool. In my mind, I just thought, oh, I have millions of pixels in my image. The tool must be doing something very complex. The true answer is it is the exact opposite. You do whatever it is you ask it to do, one pixel at a time. So you can simplify all of the thinking, all of these fancy expressions that you ever see people use. You may have copied these pixel math expressions. You're just evaluating that expression and doing one thing at a time, one pixel in an image, and that's it. So let me begin actually in that vein by making an image that has just one single pixel. So I'm in the destination area here. I can create a new image with a width of 1, a height of 1, color space, we can make it grayscale, and we'll just make it a 16-bit image. Nothing special. There is something you should know, though, about Pixinsight, if you don't already know, which is that the values that we work with in the program, they go between 0 and 1. So 0 would be a black value. White would be a value of 1. And then you have all the grayscales in between. Halfway is 0.5. So I need to say, if I'm going to make a pixel, an image that has one pixel, what value do I want to give it? So pixels have two basic characteristics. They have a value, and they also have a position in the array. Now, this array will only have 1, so there's really no position to worry about. But I'm going to say 0.5. This will make it a gray pixel. Now, I'm not going to be using the triangle. This means to drag onto another image. We don't have another image. The square means apply to an image on the desktop. We don't have an active image to apply to. So the global apply here, this is the one that says, please execute everything that we've set up here without interacting with any other image. We can do that. So I press the button, and we get a single pixel. Now, this looks like, it looks like an image, right? It's not. Look at the zoom factor here. We're zoomed in 100 to 1, right? This is literally a single pixel. If you look down at the very bottom, you can see the value here is 0.5, and the position is a value that is less than 1. And I'll explain why that is in just a moment. But what we did is we put 0.5, and then we generated this image here. If I want to change the value and make this a white thing, I need to replace my target image. Now I can drag this triangle to a target, and it'll put this, this number 1, the value, into the pixel, makes it white or makes it black. Now, this is not terribly exciting. I understand that. Let's make it a little more exciting here by creating an image with 2 pixels. Oh my goodness. Now we're going to have 2. We'll have them initially both be black. If I do this, now we'll get a rectangle. Now this again, you got to keep in mind, I'll stretch it, but look down at the bottom of the position. This position here has a value less than 1. Just look at the X. The Y isn't going to change because there is no Y. There's only a horizontal row here. So we have a value here of less than 1, and then we have a value here greater than 1. This is the position value here. Whenever you have an array of images, this is like a computer science thing. It's an indexing thing. Positions, an index of an array begins at 0. This is the position 0. This is the position 1. Notice we have 2 elements, but the actual index goes 0 and then 1 for the position of these pixels. If I wanted to show you that we are actually looping through, when I put this, 0.6, whatever it is I put here, and then I say, please apply that to this image, we are literally doing the following thing. We're saying, please put 0.6 at the first pixel, then go to the next pixel, please put 0.6 to the next pixel, then go to the next pixel, please put 0.6 to the next. It's really boring, right? But let's do something a little different now. Now let's visit every pixel and use the fact that they're at a different position to do something differently. We can use the looping capability to do something based on position. It's not the most common thing to do. Generally, you're acting on all the pixels based on maybe some other image, right? But in this case, I'd like to correlate the value of a pixel with its position in the array. There are reasons, and we're going to be using one, to do this sometimes. So I need to now show you that there exists functions. It's under the expression editor. You can click and see that there are functions and operators and all kinds of stuff. This is a reference that you can use. You can pick and choose from any of these things here. It tells you basically what it does and how to utilize it. Most of these functions will have the name, and then you put whatever it needs to do its job in the parentheses. Some functions don't have anything that you need to put in there. They just do the thing that you ask them to do. And the one that I want to use is of that type. Down here, there's a small x, and it has a synonymous name of x position. That's what I want. I want to know what position we're at in the array. And then we can do something at those positions. So the function I need, I can just say x and then put these 2 parentheses, and I can use that function to get the answer that I want. Now I'm going to put more than 2 pixels. I'm going to try to create an image now that has 4 pixels. In fact, I'm going to think ahead. I'm going to just solve this right now. I'm going to put 5 pixels. You'll see why I do this. I'm being a little sneaky here. And we're going to first make them all be black. So we're going to get this wonderful rectangle. We have 5 pixels here. I promise there are actually 5 of them right here. But in this time, we're going to visit each one, and we're going to put its value of its position as the value of the brightness of the pixel itself. Let's just see how that works, right? We'll do this one first. The first position is what? It's 0. So when I ask it, please give me the answer to this thing reports the answer to the position. So for the first pixel, the position is 0. That means that this value is 0. That's what it's going to put here, is 0. The second position has a value of 1. So this will evaluate to the number 1. So it'll put 1 here. That means now I have a black pixel and next to it a white pixel. The next pixel over has a value of 2. So 2 is bigger than 1. That's actually an issue. Remember, values in Pixinsight can only go between 0 and 1. So if this thing evaluates to 2, what's going to happen? Well, it's not going to put 2 here. It'll just say anything's bigger than 1. It'll just become 1. It clips it to 1. So now I have a second white pixel. We have black, white, white. And that'll continue to happen if we have a number 3 here, a number 4 here. Every time it'll just be white because all the other x positions are greater than the number 1. If I actually apply this now by replacing the target image, I expect to have 1 black pixel and the rest should be white. Let's see if that's true. It is. Look at that. 1 black, 4 white. But let's see if we can be a little more clever about this. Let's relate the fraction of the position that we are at to the color that we apply to that pixel. In other words, if I divide by 4 here, watch what happens. And you might want to pause the video and just do the little math in your head, and you can see what is about to happen before I do it. But here's the way to evaluate the image. The first position has 0. 0 divided by 4 is what? 0. The second position has a value of 1. 1 divided by 4 is 0.25. Now we're going to have a gray image, a gray value in the second pixel. Then we'll have 2 divided by 4, which is 0.5, a little bit brighter, half. 3 divided by 4 is 0.75. 4 divided by 4 is 1. So we should have this little mini gradient, actually, of pixels when we apply this expression. Let's see if that's true. And that's exactly what we get. What I've just demonstrated is how to create a gradient in an image. Now, this idea of dividing by 4 by scaling by the fractional position in the image is actually a function in and of itself. I'll show it to you. It was right next to where we were. It's a capital X. The capital X says return the normalized horizontal position in a range between 0 and 1. That corresponds, of course, to the fractional position that I just specified by dividing by 4. So if I instead put a capital X here and then ask for the result, we get the same thing. It's the same answer. Just to prove to you that it is really the same answer because it didn't change. First, let me make them all back 0 again. Then I'll put in this capital X like that. And there we go, a gradient. So I hope that you've learned an awful lot of things here. But the most important thing I'm trying to express is the idea that whatever it is we put in here, we visit each pixel and do something based on whatever the expression is here. We're just visiting one pixel at a time. You evaluate things one pixel at a time. With this very basic introduction, I can now begin to show you how to think about solving some very powerful, easy things in Pixinsight that are the kinds of questions that I often get, actually. I'll show you some examples. So now I'm going to completely switch gears, but I promise you we're going to get back to pixel math in just a moment. This is a very common question. Many people have this question in some form, one form or another, but this is a pretty dramatic example. So an individual sent me an email and says, Adam, look, I have this image that looks pretty good before I apply DBE. DBE is dynamic background extraction. It's supposed to help remove gradients, right? So this is the before DBE. And then he has an after DBE that if I click on the image here and we do page down, you get an answer that looks like this. And he's like, Adam, look, DBE is messing up my image. What can I do? What parameters can I do with DBE that will not give me this result? Because if you look at the original result, it doesn't look anything as bad as this. Help me, Adam. Help me, Obi-Wan. What can I do here? Well, one of the things that I would say is that this is not a DBE problem. This has nothing to do with DBE. The point is that when you look at an image that looks like this, that information, that noise, those vertical crazy things, whatever those things are in the image, they were always there. And when we're looking at the image in its uncorrected or less corrected form as far as DBE is concerned, it's just that the brightness of the sky itself is overwhelming the information that we're seeing here. When we remove the gradient and we redisplay the image in some particular way, we're going to see these lower level effects that were just not obvious before we had removed the brightness of the gradients and so on. So there's two different things. One thing is that the information is harder to see when we have this brighter values associated with the sky brightness or the gradient, whatever the case might be. And then we have this other issue of the fact that once we have adjusted the image with DBE, we have a completely new set of pixel values. And those pixel values are going to be displayed in a different way using the tool that is the screen transfer function. This is what's used to display this image. Now, the images that I'm showing you here are actually screenshots that were given to me by the person, so I can't show you the transfer function on the screenshots here, but I'll show you basically the same idea in an image that I'm going to recreate for you. I'm going to recreate the problem so that you can see it's not a DBE problem, it is a data problem. And by the way, the data problem that is here, I mean, this could have a number of different things going on. It could be everything from an electrical problem to a certain kind of fixed noise pattern problem. All kinds of particular problems can cause this, but it is not a processing problem. It is truly in the data, and that needs to, of course, be solved. So I've tried to manufacture what is a typical astronomical image, all right? So pretend with me that this is a picture. This is a picture of a nebula. It really is, right now. You can't see it. You can't see it because let's say you took this under Bortle 8 skies, right? And so when you initially take your picture, the sky brightness is just so bright that all you see is basically a gradient. And then we need to remove this excess light, remove the gradient so that we can see the nebula, right? So the way that people remove gradients is, of course, they are going to use a dynamic background extraction. So that's what I'm going to use here. I'm going to get out dynamic background extraction, and I'm not going to worry about stars because there are no stars here, right? So we click on the image. I can make the tolerance very high. I can set my sample radius as 5 is fine. I'm just going to generate a whole bunch of little, samples across the image, and that should be able to remove the gradient, right? So we're going to do subtraction here. And then I'm going to go ahead and just say, replace target image. And then we can see, hopefully, the adjustment that occurs here. Ready? Aha. So once we have applied DBE, you can see the nebula now that we couldn't see it before. Now, why couldn't we see it before? Remember, let's just go undo here. If I go well, let me do this. Sorry. Here, if I go back a step, this is the auto contrast version of the image. I did the auto STF because the gradient is so bright, so much brighter than the nebula, my little smiley face nebula. You can't see it in here. The values of the nebula are just, 0.001, whatever they are. But the nebula values here, or not the nebula, sorry, the gradient values here are 0.2, 0.3, whatever these values are. They're very, very big compared to the nebula. So only when we remove the gradient can we see the nebula at all. Here's my little smiley face nebula. But notice that there's also the noise that you can see there as well. The noise, the vertical columns that you see in the image, they were there all along. DBE did not cause that effect. They were already in the data. This is exactly the same thing that we're looking at when we look here. It is precisely the same. It's not a DBE problem. It's not a processing problem. This is in the data. But people oftentimes will associate the result with a processing problem. And I'm trying to say it isn't a processing problem. So what I'd like to do is just reconstruct. How did I do this? How did I get that result? Well, I can show you precisely how I did it. It's not hard to do at all. The first thing we want to do is we want to create the problem. Those vertical lines, we can actually create vertical lines in an image. It's easy enough to do. Let's just make a new image here. We're going to make it 1,000 pixels by 1,000 pixels. And let's make it, grayscale image. And again, 16-bit. Well, you can even make it 32. Doesn't matter, really. Make it 32-bit. Floating point. There we go. Because that's typically what the kind of images that we work with for astronomical images. And then what we're going to do is say, we'll use a function. So what I want to have happen is if you looked we had all those vertical lines, right? So that means that whatever that effect is that we're seeing vary, and it's varying periodically, it's doing so in the horizontal direction. There's no variation in the vertical direction. It's all horizontally varying. So what periodically varies? What function periodically varies at all? Sine and cosine, right? I'm going to use cosine because I just like it. So the cosine function varies. And so what do I want to take the cosine of? Well, I want to take the cosine of the position that we're at. For every pixel that we are visiting, we can say, report to me the cosine value. If I actually do that, we're going to get some kind of variation going across the image. So let's just say, for example, I said, give me the cosine of the x position, right? And let's just say that's all I ask it to do. Just give me the cosine of the x position and give me that image. What do we get? We get a crazy thing which looks like this. You can see that we are getting this, function variance going across the image. But if we want this to be like what we saw in the, with respect to the nebula, it shouldn't be very bright. I mean, these values here go all the way to a value of, like nearly 1 and so on. So we need these values to be very, very small values. Let's go ahead and replace this. And I'm going to basically just multiply this number by a much, much smaller number, 0.001 or something like that. Then this will have very, very small values. In fact, if you just display the image in this form, you can't see anything. You actually need to do the auto stretch in order to be able to see the problem. And there they are. The next thing I want to do, and again, I just want to make this kind of like some kind of noise-like thing, right? I'm going to go ahead and blur this a little bit with convolution. So we get the convolution function. I blur this. Maybe we blur it again or something like that. So now it's a bit blurry. And then we can add a little bit of that noise to this image as well, right? So I can again do the auto stretch, and you can see the result here. Every time we do an auto stretch, the darker I make the image, the more contrast the auto stretch will become, because that difference between bright and dark things becomes more important for the very, very faintest pixel values here. That's something to keep in mind when we look at, when we compare these two images. That's part of what's going on. Let's go ahead then and add a little bit of noise. So I'm going to go to noise generator, and we'll add here I already have it set to some small amount of noise to the image. So there we go. This looks kind of like, you can see the vertical pattern in there, barely. But that looks like the kind of noisy result that we might get from a CCD camera, right? So we can call this our noise image. So there's our noise. I didn't spell that right. Now to make the nebula, what did I do to make the nebula? I did the following. I used the game script, and I basically added, a circle in here like this, so I could get like a white circle, and I just made it a binary mask, and I said, yes, please do it. There's part of the answer, but then I needed to put little black things in there. So if I wanted to put my little black things, I just use the clone stamp tool really quickly. So I go to clone stamp. So we click, I want the radius 25, sounds good. Opacity 1 sounds good. So I do an alt click here. Oop, control click, sorry. I put my thing there, and I put my thing there, and then we try to make a thing here and a thing there. So there, oh, that is ugly. I don't even like that last one, but whatever, there. So we go, okay. But of course, again, this image is going to be too bright because we have values between, they're either 0 or absolutely 1, but we want them to be nebula-like, right? So if I just multiply this, every pixel here, by a value of 0.001, 0.001, something like that, again, we're going to get values that are very near to the values of the noise, which is what we want. So I'm going to do the auto stretch. I did that wrong. I'm supposed to multiply. So let me show you a new thing that you need to know, which is target T. Target T means whatever image that I point at with this rectangle is the one that I mean here. So I want to multiply the pixel that I point at, whichever image I point at. I could spell out the name of this image here, but I'm just going to say target T means wherever it is I'm pointing times 0.001. That will do what I wanted. There is my little nebulosity. So I have my nebula, I have my noise. I'm going to go ahead and we can add these together if we want and create a new image. So we just say noise plus our nebula. So the name of our nebula here, I'm going to give it a name of neb, N-E-B. So I can do noise plus neb. And this time I'll create a new image. We should be able to do that. There it is. We don't see anything because, again, the values are so small. If I do my auto stretch, you can see the noise and the nebula here, right? But that's not enough. Then we need the sky. We need our gradient. So we can create a gradient out of this image as well. So how do we create a gradient? Well, I already demonstrated that a moment ago. I just made a copy of this image. And if you recall, I can just use that capital X with the parentheses. That's going to make a gradient here. Now this is being displayed as it is because notice there's a green line. We are applying the auto STF to this image, which is not what we want to do. I'm going to reset it, and then we're going to see our nice gradient going across the image. So here's the gradient image, but of course this gradient is way too bright. I don't want the values to go all the way from this to there. I'm going to make it a smaller number. Let's make, all we do is we do target T times maybe 0.3 or something like that. Let's see, replace target image. That should do the job. There we go. So this is our gradient image. Gradient. So now we can add our gradient. Let's call this, I don't know what I want to call this thing. So this is our actual image, right? Now, I'll call this our neb. I already have that one, right? Yeah, neb plus noise. Neb noise. This is our neb noise image. So we're going to say neb noise plus grad, because this one is called the grad. We just add these two things together, create a new image, and there it is. That's what I did. This now has the sky gradient plus the nebula and the noise all together. And then if I did the trick that I did a moment ago with DBE, where we click on the image here, we can generate our point. Let's not generate the points like that. Sorry, let me reset that. We need to have this a tolerance of 10. Then we can generate all of our points. We say subtraction, replace target image, do it. And once again, I chose different values this time, but you can see that we can see our nebula plus that crazy noise that's in there. Close this. Yes. There's our nebula plus our linear kind of noisy stuff. The point is that that noise was always in the image to begin with, and only after we removed the gradient were we able to see the noise. That is exactly the same as the demonstration shown right here. Where if we blink back and forth, we have an image that seems to be worse, but it isn't worse. That information was always contained within the image, and that's what needs to be addressed. So in this next section, I'd like to talk about another problem that came my way that can be solved with pixel math. I had a friend who sent me some data that he wanted me to work on, and I actually made this a tutorial on my website. So there is a complete processing section that from beginning to end shows how I process this image. This is the Whirlpool Galaxy. It's wonderful data from Keith Allred. That's my friend's name. And the reason that he sent me the data in the first place is that he had a problem. So this image would not have worked out nearly this well had this problem not been, diagnosed and figured out. I'm going to show you what the problem is. I'm going to show you how pixel math can help figure things out, diagnose things. This image is enhanced in some sense with some hydrogen alpha information data. So these H2 regions that stand out nicely with the blue, with the pinks and the reds, they are somewhat boosted by that hydrogen alpha signal. So this does concern the HA data, actually. So he has wonderful red, green, blue luminance data, but then there's also this additional hydrogen alpha data that I needed to blend in. And it's the hydrogen alpha data that I want to show you. So let me show you a directory here. And this directory also highlights something else that's kind of interesting. You'll see that I have HA data here, and you see how this has an _1 in these file names, and then I have another set down here where it's just HA, and then you can see it's calibrated, cosmetically corrected, and then registered. So there's two different versions of this data. The first version is, of course, I was able to reproduce the problem that Keith had, and I needed to figure out why it was an issue. I'm going to show you the initial calibrated images. We're just going to blink through them, and you'll very easily see what the problem is. So these are calibrated and registered. That is actually key, that these are registered images. I'm going to press the little automatic display. And can you see this pattern? This is something that a lot of people, many people encounter. And you might think, what in the world is this thing? Is this something wrong with my camera? Is this something going on with the micro lensing? I mean, what is the pattern? Here's the interesting thing. If I blink through the images, you'll see it change from image to image. And then sometimes it won't be there or seemingly not there. But if you notice, it's actually there, it's just really big. And now it's getting a little smaller and smaller until we get back a little bit more of the pattern. So it's almost as if there was like a zoom factor. If you are familiar with moire patterns, that's exactly what this looks like, a moire pattern. I have to pause the video here because I'm not pronouncing that word correctly. I've never really said it out loud that much. So the word is pronounced moire, not moire. It's my ignorance showing here, and I'm a little embarrassed. But every time you hear me say moire, please, in your head, think moire. Thank you. So a moire pattern is one where you have some fixed, usually grid-like pattern, and then you shift the two grids. You might have two different grid patterns, and you shift them. And see, this is already starting to speak the language of what we're looking at. We're looking at registered images. If we look instead at a registered image like one of these, but if we actually looked at just the straight up calibrated version of that data. So once again, I'm going back in time here. I'm grabbing one of the calibrated images like this one. This should be one that's the original calibrated image. You won't see the pattern at all. There's no grid pattern. And yet the same image, I actually opened up this one, the 505 image. This 505 image in the calibrated form has no weird pattern, but when it's just displayed differently here, but when displayed in the blink tool has the pattern. And of course, if I actually just open up straight up this image, it'll have the pattern. So the first instinct that I had is that there must be something about the registration routine that is causing this problem. And in a sense, that is true. But I want to just stay with this image for a moment. When people get results that look like this, the first reaction is, oh my goodness, WBPP is doing something to the data. And I just have to say, halt, stop. No, that's not the way to think about it. Not really. What we need to do is say WBPP has this pipeline of tasks. Which task, which process could possibly be causing this issue? So it's clear to me that if we have just the straight up calibrated data, no grid, and then we have grid in the registered data, something about the registration process causes this to be a thing. But it's not somehow the registration process itself. It's a consequence of something in the data. All right, so I'm dancing around what's going on here. And now what I want to do is actually show you something about this calibrated data that we're looking at. This image is bad. That's a key insight. This calibrated image that we're looking at, there is something terribly, terribly wrong with it. You may even be able to see some hints of some kind of small scale patterns, not like this, big grid thing, but small scale patterning of some sort. But just by looking at the image, it would be really, really hard to tell that there was something wrong, not without doing some other kind of analysis. So I'm going to go ahead and close my blink thing so I can just take that out of memory. And we're just concentrating on one of the straight up, before you even do registration, one of these straight up images. The key insight here is that this is a narrowband image. And anytime you have a narrowband image, you need to do a check. I have a video about this, but I'm going to again illustrate it right here. One of the checks you need to do is, in the course of calibrating images, it is possible that the sky is so dark, basically, that when you subtract your dark frame from the image, it's possible to get negative values. And to offset that, you want to add a pedestal so that you don't lose data in the process of just calibrating the image. Now, how do you know? You can't know by visually looking at it, not easily. This image looks fine. This looks like a wonderful HA result for M51. It looks fine, really. But let's zoom in and let's roll the cursor around here. And as I do, guess what I find? Do you see how I've got the cursor on a pixel here and it says 0? Let's zoom in some more. There's another 0. Oh, there's another 0. Look at that, another 0. In fact, we should really figure out how many 0 values are there here. Now, when I say 0, what is happening, as I demonstrated in the earlier thing, is anytime you get outside of the range of values between 0 and 1, it just gets clipped at the extreme, either 0 or 1. So any negative values in the course of doing calibration are going to become zeros in the calibrated result. So how many zeros are in this image? If there are a lot, that indicates to us that we need to have a pedestal in order to calibrate this data properly. It is common to require a pedestal when working with narrowband imagery. Let's get out Pixel Math and demonstrate the whole thing. So Pixel Math, I don't even, here it is. I'm going to clear what I have here. And what we're going to do is search for zeros in this image. So you know that whatever expression I'm going to make, it's going to be look at one pixel and evaluate the expression to see if it is true or false, and then do something, because we want to know, is it a 0, this pixel, and then go to the next pixel? Is it a 0, and go to the next pixel? Is it a 0? We need to ask that question at every pixel in here and then do something to indicate visually that it is marked as a 0 value. So the first thing I'm going to do is I am not going to use a single expression. My intent here is that I'm going to light up each pixel that is a 0 in this image as being colored red. That's what I'd like to do. So this is the red channel. The tab now that was our original first tab is now one of 3 tabs. We have red, green, and blue. So now we're using this as 3 different tabs. And I'm going to go ahead and change the green and the blue tabs. We're not going to change this image. We're going to make this an RGB image. Let me go ahead and do that. I haven't done it. We need, right now, this is still a grayscale image, but we can change the image and convert it to an RGB image if we want to. See, we can convert RGB color. And all that does is it means that this image is now comprised of 3 values instead of 1. They're identical. Can you see it says RGB there? So now I can do my cool trick. All I'm going to do is just say, when I drag this over, it means this image right here. I don't want to touch the green channel. I'm not going to touch that value. I'm not going to touch the blue value in this image at all. Oh, I'm not trying to drag it over. I'm trying to say target T. I'm not going to touch that value either. The only thing we're going to say is that if it's a 0, then we want to light up that pixel as being 1, the brightest possible value, but it will only be brightest possible in the red channel, which means it'll be a red pixel. There is actually a function called if. It is IIF. That is the function. And then there are three components to the statement. You need to say the thing that you're evaluating, that's going to be if it's 0. Then you say, then do something or do something else. So those are the three things we need to put in there. So we're going to say if the value at the pixel, so if it equals 0, that would be target T. If the value of the image, that is that pixel that we point this at, if it equals 0, now equals in this case is an evaluation. It is a Boolean. If it's true or false, you need that little double equal sign there. We're not saying if it equals, like we're not assigning it a number. We're saying this is a conditional statement. So if that pixel equals 0, then we're going to make the value for it be 1. Otherwise, we don't touch it. And don't touch it means we just keep whatever value it is. That's just target T. That's whatever value that pixel was in the image, it'll stay as that. So that is the whole expression. That's all I need to do. If it finds a 0, it'll make it red. Otherwise, it won't do anything at all. And it's not going to do anything at all in any of the other channels. So we should be able to replace the target image. And I hope you're impressed with the result. That, my friends, is not a good sign. Every single one of these red pixels is a 0 value in this image. There is very little data here. The process of calibrating this image caused the problem. So why did we get that weird moire pattern? It's because the only things that survive are the things that are brighter than, that average low level of whatever the dark frame was, which are kind of like warm or hot pixels. In the course of registering the images, all of those little warm and hot pixels are in the same place, and they get shifted a little bit just by the process of interpolation and translation and everything that's necessary to align the images. That's what caused the moire pattern. But the ultimate cause is that we are subtracting most of the image away, and we're only leaving, some of the brighter pixels of this image. So now let me demonstrate that once I added a pedestal, I'm going to open up here. Let me just open up WBPP so you can see where the pedestal gets added. Now I probably have some other project loaded in here. Here, I just opened a few files just so I could light up this section. This is where you can add a pedestal value. You can either put a literal value, which would be something like 200. I believe that's what I used in this case. Or you can have Pixinsight calculate a value based on a limit and all of that. So it can try to find the value that does not result in very many negative numbers. Both of those will work. I actually like the literal one, just as long as it's big enough, you won't be doing any harm. And that's where you input that. Please watch my video on this whole subject concerning the pedestal and how to use it in Pixinsight. But what I want to prove to you is that if I open up one of the calibrated images that I did with the pedestal, in fact, I'll open the same image, let's be sure. So this one was 505. So if I open up 505, that was calibrated the second iteration. Let's look at this result. And now I'm going to apply the same tool here. Same function, everything. You're going to, I'm going to do a step back here. I need to make this again my view, edit, image. Color spaces, yes, convert. Want to make them red, right? Make them red. There we go. So I applied here. If we scroll around, we can probably find 1 or 2 zeros, which is not uncommon. There's 1, right? There's 1. That's fine. And this might not have anything to do with the dark subtraction as much as it is just hot pixels that are in the dark, that might be an older dark, being subtracted from the data. That can also cause negative values. But it is not because the pedestal is not good. This pedestal is fine. We have all of our data, unlike this image where we're not using all of the data at all. So this one expression, pixel math again, comes to the rescue, and I can easily diagnose an image. It's a quick test to be sure that my narrowband data is giving me good results. I just need to test at least once to be sure that I'm not getting these kinds of negative values in my calibrated images That would be an important test to do. Otherwise, you're losing information and you didn't know it. And I don't mean like a little information. I mean a lot. Let me very quickly show you one last example of how powerful pixel math can be. Sometimes there is a necessity. There's something you'd like to be able to do, and pixel math can basically come to the rescue. And here's a good example of that. I think that this is something that demonstrates this introductory way of thinking about using pixel math. So sometimes you have an image like this. These are some bright galaxies, and perhaps you want to employ something like, as an example, HDRMT. There are certain processes that you could potentially make an adjustment, say selectively, locally on the image, not have to apply it globally, because it just doesn't do anything for a global application. And in some particular instances, like HDRMT, it actually matters that you select an area to work on, because it depends on how large the area is as to what you get back. So to make that very clear, I'm going to make a preview here. That's the area that we'll examine in this image, right? So here's the preview. And the idea is that if I have an image that is like this, now this is already, just so you know, this image is already nonlinear. It's already stretched. And I'm going to apply HDRMT to the image, right? And so I can see, hey, neat. Maybe that's what I like. Now, this is not optimized, okay? But just say, I like that effect. I can see the cool stuff going on in the galaxies. What I'd like to be able to do now is just say, hey, just put it right here. I'm done. I want this effect, my preview, to somehow just get instantly in situ, put right into that location. That's not something that's easy to do, actually. You need to figure out a way to do it. Pixel math can actually do that trick, and I'd like to show you how. So let me go ahead and just demonstrate that. But I just wanted to demonstrate there's a real world reason why you might want that to be true. So let me just demonstrate how you can go about doing that. I'm going to make a destination image here. I'll create a new image. You've already seen me do this before. 1000, 1000. We'll make it a grayscale image. We'll keep it a 16-bit, whatever. And let's make it a white image to begin with. There we go. So you've seen that trick before, right? Now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to draw randomly here a preview. In the preview, I'm going to change it in some way. How about I do a Control-I? That'll make it black instead of white. Now, what I want to have happen is, now that I've made my funny change, I want to get this information into here. Well, now this is not, believe me, this is only for instruction, okay? I'm going to make this much easier in a moment. But for instructional purposes, I need to know the information about this preview. I need to know how big it is, the true dimensions and position in the picture itself. So if I go to modify preview, I get the 4 numbers that I need. The first 2 numbers are 464 and 480, and those correspond to the position in the big picture. And then we need the width and the height. So we have the width is 230 and the height is 306. So I now basically have what I need to know in order to do this trick. So at the moment, we don't have a means to do this. So I'm actually going to drag the preview out here. This is actually a second image now, all right? And this second image we're going to call, I don't know what I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it tiny. It's our tiny image. There, tiny image. Small image, something. So here's the idea. One of the things that you can do in pixel math is you can set up little variables. They just hold information. They can hold numbers, or they can hold an entire expression that can be calculated. In this case, I'm just going to make things look pretty. And so the variable is going to hold the position. So there's an x position, but I need another x position, you'll see in a moment, that refers to the positions of the top left corner of this box. That's what the first 2 numbers were that I just mentioned. So I need a y position as well. Y equals this y position thing. This is just the xy position that when we raster through an image, we're currently looking at, right? Now I need an expression. What is the expression that I'm going to make here? Well, what I need to do is when we go through this image, I want to write this image the moment that we're inside of this rectangle. So basically, I want to put pixel number 1 right there. Pixel number 2 of this image will go right there, pixel number 3. So the moment that we're inside the rectangle, it starts writing these pixels. So there is a way to determine if we're inside a rectangle. There is a function that is called inrect. You can look this function up. It's in the list in that library of functions. And inrect has the following parameters. It's the same parameters that we just wrote down that are for the preview. It's going to be that initial top left corner X and Y position. So I'm going to give those a special name now. That's going to be X0, comma, Y0. And then we need a width and a height. And I forget which is, hang on, which is what here? I always forget. Let's be sure. Modify preview. It is width and height, yes. So we put width here, comma, height. Now these are going to be variables too. I will initialize them or name them here in a moment. But I'm just writing the general form. Then we're going to do this following thing where if we're inside that rectangle, right? And I didn't actually put the if, did we? If, there it is. If we're inside this rectangle, then we're going to do something. What we're going to do is we are going to write this picture. There's another function. It's called pixel. You can actually write the pixels in of a particular image. So we have to give this a name, and we already have a name here. It's tiny image, tiny image. And then we need to specify an X and Y position. So I'm going to just put XX and YY here because I don't know what that is. I'll explain why in a moment. And then we need a final condition, which is that if we're not in the rectangle, if we're not in here, then what do we want to do? Well, we don't want to change anything. So remember, this is going to go through the image, and it's going to go and only write these pixels when it's inside of this particular area, right? So we want target T, which means whatever image I point at, those values are going to be put here. So it won't change anything at all. So here's the problem with this X and Y thing here. If I put X and Y, like this X and this Y, it doesn't work. Just look for a moment at what happens. When we get to here, so right now we're not inside the rectangle, right? The moment we get inside the rectangle, that's what this statement does right here. The moment we're in there, what is our actual X position? What does the variable say right here? Well, it's going to be 464, right? So this is saying put 464, put the tiny image at pixel number 464 at this position. But tiny image doesn't have a 464. That's already starting to get outside the image itself. When we write tiny image here, this image here starts at 0. It doesn't start at 464. So what we actually need to do, because it's like an offset, is we need to take whatever our starting position here is and subtract it from this value, because we are physically at this place on the big chip, even though in pixel here, this function is referring to the other image. So what we need to do is subtract minus our X0 thing and say minus our Y0 thing. And that is the whole expression. That's it. That's everything. But I need to define these things. So we come over here to symbols, and I will say X, comma, Y, comma. We do X0, and we can actually give it the number that we know it to be here. We can just say 464, and then we say Y0 equals, I wrote this down. That's how I know these numbers, 480. And then we say width. And again, I wrote down the number. It's 230. And then we do height. And then equals 306. So I will come back to here and make sure, yes, I wrote height, I wrote width. If I actually go to the expression editor to be sure that I've written everything correctly, I can just go to symbols here and I can say parse. If there were a problem, it would show an error there. And this also, I can parse these statements here and make sure that they are correct. And it says that they are correct. So the whole tricky part of what I just did was this little part here. You just got to understand, and this is actually key to understanding how pixel math works. That's why I wanted to show this example. When you go through the image and I say X position here, X position is referring to the X position in the big image, but that is not what we need to start writing here for the pixel value of the tiny image. We need to start with 0 value of the tiny image, which means we need to subtract this number from that number in order for it to be 0, right? So that's how we're able to write this image into there. And now if I did the thing, if we say replace target image like this, we will get a replacement in situ from what was our preview. I'm just going to delete the preview. You can see I actually modified the image, and it doesn't even have a different history state. Now this is actually part of the lineage of what happened to this image. That's the cool thing. Now, I had to do this in a number of different ways early on. So I came up with this little expression, right? It's a version of kind of there's a substitute with previews script that was available, but it still requires you to do this awkward thing. And I didn't like that. I wanted to actually write the pixel values just from one image to another without any intermediate steps in between. And so this expression would allow me to do it. And then later I created a much more complicated expression that would actually make elliptical shapes instead of just a circular shape. And you could use those for masks, for example, but it's based on this very same idea. I'll even show you that expression just for fun. Here's the expression. You can see now that I have a variable that holds basically a position angle. That's just an angle there. Then I have another variable which holds the calculation, this thing, that's the function of an ellipse. And then I added this really cool thing, which says that if we are within the ellipse, that's what the first statement says, then do this cool thing where you can make a gradient of brightness. So you can go from the outer thing, which is kind of 0, all the way to the center of the ellipse of whatever you drew. And then you will, making it a value of 1, which means you can get this elliptical shaped thing going on there, which is awesome. So just to show you what it does, I'll make this a target T here. And if I invert this image, Control I believe that this should put an ellipse. Yep, just like that. So that's just the ellipse. And if I change the angle here, I can rotate that ellipse around and do other kinds of cool things. But you get the idea, symbols. But you get the idea, 90, yeah. So let's do, I don't know, 23, just for fun. Watch this. So this thing, this expression, eventually was an inspiration and partially used in what became the game script, which is a popular script that many, many people know about. So I started from the idea here and then generalized it to a much more cool thing, which is the creation of ellipses, and that can be used for masks and all kinds of interesting things. Let me just come back here and now show you also that the expression that I made just to insert directly one image into another, it became part of a much even cooler thing, which is another script here, which a gentleman made, and I need to go find it. It is called Substitute here. It's the substitute script, and it does not only the one thing that I just mentioned, but it does, you can use it in a number of different ways, which are all listed here. So just to demonstrate, without having to use an expression now, all you need to do is say source image. I could select this preview in this image, which is the master light. Oh my goodness, that should be this preview right here. And then I say the target image is that image itself without the preview. So the target image would be the master light, this one right here. So we should just be able to press the button and it'll do it. Ready? Okay. And there it is, one step. You just select, your preview, you select your target view. The preview can be adjusted in any way that you want. And then you don't need to do anything more other than just run that script and it'll insert it. But that script uses that same basic formula that I just described. So problem solving again, but a nice way to see how to determine and solve problems using pixel math. Really easy to do. It's particularly informative to go here, look at all of the functions that are available. So you want to think to yourself, you have some problem. How do you solve it? One of the first things to do is go look in the list and try to find something that may be the tool that you need, and then understand how to take advantage of that tool to solve your problem. I hope that you enjoyed this section on this video on pixel math and some of the cool things you can do, solve some problems. It also addresses some misconceptions and ultimately can be a nice innovation in your processing workflow. Thank you very much.
Nice. That was awesome. That was good. All right. Are you muted?
Yeah, not
And your battery.
anymore. Yep, no, I'm good. Oh, wow.
Is your battery low? Your battery's flashing.
My battery's
You
flashing.
got a battery blinking, flashing on your screen.
I don't know how that happens, but that happens sometimes. I'm not sure why that happens.
Okay.
I have a dummy battery in there, but I don't know. That's Canon for you. I don't know.
Yeah, no.
The noise was
It wasn't me. It was the one-armed man. But
nope,
no, Pixel Man is super.
It was none of us.
Is super, super powerful.
Yeah. So we do have 2 more guests to go, and then the live panel, and then a lot of giveaways. So I know our next guest is already in the chat waiting for us right now. But before we get to him, let's do a little video, another one, a 1-minute video or so, just for his little intro. So here we go.
All right.
Every astrophotographer like me dreams about motor controlling opening and closing of his telescope, because we precisely know the advantages of remotely operating our telescopes. This is why we developed innovative new device that allows you to use Giotto's Smart Flat Field Generator as a motorized cap. Welcome to Alto! Alto is the telescope cover motor we designed to use specifically with Giotto, the Smart Flat Field Generator, allowing them to function together as a telescope cap that you can remotely open and close. Alto provides an integrated electronics that run natively from a 12 volts power source, and it provides a USB Type-C port to let you connect to your Eagle or standard Windows computer. This way, you can use our Play astrophotography software to control Alto, or once calibrated in Play, you can use any other third-party Windows software that supports ASCOM Cover Calibrator to control it through the provided ASCOM driver. Alto also includes Wi-Fi connectivity, so you can control it using your smartphone or tablet as a wireless handpad. This is convenient when you want to control Alto without a computer. Alto is designed to connect to our plus dovetail clamp, thanks to the threaded holes that are present in the bottom part of its case. This allows you to clamp to any Vixen or Rosmendi-style dovetail bar to precisely set its position along your telescope. Long bars are already present in many telescopes, like SCTs, Ricci Chrétiens, etc. But if your telescope has a shorter bar that doesn't extend up to the front end of the tube, you can easily replace it with a longer one and clamp your Alto. This way, by taking advantage of the slot that is present on the Alto's arm, you can fix Giotto in front of your telescope in order to fully illuminate your objective. And this design allows you to attach your Alto with Giotto in a very sturdy way. Alto also comes with specific features we designed to improve cable management. The first being a USB and 12 volts power pass-through plugs that allow you to connect short USB and power cables from Giotto to Alto. The Eagle or other Windows computer will recognize Giotto and Alto as separate devices and control them individually from your astrophotography software, even though you only need to connect Alto with a single 12 volts power cable and USB cable to your computer. And to improve cable management even more, Alto includes cable locking clips that retains its USB and power cables and allow them rotate together with Alto's arm and Giotto. In order to move Giotto flat field generators in very different available diameters, Alto is offered in 3 models. Alto 1 is designed for Giotto up to 220 mm. Alto 2 is designed for Giotto 255, 285, and 320 mm. And the larger Alto 3 is designed for Giotto larger than 320 mm. If you want to automate the capture of your calibration file, or if you are searching for the best way to remotely open and close your telescope, Alto Telescope Cover Motor is the best solution to let you use Giotto as a remotely controlled motorized cap.
And there we go.
Hey.
There we go.
There it is.
There we go.
There it is.
There you go. God, that's one of two. That's one of two. So welcome to Tom Bramwell. Tom has probably one of the most, if not the most, appearances on the show.
Really?
In the beginning, you were on.
You're pretty darn close, man.
Yeah, you and Shawn have been going back and forth.
You and Shawn are like neck and neck. Yeah, really.
Yeah. So, but hey, welcome, Tom.
It's good to see you guys.
Oh, it's great. So Tom, explain to me, what am I supposed to do if I have I can't use a long dovetail clamp. Explain to me what I'm supposed to do without that.
Well, so what kind of OTA do you have?
Kind of like what you got behind you.
Well, the way I have mine set up is with a clamp on my dew hood. So, I mean, clamping to a dew hood may not be super stable. I don't extend my dew hood all the way out. I leave it actually most of the way in. And I have my dew hood that kind of backs up against my ring here. But I do have just a simple ring and a riser, and I have it clamped straight to Alto. I can, let's do an open here. Here we go.
There you go.
That is just sick, man.
It's the first Alto in the United States. It's the only one that's hooked up to a telescope right now. So
that is awesome.
Yeah. Got,
oh, wait a minute. You've got the only one in the States right now?
The only Alto, not the Giotto.
Yeah, the first Alto. Yeah, Giotto we've been shipping for a little while. Maybe the last month and a half or so. But yeah, Alto is just starting to arrive. I actually got 2 Alto 2 units last couple days ago in my last shipment. I'm waiting for Alto 1 to arrive. That's the one that's like back ordered the most right now. So
that's the one that I need.
That's the one that you need for
for both of my Giottos. This is this one? Yeah, it's a 120.
Yeah,
I got a 120 and show you let's, there we go.
So for something like these guys, you know, and I've got these and I've got a refractor. So I would only need the Alto 1.
Well, so that SCT, I'm not sure that 8-inch. I think Alto 1 will go up to that one, up to that size. I'd have to go look and be sure, but the same motor, I guess you could. So the difference is the length of the arms is meant to achieve the different diameter Giotto, right? So, and they have a little bit more torquey motor for the heavier ones. So you wouldn't want to use like a heavy Alto on a really light Giotto. It may not be able to fit it, maybe too big.
Gotcha. Okay. No, but you guys are always coming out with such cool stuff, man.
We're all about automation,
and it looks good. And it always looks good, you know, with the red and everything, the red and the black. It always looks good. Kind of
well, we want it to be well built. We want it to be well built first and foremost. It has to stand up to the test of time, and it has to function well. And if it happens to be beautiful, so be it.
Absolutely.
That's Omar's blessings. He makes all the wonderful toys, and he makes them look so cool.
I've been a fan of PrimaLuce stuff for many years, and I'm continuing. I mean, actually, believe it or not, we're giving away an Eagle core tonight. That I actually, I actually I received an Eagle core, unused, from a friend, and I don't use it personally. You know, I just, I don't use it. So I got my Eagle 3, I got my Eagle 4. So I mean, I don't need another one. So I said, let me throw a raffle up, and so I throw a raffle up, and we're gonna be giving that away tonight.
Oh, did you say an Eagle core?
Core, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So it's been sitting on my desk since I got it. It's been open once just to look at it, so it's got no plastic on it. But there you go. There it is.
Do you have the AC power adapter for it?
Do I? Should there be one in the box or no?
Usually, I think it ships with the 12-volt cigarette lighter style.
Let's see.
If whoever wins that needs an AC power supply, I still have one on my shelf.
Yeah, it's just got the 12-volt cigarette lighter.
Yeah. Oh, if they want that, I have that part. Cool.
There you go.
That's fun. Yeah, those are a lot of fun.
Yeah, so that's a different raffle as opposed to the other raffles that are going on tonight. But yeah, so it's gonna be a lot of fun.
So how have you guys been? It's been so long since I've been on the show.
It's been a while, yeah. It's been a while there. It's not, it's good. It's good. And it looks like Gideon he's planning an operation to the Italian Alps. He's gonna have a raiding party. He's gonna pull some, some special forces stuff into the Alps.
I'm telling you.
Going to the Dolphins
here.
Well, the show's been going great. We are 39 people away, 39 subscribers away from breaking 1,500, and we just broke 1,400 yesterday. So I'm gonna put this all on AstroPalooza's plate because we got about 160 something subscribers from it. So it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's been going really well.
Well, Dan and I have been chatting recently about NEAF. We're excited. Filippo is going to be traveling from Italy to NEAF this year. It's going to be a good time.
Oh, awesome.
He's actually flying a few months before. He's flying out here to meet me in Seattle, and we're going to do AAS in Seattle.
Oh, cool.
So nice. I get to see him twice in like 4 months. It's going to be pretty cool. Cool. I haven't seen him in person since before COVID.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, well,
nice. He's
it's good.
A few freaking flyer mounts there.
I'm excited. He's going to see my whole operation here in the U.S. for the first time. He's never seen it.
Oh, that's awesome.
So,
about Filippo, when will that man, the voice, the phenomenon be on the show? We've been trying to get Filippo on the show 3 times. It's tough with scheduling.
But yeah, yesterday was a holiday there, and then today he was actually traveling to Rome to do another show at one of our resellers there, Unitron Italia. So
hey, you never know if we're gonna be at NEAF and Filippo's gonna be at NEAF.
Yeah.
Hey, we'll all hang out.
Well, that's the plan.
There you go.
And Dan and I are we've already let the NEAF people know that we want booth space next to each other. So we're gonna have our tables set up next to each other.
That's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be great.
That's gonna be awesome. Yeah, and Dan, I haven't told you this, but Robin, it's almost 80% certain.
Oh, nice.
50. Now we're at 80.
There we go.
It's slowly getting there, man. We're gonna have a blast.
So it looks like so it'll be you, me. Pete is going to be there through Woodland Hills, but I don't know if Woodland Hills is getting a table or not. I'm not sure what's going on with that yet. He may just be going on his own.
They usually do.
They usually have the big banner and everything, and they usually they go
pretty serious.
Oh yeah. And so he's going to be coming, and then whoever else. So I think Jessie may be going too. So because she lives right in Delaware. So, and we're all going to have a table. We're going to be right next to the big red PrimaLuce table.
Yeah,
It's gonna be
it's gonna be a blast. We'll have our Italian coffee machine there, and then we may have a little limoncello there, maybe.
Nice.
I know nothing.
And we'll also have lots of new products to show, hopefully. So
that's awesome.
Anything you want to let us know?
Yeah, are you going to be introducing anything new there? You don't have to tell us, but is anything going to be coming there for NEAF? You know, anything planned that maybe be NEAF for NEAF?
So right now we're watching the timing on something that we're working on, and if it looks like NEAF may be a good platform to do that, then we'll save it for NEAF.
Nice.
But the timing's pretty close. It's pretty close. It'll either be out or we will use NEAF to launch it, hopefully.
To launch it. Right on.
So psyched.
That's pretty cool. That's really exciting. That's really, really exciting.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, we're excited to be back there. It's been too long since we've been on the East.
2019.
Yeah, we got to do AIC this last year in San Jose. That was a good time. That was my 50th birthday, actually.
I know.
It was
I know.
Day of the show, so we had a good time afterwards. And then and so now that like NEAF and AIC are kind of like the same time of the year.
Yeah.
Now, so I think maybe what we're gonna plan on doing is we'll do like NEAF every other year, and then AIC is every 2 years. So we'll just like leapfrog.
Gotcha. There you go.
It's tough, to do them both in the same year. They're like a month apart. It's not even fair.
Yeah, what is it? April, May, right? So
yeah.
So
that may be too much.
Well, let the boss pay for it. You know.
Boss. I have to pay for like all my stuff.
comes at a US P&L, right?
In Italy, they have like redundancy. Here, I'm me. That's it.
Yep. Oh, so
if I'm away, things fill up. So yeah.
You're like a lost puppy. You're like.
Sorry. I gotta mute this real quick. I gotta mute this. The kids were watching Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and it's coming over here.
Let's see.
I was gonna say right now, like COVID is going through my house, so it's difficult to try and not fall off schedule with the business and keep things afloat while you take care of your family and take care of yourself. It's hard.
Yeah.
I'm looking at, let's see, Norm is asking a question, and I guess I missed them.
Yeah, there were a few questions here that I was looking through here on the chat.
Because Norm was, I don't see it, Norm. Can you please post the question again? It's supposed to be I'm not sure what the question is. I need an eagle. You need an eagle. The guy's right here. You know. Do you have
right
eagles?
now? Actually, I don't even have an Eagle 4. I shoot with my Eagle 3 Pro still because all my Eagle 4 stuff kind of got pilfered for emergency parts. We had a pretty serious part shortage there for several months where we couldn't get any power boards or anything. So when customer stuff failed, I donated my own stuff to fix them. So
yeah. Do you have any Eagles in stock or no?
Yeah, I have Eagle 4 Pro S and Eagle 4 Basic right now.
There you go. There you go. Gideon, there you go. He's got them in stock, and I'm sure that
pick your favorite reseller.
What's that?
Pick your favorite reseller and give them a call.
Yeah, absolutely. Dan is handing out Eagles. I am not handing them out. We're selling them for Tom. There is no more free Eagles. That was a once in a lifetime thing, and you will probably very rarely, maybe in like 10 years or so, we might see another one.
When the Eagle
it'll be the Eagle X.
Yeah, exactly.
It'll be the Eagle 10.
But no, here in the U.S., we try to keep stock of at least one of everything. I mean, there are some things we run out of, it's unavoidable, but like I try to have at least one of every adapter, one of every ring, one of every rail.
Yep.
Yeah. And that way customers can usually get it within about a week. That's my goal.
Hey,
yeah,
so
before when it had from Italy, it was, you know, sometimes things took a few months to get.
the question that Norm has, and maybe I'm losing it in translation here. I'm looking for a user manual for a telescope control unit Eagle. Is that
Well,
an
the
Eagle
user
1?
manuals for the Eagles are available if you download the Eagle Manager from our website.
Yeah, it's
You
in
go
the
to
zip
download-
package, right?
Yeah, it's in the zip file. There's a manual PDF file in there that's a manual for the product that you download. So if you have the Eagle 4, go download the Eagle Manager for Eagle 4, and it should have all the documentation in there.
Yeah, just he keeps on referring to it as a telescope control unit Eagle. I don't know if that means anything differently than anything else, but I don't know. I don't think
That's
it
an
does.
Eagle.
Yeah, it's an Eagle. So this is it.
You know,
Eagle
one-
Is it an Eagle 1, 2, 3, 4? I mean, that's what
But
it
you know,
says on it. You
we're
got to look on
talking-
the side of the. You got to look on the side of the box. If you look on the side of the box, it'll say Eagle 4, Eagle 3, Eagle, whatever, 3Q.
On the
3S.
end of the Eagle, opposite the power cables, it'll
Yep.
have your serial number, and it'll be like Eagle 4 number, or Eagle 3 number.
Yeah, exactly.
And that'll tell you what type of
Eagle you have.
And Tom, one thing I think may not be a bad idea. We have over 100 people watching right now, and some of our these maybe new viewers and very new to PrimaLuce Lab USA as well as Eagle. Would you mind just taking a few minutes and explaining and going through what an Eagle is and what it can do for an astro imager?
So like I said, I don't have an Eagle 4 anymore, but this is an Eagle 3 that I can use for demonstration purposes. So basically, the very first product that Filippo and Omar designed together was the original Eagle. I think they refer to it as the Eagle Observatory or the Eagle 1, the very first one. They were going out and doing imaging up in the Italian Alps and the Dolomites, and they were getting very frustrated with leaving gear at home, having things not working, forgetting a cable, whatever. And so they worked together to design this kind of all-in-one power distribution computer device, and they started using it themselves on their own astrophotography, and their friends were like, well, hey, could you make one of those things for me? You know, they're very useful, and they made them with like an Intel NUC computer inside and simple 12-volt distribution that Omar built. And it kind of started catching on, and they're like, you need to really sell those. And so in 2013, they formed a company and started selling telescope control computers and accessories to bolt to them. It's kind of where it all started. But so basically you have the Eagle computer. On one side, you have built-in 12-volt variable power. So you can hook up dew heater straps directly to the Eagle and lose the dew controller. Built-in 12-volt power out. So you can have you can power up to 4 12-volt devices. You can remotely control the ports on and off. So if you need to power cycle a device, you can just go to your software, turn it off, turn it on. A built-in 4-port USB 2 hub. And the USB 2 ports, you can also go into the software and cycle on and off. If you have a finicky device that sometimes has to be unplugged and plugged back in, you can hook it into one of these ports and just do it remotely. You don't have to go physically touch it. And then 4 built-in USB 3 ports. The Eagle 4, 4 Pro and 4S have Thunderbolt 3 port on there for really fast I/O, and then built-in Wi-Fi for remote connectivity. So you can either connect to a Wi-Fi network that it is hosting out in the field for remote control via remote desktop, or you can connect it to your home network and connect via remote desktop over your home Wi-Fi and control it. Very versatile. And this was the very first product that I was exposed to when I met Filippo at AIC many years ago. He gave me an Eagle 2 Pro for helping him at the show, and that thing, it changed my life. I mean, obviously, I joined the company.
Obviously, it changed your life.
I mean, back in the day, it like I was doing astrophotography on a Mac, and I was really frustrated by the lack of software compatibility to the hardware that I wanted to use. It seemed like everything was coming out on Windows, so I started trying doing Astro on an inexpensive Windows laptop, and I was really frustrated by all the cabling and the madness. And when I met Filippo and he showed me what the Eagle 2 was all about, it blew my mind.
Hey, so the gentleman sent me a picture of the Eagle that he has. It's Eagle 016 is the.
Oh, that's the original Eagle Observatory.
There you go.
He may have to email. So what is he looking to do?
He's looking for a user manual for it.
Oh, the best thing to do would be to email support@PrimaLuceLab.com, and Filippo can probably get that for you. He probably has that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think they even rewrote a newer Eagle Manager for that model to bring it into the current world. So you might send him an email, send him your serial number and that photo that you sent Dan.
Yeah.
And ask him. He can probably get you all that stuff.
Awesome.
That's cool.
That's an
right
old.
on.
I didn't know what he's talking about. I was like, oh my goodness.
That started it all.
Yeah, wondering should he hold on to that? You know, it might be worth something.
Yeah, man.
You know.
I'll probably buy it off him.
There you go. Well, we do have
one of those. That was before my time. I came along at the Eagle 2 Pro. I helped them introduce the Eagle 2 Pro in the US. So,
well, since you're here, we do have to give away the Eagle Core. May as well do
go
that
for
real quick. Let's give away the Eagle Core real quick. And let's see.
I tell you what, Dan.
What's up?
Whoever wins this thing, I will send them the AC power adapter for it. If you get me their whoever wins this, we'll work it out.
Cool. Sounds good. All right. Well, there's only a couple of people on this wheel. This is a different wheel because this was a paid raffle, so it's like $5 a raffle.
Okay.
But so let's take a look and see. Here's the wheel. Some people have a number.
Oh, you can read the names on this one.
This one you can read the names for. Not a lot of people went in for it. We got 16 chances sold. So here we go. This is going to win the Eagle Core. Eagle Core. Eagle Core goes to Jay Trevino, AZ4 runner.
Oh, it just tipped.
Almost Michael Gibbs. Almost. Oh, so close.
That was so close.
Oh my goodness. There we go. So Michael, let's see, AZJ Trevino won that one. Lucky guy. He is one of the picture of the month, a picture of the month and a picture of the week winner.
Yeah, I recognize the username, and it's Arizona, so that's cool. That's my home state.
There you go. Eagle Core.
That's awesome.
Very good. Awesome.
He's online and he's happy.
Oh, I'm sure he's happy. Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. Touch with me about the power supply. I'll send it.
Cool. Yeah, it's not going far. It's going right to Arizona. So
yeah,
awesome. Well, Tom, thank you so much for coming on tonight. I appreciate it. You know, it's been a long It's been a long
Yeah.
night. I'm ready for a shot, but
we were going to be drinking, but then we got delayed, and
I know. Well, if you want to come on later for the live panel, you're more than welcome. Just let me know
for the cocktail hour.
For the cocktail hour, yeah. This is the drinking session, but thanks so much for coming on and giving me the video and all that stuff.
Hold on. There was something here from Gideon that there was a question that Tom asked. Oh, yeah, Tom.
Yeah.
Since all of the PrimaLuceLab products have an Italian names, Sesto, Senso, Alto, Giotto, why is the eagle not called Aquila?
They named it after the lander, the moon lander. So Filippo,
the lander.
Filippo's a lunar nut. He's like a big moon guy, and he wanted to name the subsequent, like the different versions. Like there was one he wanted to call Snoopy, and the other
Snoopy.
craziness. But yeah, the eagle has landed. That's kind of his thing.
Nice.
There you go. Hope that answers your question there, Gideon.
There you're Gideon. Glad we got to it. So thanks for. He was like, whoa, hold on.
Well, I want to shout out to my buddy Gary Varney, who stayed up late to watch.
He's in there.
Yeah,
Yep.
he's in
Tom
there.
is the plant daddy, they said.
Yeah, I like to grow like strawberries and stuff around my house. So he sent me this shirt that says Plant Daddy on it.
Nice.
I will. We send each other photos.
Awesome.
Like obscene finger gestures.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tom, for coming on.
You
Appreciate
guys.
it. Yeah, you too.
Yeah.
You got to come
You
on the
too.
show more often, bro.
Yeah. Well, leading up to NEAF, we'll definitely we'll be on more, and we'll hype that up, because I wanna try and see as many of the regular watchers here. If they're gonna go to NEAF, man, let's meet up.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
Sounds good. Great. Thanks a lot, Tom. Appreciate it.
Take it
Cheers.
easy. Have a
good
great
night,
holiday.
guys. You too.
Yeah, you get happy holidays, everybody. Merry Christmas.
Awesome. Thank you, Tom. All right. Well, we're on to our last our last guest of the night. It looks like it went so fast. Oh my goodness.
I know.
I know
crazy,
it's crazy. It's unbelievable that
Dude, you've been doing this since 2 o'clock. You know,
well,
so definite, man. Before we go to Charlie, man, definite major props to you, man. Major props.
well, you showed up at 4:30, and you've been on.
Yeah.
In all fairness,
Yeah, but I mean, all the work you put in, like like Pete was saying the other day, you put this together, man, and you should be extremely proud of what you have pulled together here. And just even the poll, despite just the one person,
I want to know who's the one person that said no.
Who's the 1%?
Said no.
Who's the 1%?
You know who you know what, Eric? Really, in the back of my head, I'm thinking it's Eric effing with me. It's Eric.
I'm not saying anything.
I'm telling you, this is all. You know what? They were talking about that they're comparing me to the Jerry Lewis of astronomy. The telethon is long, and I'd say I gotta tell you something. You guys are so lucky. I am not Jerry Lewis in the movie called The Bellboy, and it's I'm dating myself here, but he was in a movie called The Bellboy, and he didn't say a word for 2 hours. The whole movie, it was just his facial expressions and everything. Whole movie didn't say anything. And then I think it was Dean Martin came up to him and said, "How come you never talk?" He goes, "Well, nobody asked me anything," and he walks away, and that's the end of the movie. So anyway, let's get. Charles has been waiting so patiently. Thank you so much to Charles. But we got to get to Charles, and then we got to get to the live panel, and we got to get to the shot and the beer and go to bed. So let's get to Charles here, because he's been waiting very patiently for us. And there we go.
There he is.
How's it going, Charles?
Hey guys, I was wondering what kind of condition I would get you in, Dan, being the last presenter here, but you're hanging in pretty well.
I got 2 glasses of pure H2O water. There was no way that I was, so many guests, so many people, so many things. I'm thinking maybe we'll get like 75 people watching this thing. And we peaked out about 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, at 161 people watching the show, which is, I mean, this has totally exceeded right now what what I have thought was possible. So thank you for everybody that's been watching. Thank you for you and the rest of the speakers that are involved in this. It may be props for me to put it together, but it's props for you guys for sticking around and making the presentations and all that. So thank you so much for hanging around. So let's see. I forgot my list here. Here it is.
We're talking about mosaics.
Mosaics. That's right.
That's what we're gonna do.
We're talking about mosaics, and we got a giveaway. Charles Brad, I got it sitting right here, and let me just grab it. Here we go. Copy of the Visible Universe.
Yeah.
Autographed, of course, by Charlie. There you go. So this will go to a lucky winner at the end of Charles's talk. So
awesome.
You got to do that. So awesome. So Charles, tell us a little bit about, maybe a little bit about yourself real quick and about the mosaics. So
I'll tell you what, let's jump in because like a lot of presenters, I've got a slide. I've got an about me slide. I've been on the channel a couple of times, so hopefully I'm not completely new to everybody.
I seriously doubt it.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see. So let me share. And can you guys see the slideshow there?
Yep, no problem.
Perfect. Okay. All right. So today we're going to talk about mosaics, and this the mosaic that you see here. We'll focus on this at the end and just go through the highlights of the constellation Cygnus, or at least part of it. But I'll talk about how I built this particular mosaic, and we'll go into some of these objects. But first, a little bit, like you said, Dan, about me. For those who don't know me, I'm Charlie Bracken. I've written several books on astrophotography. You can see there at the right. I'm in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, so pretty typical suburban skies. It's about a Bortle 5. So pretty light polluted. Lots of clouds here in Pennsylvania. I will say I did recently join a collaboration. Several of us got together, including my co-author on the Visible Universe, Max Whitby, and we put our own scope at Dark Sky Chile so that we could have more dark skies, clear skies at least than we're used to having. There's my website. I'm at digitalstars.wordpress.com. The book has a website, thevisibleuniverse.com. You can see some of my pictures on AstroBin under Charles Bracken, and you can always email me deepskyprimer@gmail.com. The books you see there, it's the Deep Sky Imaging Primer. That's hopefully a comprehensive guide to getting you started in astrophotography. The Visible Universe, which I know is the giveaway there, that is like a coffee table book of pictures of 110 of the best astrophotography targets, subjectively chosen, of course, by Max and I, in a really nice, hardbound book. The Astrophotography Sky Atlas, I tried to remedy the gap of having atlases that have a lot of, let's say, open clusters and not a lot of emission nebulae. And then the Astrophotography Planner, that is to allow you to see when different objects are going to be best positioned in the sky. That's a book that if you email me, I do create custom versions of that for your particular longitude and latitude if you would like, delivered as a PDF. So that's who I am. Today, I'd love to talk about mosaics. In particular, we'll talk a little bit about planning them, acquiring the data, and then we'll go into processing. So we're going to cover processing with AstroPixel Processor and Pixinsight. I won't go into great detail. We could spend hours and hours on that, but I do want to give just a high-level overview of some of the different approaches that you could use. And then finally, as I said, we'll use that summer project of mine, that mosaic, and we'll use that to take a tour of the constellation Cygnus. And by the way, I just wanted to say, let me go back to this picture, the picture on the left. This is a group that can understand this, but you guys know what this moment is right here, right? This twilight moment. The skies are crystal clear, and you know, I'm happy to be with this group because you guys know how pretty that is. That is like the prettiest time. The sun is just set. You get these amazing colors that you can't possibly capture in a photo. And yeah, I just wanted to say, like, this is the group that understands that moment. Of course, you're probably also excited because it's clear, and it means you're going to do some imaging that night. But this is an audience who can understand my love for that particular moment at twilight. Okay, let's jump in. Why mosaics at all, right? So the pros here, the pluses are that obviously it allows you to capture a wider field of view than your current system allows. And you think, okay, well, I could also just get a shorter focal length telescope or lens and also capture that wider view. But when you do this with a mosaic, you capture that same wider view, but with much higher resolution. You're getting a higher resolution of your longer focal length scope. And also the images taken with the with the longer focal length telescope that are then merged into a mosaic, you really get an effect that looks a little bit different, where you have much smaller stars in there. It's just a really pleasing image when you compose these mosaics. The cons, you got to plan them out, and that's going to take a little bit more time. Acquisition, yes, it's going to take a lot more time, right? So a 4x4 mosaic is going to take 4 times as long as a single image. And then processing takes more time. And that, you know, let's say, you know, sorry, a 2x2 mosaic, 4 panels takes four times as long to acquire. It might take even more than that to process in some cases. So you are getting yourself into a bit of a project when you do a mosaic. Sometimes to capture certain objects, you're just gonna have to do a mosaic. So some things are really big. So this is this nebula, this is a supernova remnant. This doesn't have a clever name or anything. This is G65.3 plus 05.7. This is in Cygnus. There's Sharpless 91, I think 96 is also in here as well. So if you want to look those up in your atlas, that's this bright part here and this bright part down here. But overall, this object is really faint. I've put this circle up here. This is the size of the full moon, right? This thing's gigantic. So to capture it at any decent resolution, you're really going to have to put together a mosaic. It's like 6 degrees by 5 degrees, I think, this image. This is 41 hours, I think, of exposure time. Like it's really faint. And I'll say there's not a ton of images of this. I shot this in 2015. Then I shot it again last year. And I'll also say that I've been totally topped by Pete Excel on Astroben. He took an even deeper image of this object. And in particular, his image is great, but he also, in his own image, discovered a new planetary nebulae that's right up here. So congrats to Pete for that. Also, like, I'm looking at this going, man, I really should look through my images a lot harder, right? So this is, you know, example of a really large object, and there are several others, Simis 147, and you know, you could name a few other really large objects that you're just going to have to take a mosaic approach to really resolve them well. Here's a super famous nebula. Obviously, this is North America Nebula and the Pelican, and you can see the star Deneb over here. And this is with a 135 millimeter lens. So, right, you can capture a wide field of view, but sometimes you want to capture the same field of view, like I said, with a much higher resolution. So if we zoom in just for comparison here, let's zoom in on the Cygnus wall. You can see on the left, there's the zoom in, right? So that's with the telephoto lens, and it's great. Like it's a nice image, especially in the context of that wide field of view. But when you look at it with the same area taken with the Takahashi FSQ, you know, much larger aperture, you know, a good bit sharper, a little bit slower, slightly different sensors here, but it doesn't really not material for this comparison. Sometimes you want the resolution that you see on the right, but you want, you know, the field of view that you saw in the large image. That's the effect you can get, and this can allow you to make really large prints. You really want to hang something huge up on the wall. I'll just show another quick example here. So this is area a lot of people are going to be familiar with in Cassiopeia. So this is the bubble and the lobster claw and the cave nebula. So let's I'll label those for you. So this is a cropped and stretched version of that. And you can see, I mean, goodness, Cassiopeia just has all these sharpless objects in it. Not all of them, commonly imaged, but just seeing the whole wide field of view. And the ability to, take this image and like, look where the bubble nebula is. If you zoom in, like you still maintain really good resolution. This isn't something that I could have achieved just using a telephoto lens to capture. But it also took a 2x2 mosaic to do that. So when you're planning a mosaic, like just a couple of tips here. So, measure once, cut twice, measure twice, cut once, right? Plan these carefully. You're going to commit yourself to a lot of exposure time. The last thing you want to do is realize, oh, I clipped off that, edge of that beautiful object or something like that. Make sure the rotation is right, especially when you enter it, when you're entering it into your calculator to plan it out. And then think about, are you going to be able to shoot all of the data that you need to shoot while the object is still in good position, right? So if you're shooting something in, like you're saying, shooting a Cygnus mosaic, like I was showing before, you certainly wouldn't want to start that in September, right? Like you're not going to have enough time of good sky position when that object is well positioned high in the sky to capture all the data that you need to capture. I think the mosaic there that I took was 17 lines. You're going to want to use an overlap of 15 to 20% between the panels. 10% is like the bare minimum if you're really like trying to, like I said, include that last little bit of an object so that you don't clip it off. And you need that overlap, because the overlap between the panels is where the gradients are going to be matched later. So when we get to processing, we'll talk a little bit about that. But you need enough overlap so that proper matching can really be done there. This, by the way, this background image, not a mosaic. This is just the Boogeyman Nebula in Orion that I shot last week. This is how I used to plan mosaics. Let's call this old school. The one on the left was back in 2015. That was when I imaged Sharpless 91. And I think it was this panel down here in the lower left. And then I realized, wait a second, there's more to this. It's like an arc. It's got to be going somewhere else. And I poked around and I found, yes, indeed, like, there's a scientific paper that showed the whole thing. And I was like, oh, wow, okay. So I started with one image arbitrarily and then said, okay, I got to plan these others. Well, you can see this, these are my notebooks, literally me sketching out. And then you can see, goodness, panel F here, the camera angle changed. Like this was, my first sort of big mosaic, and I was planning it manually. So what probably should have taken 6 panels, I think ended up taking 8. And then last year, I took another shot at the same target, better equipment, much better sensor. I love the 2600 sensors, absolutely fantastic. I think the QHY is the 600, just larger, cleaner, lower noise. And I thought, okay, let's try this target again. And that was the image that you saw. But again, I was planning it manually and I had to write it out and sort of calculate what the overlap would be. Now, I mean, really, here's that 20 panel mosaic. You literally take 3 minutes and you punch it in Nina. You enter the angle of your sensor, right? And you can, get that right? So you do a plate solve on an image and say, okay, what angle is my sensor currently positioned? Enter that in, tell it the percentage overlap you want, boom, it spits all this out. Not only does it give you the coordinates, then you can click that button, add target to sequence, and it creates sequences for all of these. It's just so much easier now, right? So that's why I said, don't worry about the planning a mosaic used to be tedious. Definitely not the case anymore. Now, when you go to acquire the data, I'll say, don't mess with the setup. Like, don't make that same mistake I made years ago. Accidentally change the rotation or anything like that. It's just going to cause a lot of problems for you. In general, you want to capture an approximately equal amount of time per panel per channel. So this is because signal noise ratio is going to be lower if you didn't capture as much exposure time. You can do a lot of post-processing work later to conceal the seams, the gradients, but the signal noise ratio is going to be a little bit harder to hide. So in general, you want to try to capture about an equal amount of time per panel. And then, as we'll see, gradients are really the bane of the mosaic processing process. And you want to do everything you can to minimize gradients. And so one way to do that is try to keep one panel's acquisition, at least in that one channel, limited to one night, right? Especially if the moon's involved. And what that does is what you're trying to avoid is taking some subs on one night where the moon is here, and then taking more subs 3 nights later where the moon's in a different spot. And now you've got 2 different gradients that have been created. And then you're going to try to integrate that all together, and it's going to create this really complicated gradient. Those complicated gradients are a lot harder to remove. If you got the moon on more or less one side of the image, that's kind of like a 1st-degree gradient that it's going to be a lot easier to deal with later. So just think about that sort of stuff. Try to minimize your gradients while you do the acquisition. Image in the background, also not a mosaic, just a pretty picture I needed to use for the background. I took this a couple weeks ago. That's M35 and the more distant NGC 2158. And then processing. Okay, so now we're going to get into processing. I'm not going to go into a ton of detail. It's late, and poor Dan's been at this all day.
I'm good. Don't worry, man. Take your time. It's not for me. It's for the people. So.
Yes. Hey, from what it looks like in the chat, there's been a lot of people who've been on since 2 p.m. Eastern. So,
I know. God bless them.
Kudos to them. It's like going to Woodstock and hanging out all day, or hey, it's like going to Lollapalooza and hanging out all day watching.
There you go.
Watching your favorite bands, yeah. So I'll just say up front, I think AstroPixel processor, once you know the right settings, is a pretty easy approach, and almost always does a really good job if you've processed your data well. So that's probably your easiest approach, especially for smaller mosaics. Pixinsight has great tools, lots more granular control. So especially if things are going wrong, or you've got something you need to deal with one panel is a little wonky or whatever, like Pixinsight's going to be, a lot more hands-on. And I'll show you sort of at least 3 approaches for doing it in Pixinsight. I know there are other tools available. These are the 2 that I know best, and the 2 that I'm going to briefly cover here. But the principle's more or less the same, even in both of these. You're going to want to keep everything linear until you actually integrate everything together into the mosaic, right? So keep all your panels linear, do all your processing. There's a lot of things that require, especially, as mentioned with the gradients, you're going to have to do a lot of work there in the linear phase. Then combine your mosaic, and then go stretching and saturation enhancing and noise reducing and all the great things that you do. But keep everything as raw as possible in these early phases until you have your whole mosaic panel together. And then you honestly can combine the color channels either before or after you integrate into a mosaic. You can do dynamic background extraction and light pollution correction and stuff like that. Those will work on either a color image or a sub-series of mono images equally. That's because those processes do look at the color channels separate. But I find it easier to just process a whole color channel, especially because I do mostly narrowband work. Just get everything together in HA, get everything together in oxygen, get everything together in sulfur, make it look clean, then do the color integration later. But it's your choice. And this is another background image. This is a fairly obscure set of sharpless objects. That big one in the middle there, sharpless 232. One cool thing about narrowband imaging, I'll just call out here, this guy in the lower right doesn't even appear to have a catalog entry. This is some old H2 region. It's got oxygen in the center, and I can't find a catalog entry at all for it. So there's almost undiscovered stuff out there in the era of CCD astronomy.
You got to put the CB catalog.
Yeah. First, I got to start looking through my image just a little bit harder because there's planetary nebulae still out there to be discovered. You see them on Astroben all the time.
Yep.
Okay, so this is the process. You can screenshot this if you want the quick cheat sheet for putting together a mosaic and AstroPixel processor. If you put these parameters in, it's going to work for most things, and it's going to probably do a pretty good job. AstroPixel processor probably could do a better job of, asking you, are you doing a mosaic? Okay, let me put these as the defaults. But once you know these settings, it's going to work pretty well. You're going to want to clean each panel carefully first. And that means, you know, when you integrate it, the key thing is to get the additive gradients out. So you're going to run light pollution correction. That's the equivalent of like dynamic background extraction in Pixinsight. That's APP's version of that. Very user-friendly, very easy to use, but you need to make sure all the additive gradients are out at this stage. That is critical, and I'll show you why in just a minute. Then you're going to register the panels, you're going to normalize them, and then you're going to integrate the mosaic. And these are kind of the settings. You're going to, obviously, you need to have it analyze a lot of stars because, you know, you're kind of looking at a limited set of stars that are in the overlap, and it needs to be able to calculate the overlap to the panels to register and align them properly. These other things, we don't have to go into the details of why these things are. I think Mabula does a great job explaining these on his website, why you would choose these, but just know that those generally work pretty well. This, for integration, we'll also talk a minute about local normalized correction. So you're generally going to want to have this on for mosaics. It's not something you would always use, I would say, for normal imaging, but for mosaics, it's important. So we'll talk about this in a minute too, because both of these concepts, so removing additive gradients and local normalization correction, these also are part of the Pixinsight processes. They're just called different things. So this is what happens. So if you don't remove additive, and by that we mean essentially light pollution gradients. There's two kinds of gradients, right? There's your multiplicative ones, that's like the vignetting that you get, or if there's something in the light path, it's that multiplies or divides all the values in that part of the image. And then there's the additive ones, right? So that's this extra light in the sky that we want to get rid of, and that's light pollution. So this is what happens if you take the panels but you forget to do light pollution correction or dynamic background extraction, and then you try to combine it. The tools can do a great job trying to blend away your seams, but you can't hide it just because there's just different, you know, different overall light pollution in each of these. You end up with that. So this, if you then go back, take those 4 panels and go, okay, let me remove the light pollution, right? Seams are gone. And this is an AstroPixel processor. Now, this, let's face it, this is Cassiopeia, obviously. I put the lines in there to show you where you are. And right, you can see nebulosity here. And it's a lousy mosaic, though, right? This was just me playing around. I can't remember what it was. I was waiting for something else to rise, so I just shot 4 quick shots to see what I could get. And, but the point is, if you properly remove the additive gradients from your images, you can pretty easily produce a seamless mosaic. Okay. Well, let's talk about Pixinsight. So same principles here, right? So you're going to integrate each panel separately, right? In this case, we're going to talk, there's local normalization cropping up again. You're going to crop them, and then you're going to remove the additive gradients with dynamic background extraction. And it's very similar, just, you know, different names for things. But there are 3 paths you can go forward with from there. The old way, and I don't know that anybody does this anymore, but the old way was, and maybe you can do this if you had like a 2-panel mosaic or something, like it's probably the fastest way, but you can just align the panels by stars, right? So what you used to have to do was you would integrate you would align them and integrate them, and then it would have this horrible seam in it, but you didn't mind. And then you use that seamed image as a template in order to align your panels back onto that, and then you would merge them together. And actually, you know, back before gradient merge mosaic existed, you had to use the integration function. Gradient merge mosaic sort of got rid of a lot of the seams there, made things a lot easier. But the bottom line here is the old way was that you would have Pixinsight, look at the stars, line them up, and then do the integration. This catalog star generator is kind of cool. It can create use a star catalog data to create a fake image, if you will, right? Like a synthetic image that it plots all the stars where they should be, and then you can use that to register your images to. And that's useful if you want to do a different projection of the sky, and then paste your images onto that, project it into that new projection. The new way is to plate solve very, very accurately using Image Solver. Plate solve all your panels, then use this mosaic by coordinates. That then can say, okay, I don't need to know where the stars are. I have a plate solved image and it's got a distortion map in it. So I know what the distortion is, and then I can calculate how to arrange all your panels together. This is much more accurate, generally a much better approach. It's strange that this is not part of the standard package, but David Alt, and you can go to his website at Trapped Photons, created this DNA linear fit. We'll talk about this in a second, but this is what you need to do after you've aligned and used mosaic by coordinates on all your images. And then again, you use gradient merge mosaic to bring them together. Now, the newest way, it's Pixinsight is always getting better. So John Murphy has created this. If you ask yourself, okay, we have these great star catalogs, Gaia and everything, that tell us exactly how bright every star should be. Can't we use that information to plate solve it, look at the stars and say, okay, this star is supposed to be this much brighter than this star. There must be some there's a gradient here, and I can correct for that based on the brightness of the stars. And indeed, that's exactly what amazingly John Murphy put together. That is photometric mosaic. Similar first few steps, but then you bring them together with this photometric mosaic script. It can only join 2 panels at a time, so it's good for smaller mosaics. I'm not sure that I would want to do 2 panels at a time for a larger mosaic, like a 20 or 24 panel mosaic, but does really excellent combining. So I wanted to revisit this. I mentioned this DNA linear fit. Like, why do we need something outside the standard package? Well, actually, it's similar to what's incorporated in the star alignment with this frame adaptation function. But what are we doing there? Like, what's so special about these, and why do we need to do them for mosaics? So regular linear fit in Pixinsight, and frankly, something like AstroPixel Processor is doing it behind the scenes. This is basically matching the median value of 2 images. It's keeping the image is still linear, and it's making a linear adjustment, hence linear fit, to sort of match the brightness of 2 panels. And it can do that. It's assuming that you've got 2 panels or 2 images of the same field of view. So you see linear fit. Sometimes people want to combine different narrow band channels or things like that. You got one image that's brighter than the other, and you want to bring them together, but you bring them together, let's say it's colored, different color channels, and one color just dominates. You're like, whoa, that's not right. I need to realign those. You might use linear fit to do that. That's fine if they're both looking at the same field of view. In mosaics, what you have is different fields of view that overlap. And if you were to just match let's say the medians of each of those images, well, they contain different stuff, right? And so you're not necessarily, you're unlikely to hit exactly the right value there. The medians are probably supposed to be slightly different because they're looking at 2 different parts of the sky, right? So the way to do it is to say, well, I know they share this part of the sky, so I'm only going to look there. So that's what frame adaptation and the DNA linear fit scripts do, is they just look at the overlapped area, and they align basically the brightness of those, and that creates a much better fit. This, again, only works well after you've removed light pollution, once you've removed the additive gradients. You've also seen in all of that a good bit about local normalization. So it crops up in the AstroPixel processor, so that it has this local normalized correction. Pixinsight, the weighted batch pre-processing, has local normalization. Regular normalization is something you do anytime you're integrating images, right? So you have to, after you've subtracted your darks divided by your flats, you've done all that stuff behind the scenes in the integration process, you want to do these statistical analyses to say, okay, what's an outlier pixel versus what's not. So you can clip out those, let's say those satellite trails or airplane trails or whatever. In order to do that, you have to have them all at the same median brightness. So you're gonna do this regular normalization. Again, it's similar to what you saw linear fit. You're kind of just matching the medians of the images. And again, we're oversimplifying here just to keep it simple. But the reason you would do that is, imagine if you had one set of subs that was a lot brighter because it happened, let's say, after moonrise, or maybe it's getting towards sunrise or something. All those pixel values would look like outliers, right? Because all the values of all the pixels have been elevated a little bit. And you don't want to do this. You need to sort of normalize them. Well, this happens all the time. This is part of the integration process. For mosaics, though, you need to do something a little different most of the time. So local normalization is a more sophisticated, more recent technique that matches the brightness not of the median of the whole image, but locally. And locally is a little undefined, but let's say the whole image would be just regular normalization. If you matched everything by pixel, you would just recreate the same image you use as a reference. So somewhere between 1 pixel and the whole image, and you can set that in Pixinsight. I think the default is like 512 pixels. So this is something that that operates at a large level in the image to sort of match them. And hopefully this can correct for the situation I told you before, where just as a for instance, the moon's on one side one night and it's in a slightly different angle another night. This then basically it corrects that, and you end up with a gradient in the image that is like the reference frame, or you can choose several frames and average them together and use that as the reference. But you end up with a simpler gradient. It actually corrects for those compound gradients that you get. And again, gradient correction is so key to having seamless mosaics. Local normalization is usually what you're going to use. It's a lot more computationally and memory intensive, though. So it's going to take a lot more time. It can be a little finicky as far as settings, things like that. If you really controlled for gradients pretty well, you have really dark skies, maybe you don't need local normalization, but it's generally the default for putting mosaics together. Okay. So now you've gone through all of that. So that was a lot of work to describe. Imagine doing it, right? So you're going to have to process each individual panel, and then you're going to have to bring them together, make sure you get the settings right. But once you've got that, then you're just off to the races with normal processing, right? You're going to combine your color channels, do your cropping, you're going to stretch it, you're going to noise reduction, whatever it is, and you're going to produce your beautiful image, right? So that was just sort of the high level view. And like I said, there are other processing tools. I know Siril can do this sort of stuff as well. But I will say, in my mind, AstroPixel Processor most of the time has made this process a lot easier for me. So I can sort of plug in a bunch of frames, a bunch of different panels, and walk away and come back with processed images a lot faster that way. Okay, so let's look at my summer project, right? So this was a 20-panel mosaic. The goal was to shoot sulfur, hydrogen, oxygen, the 3 main narrowband channels, to get 90 minutes for each of those. So I think I ended up with 94 total hours, since it was 20 panels. I did this with a Takahashi FS60 with the reducer, so shooting about f4.3. What's almost unfortunate about it is that just due to the way my system was set up, I was way off on back focus. So 5 full millimeters off on back focus. And that led to some distortion in the outer edges of the field of view. I thought, well, I couldn't subtract any more back focus. So I just thought I'd try it. And it actually worked out pretty well. I wish I had been able to correct that. Maybe things would have been a little bit sharper, but actually it turned out pretty darn well for having completely missed back focus. So this is the initial integration of hydrogen alpha. So here's a big chunk of Cygnus laid out like that. You can see it's a 5x4 mosaic. This is after just basically cropping it, right? So just trimming off those jagged edges. And it ends up being about 22,000 by 17,000 pixels. This 380 megapixels almost. So one other thing I forgot to mention, one of the challenges here is just really large file sizes. This is the HOO combination. So I was pretty excited about this. I was looking great. Then you zoom in the lower left corner. I'm like, well, crap. It didn't register quite right. So I had to spend a couple of hours going back into Pixinsight and tweaking the star alignment settings to finally get that one panel to line up just right. And again, I think this was because of some of the distortion in the outer edges, and it wasn't recognizing some things as stars. But we got that fixed. And here's the usual view, the SHO Hubble palette. And let's orient you a little bit. So there's just the labels to show you where you are, in case you didn't know exactly where these objects were. These are pretty commonly imaged, so most people probably know them pretty well. But let's just use this. We'll just take a quick tour. So let's take just 5 minutes, and I'll wrap up. But I'll just walk you through some of the objects that you know, and maybe some of the ones that you don't know, that you can put on your imaging list for next summer when Cygnus comes back around into view. So we'll zoom in. All right, so the biggie, right? Everybody knows NGC 7000. This is the North American Nebula, also the Pelican Nebula right next to it. Really interesting. This is super bright in oxygen, as you can see from all the blue. So not very common. You usually have to work really hard to get your oxygen. Not so much for this nebula. It's just bright everywhere. Sharpless 119 over to the left here. This was I put this in the cover of one of my books. Not this particular image, but this object. A lot fainter. You have to work a little harder here, but a really rewarding wide field object. Sharpless 115, and then you can see that little dot there. That's Sharpless 116. It's got this really cool oxygen area here in blue, but also this sort of perfectly linear streaking over here, which is a neat object. Again, requires a fairly wide field to capture it all. Sharpless 112. Here's a long focal length target for 1,000 millimeters plus to zoom in and reveal the details there. But really neat. It has a very, very bright in oxygen in the center. It's got this cool dust lane across it. Here's one I think is really under-imaged. This is Lens Bright Nebula 331. I think it looks a lot like the Cygnus veils, right? The Western Veil. Just these cool ripples of hydrogen alpha. You got this really bright star right in the middle. Yep. It just has a very nice 3D effect that I like. Not imaged enough, I think, that object, and probably because you got so many other great things, to point your telescope out at right in the same area. Here's one, if you almost have to look hard in this image to see it. I'm glad I was able to even resolve it, but you see this sort of faint blue outline shaped almost like a lemon. Yep. This is Westerhat 63. And I'll point you to one of your previous speakers, Nico Carver's got an excellent 24-panel mosaic he took just of this. So he imagine zooming in on this and taking 24 panels of just this area. Wow. Really looks exceptional. But it's just cool that you can even resolve it here. So again, this one's very faint in oxygen. The Propeller Nebula, DWB 111, fairly frequently imaged, but just a cool little knot of nebulosity there. IC 1318, the Solder Nebula, the Butterfly Nebula. This one's really interesting. I always find this one a challenge because the colors get a little muddied, right? You got little patches of different colors, and it never really, if you're not careful, it can look a lot like this, just kind of brown. So this one's challenging to process, but a lot of fun too. Everybody knows the Crescent Nebula, and I'm actually really pleased. It actually turned out okay for, this is a 250 millimeter focal length scope. It actually turned out pretty nicely here for such a small object, but very bright in oxygen. It's got a cool oxygen shell around it, but hydrogen, alpha, and oxygen in that central part. Here's another lesser image, although you see a lot more images of it recently. This is Wolf-Rayet star WR134. That's exploded its outer shell. A deeper deeper oxygen image, reveals a much more spherical shape in here. I think people have called this the Dolphin Nebula, I think, but
Dolphin.
This is another one. Take a lot of exposure in oxygen to gather this one. It's also a little bit smaller, so for longer focal lengths. And then finally, we got the Tulip Nebula, Sharpless 101. Just a really, really pretty nebula down there in the lower right corner. So this mosaic was to capture, all the way up from the North America, all the way down to the Tulip. So if you think that 24 panels aren't enough, I was on this channel just what was it, a month ago, Dan? I was talking about this image.
I was wondering when
So
you're going to pull that out.
Yeah, well, not only am I going to pull it out, I'm gonna say that I came up with a clever punny line for it too. That the sky is the limit, and this is the limit with mosaics. This is the most you can do for a mosaic. This is the whole sky. This is the sky is the limit for mosaics. 153 panels. This is the most you can capture. You could do this in more panels, but you can't get any wider than this. It's the widest wide field possible. So. You know, you can go back and see my talk on that and we talked about how we acquired this. This was a multi-year effort right here, but really excited about this image just to share that with you. So this is the ultimate mosaics.
That's awesome.
So anyway, there's my contact information, just to leave it up there at the end. And yeah, I'll be happy to take any questions, but I also know we're probably running short on time. Looking forward to getting over to the panel discussion.
Well, there's actually a couple actually that I've been writing down.
Sure.
There's a few from Josh and
yeah, I got them written down here. So the first question that came across that I saw was the first. Let me go back to the Dan Eric Charles. There we go. Charles, if you could hit the little red computer so you stop sharing.
Yes, let me find that.
Here you go.
All right, there we go. Now we're back.
I still got your screen. There you go.
Okay.
Cool. So the first mosaic that you oh wow, I didn't even start drinking yet. The first mosaic you show was I forget what the name of the object was, but you said it was about 41 hours worth of data.
Yes. Yeah.
Now the question came across is
Supernova
that,
G65.3. Yeah.
now that was 41 hours in total, not 41 hours per mosaic per frame, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So that was 10 hours per panel. So it was 5 hours of hydrogen and 5 hours of oxygen each
panel.
times 4 panels. Yes.
Got it. Another
But
question.
For PeteXL, I think PeteXL had something like 100 hours. So you can go even deeper.
Oh my goodness. One of the slides you showed said try not to spend I can't read it. Try not to spend a panel across multiple nights.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I noticed that a couple of the panels that you had over there said 19 hours or 20 hours per panel. So did you wait until the moon was in the same spot the next time, or did you?
No, you don't have to do anything that sophisticated. Bear in mind that's probably a total for different channels. So, you know,
Okay.
10 hours in one night, hydrogen, 10 hours sulfur, something like that. But also, yeah, you can span multiple nights. It's especially if the moon is out. That's kind of what I'm getting at, is just really be conscious of, just having different gradients on different nights. That's all.
Right.
Yeah. So the moonlight doesn't affect your image. Exactly.
Yeah.
The last one that I have, and Eric, I don't know if you have anything after this, but Josh was asking, when do you actually start to do the color calibration with the mosaic?
So I would bring the whole red channel and the whole green channel, the whole blue channel, whatever it is. These were all narrow band, but bring the channels generally together first. It would be my approach. You can also do it though with a one-shot color camera, right? But I would want to integrate everything, get the gradients out, and then do it. I think oftentimes if your color calibration is slightly different in different panels, now you're making it difficult to combine them, right? So my philosophy is generally bring everything together first, and then deal with any residual issues.
Got it.
Right. So basically, you're integrating each panel first. Then after you do the panels, then you integrate your mosaic. Then you do any types of color calibration. Before all
then
of
you
that,
bring all your channels together. Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, because even before that, when you're doing your panels, you want to do all of your gradient cleanup. You want to do your light pollution and everything at that time. Then you're doing another integration of all the panels, then the color calibrations and everything else.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, no, that last part's less hard and fast because you can bring the color channels together per panel and then stack them. But things are going to be slightly misaligned at that point. You got to have to deal with that, right? Because your color channels won't be pixel per pixel perfect, and so you don't have to. But I find that's just easier.
Yeah,
got it.
Right on.
Awesome. All right. And do you see any other questions? I don't see any other questions. I think that was all answered.
Thanks, Charles, and apologies if you covered this question. When you integrate mosaics and APP, do you stack each panel? And yeah, we just answered this. You stack each panel individually, then you stack the single stacks into the pan. Yeah, then you do the panels together.
That's exactly right.
So we just answered that. Yep.
Yeah, actually, APP will give you some very funny results. If you just throw in a bunch of sub exposures and tell it to do it, walk away for about 3 days. It will give you a result, but it'll be strange.
Oh, yeah, I did that. I not with APP, but with Pixinsight. I've been working on. I've just been doing something to see if I could do it. I've been working on a Andromeda galaxy, and because of my cruddy skies on Long Island, I said, all right, you know what? I'm doing a one-shot color camera on a Red Cat in Bortle 9 or 8 or 10 or whatever we're at now. I'm going to do 30 seconds, but I'm going to do a crap ton of them. So after I rejected a bunch. There was almost about 1,200 subs. After I knocked out a bunch, I ended up with 1,069 subs for Pixinsight. 1,069 30-second subs. It crashed Pixinsight twice until I figured it out that I actually had to integrate it separately. I had to run, I had to do the calibration, I had to do everything, and then I had to integrate it manually because I had to lower the buffer parameters in order for it to stack all the rows that it had for 1,069 subs. And so finally I got that done, and it's gonna be, I think it's gonna be good once I'm done with it. I'm just not there yet. I've been dealing.
Good thing you
I
didn't
said,
try local normalization. That would have been a week and a half of processing time.
oh no, I actually I was talking to Shawn Nielsen about it, and I was like, Shawn, I've been waiting here 7 hours. I mean, he's like, well, that's why I don't normally do it. If I need to do it, I'll do it later. So I said, all
Full time
right.
for your computer all day, right?
Oh, it was literally like, I said, you know what? I don't know if it's going to be another 7 hours. So I was like, stop. And I just started over again. But
we've got a few more questions here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we've got some here. Dylan, does APP or Pixinsight give a different or better stitch result? He means the raw data. And I think we mentioned that it would depend, but I have personally heard it was probably APP does a bit of a better job.
I think
when it
APP
comes
just
to that.
makes it easier to get to a seamless mosaic, right? It kind
Sure.
of automatically solves some of the issues you might have to deal with manually. Certainly, Pixinsight they can generate the same quality, but for most situations, APP is just going to get there faster and easier.
Josh is asking, what's your favorite blending mode?
Oh goodness, blending mode could be in a couple of different contexts, but for instance, if he's talking about photometric mosaic, there's like average and overlay. I think I use average when I use that. But yeah, blending mode can mean a couple of different things.
Gotcha. Jerry, regarding APP, if all the panels overlap with each other, do you consider that a mosaic or a normal integration?
If they overlap nearly 100%, that's just a normal integration.
That's a normal integration. Yeah, it just really
If
depends.
they don't quite line up, that's just you did something wrong with your that night with your imaging.
Right. And it's recommended as far as your overlap, recommended between 15 to 20%. 10 is at bare minimum, is very, very bare minimum, but usually 10 to 15% is usually best.
Exactly. Yep.
Awesome.
See if there were any others.
You
Question
join X or Y axis of your mosaic first.
you do them all, right?
Yeah,
So
I think you do them all.
Don't do it piecewise, right?
Yep.
Although with the one exception, photometric mosaic requires you to do them piecewise. So that's the one exception here. Photometric says you do 2, and then you do 1 more, and you make a row. And then you take the row and you make the next row, and then you join the 2 rows. So that's because it can only join 2 things at a time. For all the other processes that we talked about, you want to combine them all at once. Don't try to put 2 together and then 2 over here and then combine those together. You're actually making your life a lot harder there.
Gotcha. Awesome.
Okay, yeah, I think that's all I've seen here.
All right.
Yeah.
So I guess we could go to the live panel real quick. Now it's going to look a little funky because there were people that were supposed to be on the live panel, so it's going to look a little blank in the beginning until I fix it in the background. So just to give me a little bit, because I need to fix some shots first. But I'll just jump into the live panel and I'll fix it on the fly and then switch it. So let's see, because it's going to look. It was supposed to be 8 people. I think it's only 5. So we're missing Shawn.
I figured Pete would circle back around by this time. He'd be done with his hockey game and already back.
I think he's drinking the Arnicare and the Vicks Vapor Rub right now. So but let's go to the 9. I actually made a 9 up here, so let's see. Give me one second, 9 up, and we'll do this. And we'll see a frozen. We'll see a frozen Tom Bramwell. So give me 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll just do a quick 5 up here, and then let's see. Ups and titles, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Dan and then who we got? We got. What am I missing? Oh, we only have 4. Okay, it's only 4. My bad. I'm counting myself twice. And just change.
Let's see. So got a lot of comments to you, Charlie, thanking you, a lot of it, giving a lot of good insight on getting quite a few people motivated to give mosaics a go who haven't done them before. So that's great.
Going to make computer manufacturers a lot of money as everybody upgrades their computers to handle these large mosaics.
Yeah, that's for sure. I know I did, so I can, start taking a stab at it because I have not done mosaics yet, but I've even took screenshots of a few of your PowerPoint slides there, so that I can do. So I've learned even quite a bit. So thank you. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that because I am hankering to try to do a mosaic of Orion, which it's my favorite constellation. So I've been hankering to do one of that for a while, even with the 135. Oh, what's this here? We have intro music.
I don't know where that's coming from.
I have no idea. Where did that come from?
Okay, there we go. We'll get rid of that.
Good. We were doing something special.
I don't know how that happened. Somehow the music from the Optolong video was going on, and I'm not sure how that happened, but there we go. How's it going, Pete?
I think you got. I think we're missing Tom.
Tom was actually frozen. That was him from.
Oh, okay.
That's a shadow of Tom.
Yeah, look for Warren. Warren's supposed to be on here too.
I don't see Warren. Let me see. Is he there?
I just Skyped him and let him know.
Let's see. Hold on. Am I going blind? Let me see. And
I've only tried one mosaic, and it was a summer of the Val Nebula Complex, and it was all in HA, and it was. Let me tell you, this was years and years ago. We had a great summer, and that's all I did, and it turned out pretty good. But The tools have come so
The
far today.
equipment's so
It's
much better
crazy.
now. You got to go back and try it again now.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna say, you're gonna go
exactly.
take a
Well,
look
something a little
back
more
at it
exotic,
again.
maybe. Yeah.
Let's see
Uh,
here.
Find my friend Warren.
It says he's logged in, but his camera's off.
Gideon's asking, does Pete have the Death Star as a microphone?
Yes, dun, dun. The
Yes.
blue snowball.
Blue snowball. There you go.
There it is.
Well, it's late here, so I'm trying to get as close as I can. It's usually not this close.
Guess. Where's guess?
Let me see where Warren is here.
Charles.
Another question here for Pete. Ernie asks, how do you keep your observatory rails from icing up in winter? Since you're
Well, I have a little bit different system than most people have. I don't have the angle iron and the V wheels. I actually have rubber wheels, okay, that go out and they extend out across 4x4 timbers. But I do have on the outside on the outside there, I have actually snow plows. I have little snow plows out there. There we go. Okay, Warren. All right, Warren's here. So I have rubber. Wheels, and Ernie. You know, we live in the same area. You and I need to get together. Love to have you come over and see the observatory sometime and show you what I've done, how I've done that. But I've replaced the wheels once in 20 years. Just recently, I replaced the wheels with some, and that was a little bit of a challenge. But I used little ramps I cut out to move it up a little bit and replace one wheel at a time. And so far, it's worked out really well for me. And that was one of the considerations I had when building it, was whether or not I was going to have a freeze up. So I don't have to deal with that, because we dealt with it, I think, at the Beaver Meadow Observatory, which is our local astronomy club in Buffalo. And I know a few other people had some issues. Don't image as much in the winter as I would like to. The skies here aren't that good or that clear in wintertime.
Yeah,
It's like
I'm sure it gets crazy up there.
Yes.
You know? My gosh.
There we go.
can only
There he is.
imagine.
There you go.
Thanks,
Oh.
Mark. Appreciate it. Yeah, I will take my lumps. You know, it was a tough game. It was a great game, double overtime, but we Navy fumbled at the goal line, and then Army got it back and kicked the field goal, and that was it. So kudos to them.
Somebody out there named of B asked, I would say send it to me, but can anybody tell me what I should do with a vintage 8-inch Celestron Schmidt camera? Yeah,
Those have
exactly.
popped up a couple of times on Astromart recently.
Yeah,
Astromart.
The problem is they've got a curved, like you had to put the film on a curved surface, and so they really only work with film, unfortunately.
you know, at Camera Concept, we still sell film, and we still develop film in the store. So 35 millimeter only, though. 35 millimeter and 120. I'm sorry, 120. Yeah. So, if you take some pictures of it and send it to me at dan@astroweb.com, and I'll take a look at it. Maybe Jeff will make you an offer for it. He likes to buy stuff. So my wife just came in, and I'm thinking of sampling this finally. You know.
Wow.
So I have yet to drink this beer. I picked this up from Canada when I was on my way to Canada. I walked 4.5 miles for this.
You walked 4.5 miles?
2.5
Why did you walk
2
4.5
miles? Because the first place I went to didn't have it. The next place was all the way up in the square by in Toronto somewhere. and the GPS kept on telling me the wrong way. So I finally found the place. It was like LBOQ or something, some random. It's like a some sort of chain of liquor places in Canada, and I walked all the way up there just to get this. So now I'm gonna give it a shot. Since
there you go.
Okay, there you go.
You're
There
on
you
it,
go.
man. It's been a long day.
Yeah, there you have.
As he spits it out.
Is it better than ketchup flavored, potato chips?
Definitely better than ketchup flavored potato chips. It's an ale. It's like it's a blonde ale. Smells good.
Okay, right on.
There
I
we
guess
go.
that's why
It's been a long day for you, Dan.
It's been a long
Astronomy.
day. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
been a long day. I also got my proper 12 waiting for me, my little shot of whiskey. but my wife just texted in there.
Oh, how nice.
Yeah, so thanks. It's been a great day. We still got a ton of giveaways though to do. We still got the Optolong 3nm 2-inch set.
Get her done, Dan.
We
Yeah,
have
man.
a 2-inch LRGB set by Optolong. We have, what else do we have? Oh, and one of my friends gave me this to give away because she doesn't want me to mention the name, I'm sure, so I won't do that. But she knows who she is, and I really thought about keeping this for myself because I need a new one, but then I felt bad. But a brand new laptop tent. So
neat.
a laptop tent for you're in the field. It's pretty big. It fits a decent size laptop, and we're also got to give away. So I'm gonna wait a little bit, but I'm gonna spin anyway for the giveaway for the Astronomy Club. Now, as of this point, we've sold, I think it's 15 shirts we've sold so far.
Okay.
Buy your shirts, everybody in the chat. Buy your shirts. All the profits go to an Astronomy Club that we're going to spin for. We have about 25 clubs that have registered for the giveaway, and it's something that we do. We do a lot. We've been doing a lot of giving back to the community. It started off with, and I don't know if you guys know of this. You may have heard of it on the show or seen it on the news. The burglary of the observatory out in Lima, Ohio. The LAS observatory got burglarized. The 14-inch Schmidt got stolen. Literally, they jumped over the side, got into the dome, walked out with the C-14, damaged their CGE Pro mount, and stole their entire set of TeleView and Explore Scientific eyepieces. So we were able to garner not only the money to replace all of their Explore Scientific eyepieces, but we also raised another $100 on their GoFundMe account and another $400 on the show fundraising. So when you put it all together, we probably raised up for about $1,300.
Nice.
Yeah, so really nice. We're also doing another fundraiser, and Eric, you could talk about that because that's your brainchild coming up. So why don't you talk about RFT Stars and what we're doing on January 11th?
Yeah, Reach for the Stars. It's a nonprofit. They're based out of Tucson, Arizona. Carlos is an Air Force veteran. He and his wife, I believe they're both former military. They run this nonprofit that really focuses on helping children who are struggling and with some mental health issues. And they do it through STEM and astronomy. And they also do a lot of volunteer work through helping families with with food drives and a lot of other great STEM tools. They rent out equipment. They have classes that they do with the kids to make telescopes, as well as to have observation nights there in their area. They are doing some great work in their community. They're even a finalist, I believe, in one of their Arizona newspapers. They're a finalist for nonprofits in their area. So their website is rftstars.com. And what we're going to be doing is Carlos is going to be coming on January 11th, which is a Wednesday. And he's going to be presenting and speaking on what the nonprofit does and what they are doing to help these children and their families out, as well as we're going to be also taking that time. And this is the time, the holiday season, for giving and everything, and to help our fellow man. And we're going to be asking for people if they would be so inclined to make a small donation of whatever they feel comfortable with to help reach for the stars, to help these kids, because that's what it's all about. It's about passing on our love of astronomy to the next generation, as well as helping these kids dealing with a lot of, nowadays, you see kids that go through a lot of things dealing with mental health. Some, unfortunately, we have certain issues and situations where even suicides can get involved or anything like that. But this is a different way. This is another outlet or opportunity to let these kids find a new path. And we're doing it through astronomy. And they're doing it through astronomy. So I think it's fantastic. I think it's absolutely fantastic. So January 11th, he's going to come on and we're going to have a nice chat and learn a little bit more about what he is doing. He and his wife are doing to help these kids in their community out. So it's going to be awesome.
Yeah. Awesome. So that's what we've been doing recently. That's what's been in our bucket. We're trying to give a lot back to the community and a lot back to the people that are out there that has given us so much by just coming on and watching the show and, donating to us on Patreon or in the YouTube joining or whatever. It doesn't matter. A lot of the stuff that we do has got to go back into the hobby, or I don't even call it a hobby. I call it a lifestyle at this point, because it changes your life, because it screws with your circadian rhythm and your night sleeping and the whole thing. So you just sit there and you want to kind of give back to the people that have given you. So that's all.
Yeah. Cool. So one of the things that now that we have this live opportunity is I really want to take this time to thank all of you individually, all of our guests, Amy, Shawn, Wayne Parker, all the Masters of Pixinsight, you, Charlie, Dr. Sasse, Molly, just for taking your time on a Saturday to spend and hang out with us and share your knowledge and your love of this hobby with everyone else. And we've gotten, honestly, we had a great turnout. I think you said, Dan, we had to get to a point of almost over 160.
What I saw was 161. I don't know if it went higher than that, or but that's the highest that I saw.
Yeah. So and I hope everyone, even the presenters, took a little bit away from this. So, and for me personally, I was gonna be a little selfish. Robin, I'm gonna call Wayne and we're gonna go after Scott Shed podcast. and I love, cha-ching. I love Amy, but even after seeing her presentation of everything she went through, God bless her, and she persevered, man. She persevered through that, and she learned a lot, and I think a lot of our viewers also learned a lot.
What to do and what not to do, right?
What not to do,
Yeah.
you know, and that's all it is. And that, a lot of it is about, you know, even like we always talk about educating. You know, we keep educating ourselves, even when it comes to, you know, carpentry for astronomy.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's just like one of those things. So it's been awesome, you know, just to have this opportunity to hang out with everybody and hear about all of these cool things.
So that being said, what do you want to give away first? What do you guys want to give away?
Anybody got an
I want to save the SHO for last, but that's the only thing I'm calling.
All right. So whatever else you got, go for the LRGB. So if you got
LRGB. We didn't do the Charlie book. We got the Charles's book too. Got that.
Yep. Let's do that. Let's do that just after this. Let's do LRGB and then let's do Charlie's book.
Okay.
Let's
We'll do that.
Yeah. Let's go for it.
All right. So let me load up this because I have it on the other wheel. Let me get the right wheel up.
There's just a lot of stuff going on. We got a lot of cool things happening.
Oh man, it's crazy. All right, here we go. Here's the wheel. Everybody can see the wheel.
How many is that?
Same thing, 346, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yep. So this is for the LRGB 2-inch set. Here we go. Rock and roll. No whammies, no whammies. Here we go. And the winner is John Parker. Let me write that down. John Parker. Congratulations to John.
John Parker. He's a customer of ours.
Is he? All right.
And I've had him as a one-on-one client as well.
Nice. Good. All right. So 2-inch LRGB goes to John.
Nice.
Parker. All right.
There we go.
Beautiful. All right. So that's gone. Man, my wife's going to love it. I'm making some space. So the
Those
closet
filters
of
don't take up a lot of space, you know. You can just hang on to those.
Oh man, you know what? If I could turn the camera around, I would show you my disaster, and you don't even want to see it. But so all right. So now we're going to do Charles's book, the autographed copy of The Visible Universe, and this is written by Charles Bracken and Max Whitby. Here we go.
Recent guests on the show, you can hear all about it.
Yep. Here we go. Visible Universe goes to Charles Young.
All right.
Visible Universe goes to Charles Young. All right. That's done. That's done. What else we got? We got some Masters of Pixinsight stuff to give away also.
Yes. Yeah, baby.
We got some more 50% off coupons and a year subscription to IP for AP. So let's hit it. We have 4 more 50% offs and 1 year subscription to IP for AP. So let's do that. Do it 4 times. So first is the 50%ers. Here we go. 50%ers. First one goes to Alexandra Rosa. She's a CCTS customer and AstroWorld follower. Rosa. That's number 1. Number 2. Oh, I hear you, Pete. I hear you.
Sorry you didn't hear that, huh?
Rick Odine.
Long day for you guys.
Oh man. I'm just ready to do my shot in a second. All right. All right, that's 2. 3. Jose Cotayo. Jose.
Congratulations,
I'll tell you.
Jose.
And one last one for the 50% off.
Next year's AstroPalooza, you're going to need a bigger wheel.
Oh, I know it. You can't see a thing. Jamie Bradley.
Jamie Bradley. All right.
All right. And the last one, well, not the last one. We have the IP for AP. Actually,
1 year.
Yeah, 1 year subscription to IP for AP.
Yes.
Here we go. IP for AP goes to John.
John.
To John. Good thing his name is linked up to an email address in my Excel spreadsheet. So congratulations to John. Whoever you may be.
One.
Exactly. So John won one of those. So the only other things we have to give away is the laptop tent and the SHO.
Okay, let's do the laptop tent.
Okay, laptop tent. Here you go. Laptop tent goes to John Parker.
Didn't we already have John?
Is that the same one?
I think that may be.
John. And he's also just John.
Did we already? I thought we already pulled. I thought John already won.
Yeah, John Parker already won. What did he win? He won something. What did he win? John Parker won the 2-inch LRGB set.
Okay, so let's spin again.
Let's spin again on that one.
Yep.
Just Gary. Okay.
Gary.
Gary with no last name. All right. Hopefully I can find them in there. If not, we'll save it for another night that we'll spin for it again. But I'm sure it's linked up to an email address. So
hopefully, I start asking our viewers and subscribers to include their last names.
Please.
Yes.
All right. Let me write this down. So SHO 2-inch set. Now, we usually take bets on how fast the subscribers or watchers drop after the last giveaway is done. So right now we are at still 106 people watching right now, waiting for the SHO. So let's see. Do we want to string them all along a little while along, or are we ready to go to bed?
I think you're ready to go to bed.
I'm ready to do it and do a shot and then go to bed. So
there you go.
All right, here we go. The SHO. This is a $1,200 set of filters. So here we go. SHO 2-inch 3nm set from Optolong. Here we go. Wow. Thank you to Optolong for being so nice to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And this goes to Daryl Madison.
Daryl Madison.
Daryl Madison.
Nice.
All right. There we go. That is all. Well, there are other giveaways that I have, but I think I'm going to hold on to them for the next one. They weren't listed. They were late giveaways. I have in the future, these were given to me by a friend. I have a TeleVue Soul Searcher that was given to me. So it's a nice little solar finder. I don't know what I'm going to do with this, but I'm going to give it away anyway. This is the EAF bracket for a C11 and C14, brand new. So, I may make that a paid raffle, like $5, like the other ones, just because it's very specialized, obviously.
Yes,
so
very specialized.
And this is very specialized also. It's an older version. This is a TeleVue product. This is a TeleVue 8X reducer flattener. And believe it or not, it says for the TV 102 scopes. So even if you look at the labels are quite old. but the optics are perfect, and they fit really on the actual flattener. It says it's good for any of their refractors from 800 to 1,000 millimeters. So
Maybe do a raffle.
So might do a raffle for that as well. But thank you for donating that to us. Well, let's see if we have anything in the chat really quick. I will not raffle off my own Eagle. No, that is not happening. Maybe when I get the Eagle 8 or so, I'll start to raffle off the 4 or 5. but what else? Oh, the Lenovo Think Center. I have these computers that another paid raffle. Give me 1 second. I'll pull that up. Open.
So, Pete, are you and the other and Warren and AstroDoc? Are you guys going to NEAF? Are you planning to attend NEAF?
I would
Warren's
like to,
eyes went up.
to see. Yeah, no, you know what? It is. I usually it's a nice drive for me. I don't know if anybody else is going to go, but I usually try to gather a couple local friends and see if I can, kind of carpool up there together. But yeah, looking forward to it though.
Yeah, so just so you know, AstroWorld, I don't know if you've been following, AstroWorld is going to be having a table at NEAF.
Nice.
And we're going to be right next door to PrimaLuce. So
oh, cool.
So that's going to be cool. We decided as a group that we were going to get our own table and try and spread the word, and maybe do some fun stuff roaming around with a camera or something. I don't know.
Good,
so,
Eric, you're going to be there then, huh?
Yeah, I'm saying, 80%.
80%. It's gone up a little bit every week. It's gone up. So
it's gone up. Working with Robin, we're trying to figure things out. Yeah, but no, but if we make it, it's going to be a blast. It's going to be a blast.
Yeah, Warren and I had a table there for years, several years.
Tonight was the first I'd heard about it. Is NEAC happening?
So the word is yes right now. That could change, but there's still, I think, from what I've heard from no really reliable source, to be honest with you, is they've been having some trouble getting some speakers at this late in the game. So they're still working on things. That's why they haven't put out when the tickets are going on sale yet. But we'll see.
We'll see. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It'll be the 2 days, the Wednesday, Thursday, or the Thursday, Friday. The Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, Thursday, Friday, and then
before
Saturday,
NEAF, and then Saturday, Sunday will be NEAF.
Yep.
So.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Absolutely. I'm super excited. We'll see.
Yeah.
So I do have these computers that have been given away. I'm only gonna. I don't want to spend all night rolling wheels. But I'll give away the first one tonight. I do have more to give away, but I'll give away the first one because people want to see if they want. It's a little Lenovo Think Center kind of thing. It does require to be plugged in. It's not 12 volt or anything, but it's got I think it's got 8 gig of RAM and a terabyte SSD in there, and it's a nice little computer. It's not bad, but I got a couple of them. So I'm just gonna do the first one right now, and then I'll do the rest of them as the shows progress towards the end of the year. So here's the first one we're giving away. Michael Gibbs.
There you go.
Michael Gibbs. Congratulations.
And Lenovo. You know what the sad thing is, everybody? This is all the giveaways we've given away tonight. That's all this is. This is everything. We've given away so much stuff. The Masters of Pixinsight. You guys are unbelievable. Charles, you're unbelievable. Everybody, Optolong, PrimaLuce, everybody, personally. It's so humbling that people just want to give stuff and and spread the word and kind of get their own product out there, and it's really, really cool. So So thank you to
Really
everybody here, everybody who's not here. You know, it's great. It's really good.
Yeah.
But it's 10:41, and we
I
have
think
been
it's
on.
shot time.
What's that?
I think it's shot time for you, man. I think it is.
You think it is?
I think it's shot time for you.
Shot in bed, I think.
Where's
Shot in
Dylan?
bed.
Is Dylan
God
still
bless
there?
you.
Is Dylan still there? Oh, there's Shawn. Shawn, are you logged in? Because I was going to put you on, but he's in the chat. But all right. Well, everybody, this is for all the people.
It's drum roll time.
Thank you,
Yes.
everybody, for a very successful, totally blew my mind away event. It's crazy. I'm ready to pass out for 3 days, but thank you so much.
Congratulations, Dan.
Masters
and
of
Eric. Nice
Pixinsight,
job.
Charles, Nico, Molly, Amy, Charles, Dr. Sasse. Who am I missing?
Shawn, Wayne.
Shawn, Wayne, and Eric. I can't forget you.
Adam.
Ernie.
Adam.
Ernie, Josh. I mean, you know, thank you so much for everything. You guys are the best, and proper 12 to you. So
You reap what you sow, bro.
There you go.
There
it is. So, cheers.
All right. All right. Thank you guys for staying on for the live panel. Appreciate it. Warren, great to see you. Pete, Charles, Eric, thank you so much for being my wingman tonight, as usual.
Anytime, brother.
And listen, everybody, I on a serious note, thank you for the support. Thank you for the love and all of the things that everybody does on the show. 161 people today. I can't even tell you how many views. And it's just been a really, really, really nice feeling that all these people are watching us. So thank you. So yeah, 94 people were still watching, by the way, and we've already given away everything. So let me get on the other page real quick, and it's still, thank God, it's still recording, right? So thank you, everybody. Have a good night. Take care. Have a great weekend.
That's
and
a wrap.
remember, as always, keep imaging, keep educating, and clear skies. And we'll see you Wednesday night for another edition of AstroWorld. Have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Dan.
We did it. Nice seeing you guys.
Oh, wait. Jar Jar made it.
Oh, nice.
Have a good night, everybody.
All right. Night.